Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. His hair swept through the air like a storm, striking them. The dimensional shamblers, already mid-leap, were instantly repelled, their bodies riddled with countless holes. This was one of Jiraiya's widest, strange and fastest ninjutsu attacks. With the enhancement of the two great sages, he could even shoot his hair endlessly. The high-speed hair needles pierced through their skin, leaving holes in both the front and back. Although the best way to kill them was to create a large cut, the sheer number of hair needle holes eventually had the same effect as a wide cut. As the number of holes increased, their skin lost its integrity, causing them to deflate like punctured balloons, eventually collapsing into empty husks. After several rounds of needle senbon, the hundreds of dimensional shamblers in the square fell one after another, their bodies full of holes and deflated. Seeing that there were no more dimensional shamblers capable of moving, Jiraiya stood up, released his ninjutsu, and rushed toward the mansion. He punched through the wooden barricade blocking the main door, walked straight to the mural-line side, and used his sage-enhanced hand to tear down the wall. Not only that, but Jiraiya folded the walls inward and tied them together with cloth strips. A two-dimensional trap for two-dimensional monsters, Jiraiya explained. Poetic, isn't it? The dimensional shamblers could come out of the mural, but if the mural faced another two-dimensional world, they would be stuck in an endless loop, unable to enter the three-dimensional world again. After doing all this, he took out a sealing scroll. Forming hand signs, he sealed the entire wall into the scroll. After sealing away the source of the problem, Jiraiya checked the mansion and the square for any remaining dimensional shamblers, and once he was sure there were none, he sat down, exhausted, and released Sage Mode and the two great sages. It was only then that Wataru finally arrived with his soldiers and the townspeople, late as ever. What happened here? Wataru gasped. Seeing the countless monster corpses in the square, everyone was shocked. Only now did they realize what the monsters truly looked like and how many had been lurking in their town. During this time, Jiraiya briefly explained the origins of the monsters. While not overly detailed, it was enough to let the people know that the danger had passed. The danger has passed, Jiraiya assured them. Your town is safe now. I will report this to His Majesty and request a grand reward for you. Wataru declared enthusiastically. Jiraiya smiled and shook his head at his offer. No need for rewards. He glanced around at the ruins of the town, which had been left scarred by his battle alongside the toads of Mount Myabaku. Well, as long as they don't hold me responsible for the damage, that's good enough. 3 days later, two unfamiliar travelers appeared unexpectedly at the entrance of Lotus Hollow. The atmosphere was peaceful, with townsfolk going about their daily routines, rebuilding what was lost. One of the travelers was tall and thin, while the other was hunched over. However, they both wore matching uniforms, a red clouded black cloak with high collars covering their cheekbones. On their heads, they wore brown straw hats with several wind chimes, which jingled softly as they moved. This backwater town. Hardly worth our time. But orders are orders. His hunched form concealed his irritation. The tall man's eyes darted around. Signs of recent destruction. Seems we might be too late. The townsfolk eyed them suspiciously as they passed. Mom, what's with their weird clothes? A kid asked his mother. The mother quickly shushed her child. Shh, don't stare. Let's go home. Without hesitation, the two oddly dressed travelers entered a small bar in the town. Approaching the counter, the hunched figure spoke in a raspy, nearly dry voice to the bar's owner. Hey, I heard there was a man-eating monster around here, and the Land of Spice is offering a hefty reward for any ninja who can deal with it, right? Normally, the bar owner would have been irritated by such a rude inquiry, especially from someone who didn't even know the basic rule of making a purchase before asking for information in a bar. But when he turned and saw their outfits, he immediately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. From years of experience reading people, he knew these two were not ones to be trifled with. Yes, a few days ago, that was true. A few days ago? The deep tone in the question sent a chill down the owner's spine, prompting him to answer quickly. The monster was dealt with 3 days ago. There's no danger anymore. Dealt with? The angry tone forced the owner to be even more forthcoming. Yes, by a white-haired man in a red cloak, wearing a headband with the word oil on it. He summoned a bunch of giant toads. The hunched figure didn't react, the details didn't seem to interest him. Instead, the purpose of his question appeared to be a signal to the tall figure beside him. The tall man's eyes brightened as a familiar name crossed his mind. Jiraiya. Always one step ahead, aren't you, old friend? Damn, we were beaten to it. The hunched figure turned to his companion, speaking with a voice laced with lethal intent. Orochimaru, it's all your fault we didn't get here in time. If it weren't for waiting on your damn experiment, we'd have claimed that bounty. You know I hate waiting for others. If you make me wait too long next time. I promise, there won't be a next time, Orochimaru replied. As he spoke, a sharp scorpion tail emerged from beneath his cloak, hovering threateningly in front of Orochimaru. But he didn't seem to care about the threat and walked forward to ask the bar owner about the monster's specifics. Let's not be hasty. Perhaps there's still something of value here. Tell us more about this monster. The owner, having seen the scorpion tail, quickly recounted everything he knew about the mural monster, desperate to get these two out of his bar. After leaving the bar, Orochimaru turned to the hunched figure. Say sorry, wait for me here. I'm going to the monster's lair. Didn't you hear what I just said? If you... Before Sasori could finish, he had already darted off. That damn Orochimaru. One of these days. Sasori grumbled, his patience wearing thin. Away from Sasori, Orochimaru headed straight for the mansion. A monster from another dimension. How fascinating. The bar owner's description of the monster had piqued his interest. After crossing the battle-scarred plaza and entering the mansion's hall, he noticed that the mural said to summon the monster had vanished, likely taken by Jiraiya. Carefully searching the surrounding ruins, Orochimaru found a camera in the corner of the hall. The tripod was still extended, suggesting that someone had been using it before being interrupted. He picked up the camera. Stuck in the front of it was an undeveloped photograph. In the photo, a massive, gray-green plain and a blood-soaked mountain of corpses could be seen. In the corner of this scene, he spotted something unusual. It was a red-covered book. While the text on the cover wasn't entirely clear, Orochimaru knew in his heart exactly what it was. The Necronomicon. And it was in that world. Oh, Jiraiya, you fool. You've left behind the greatest prize of all. Chapter 97, Team 2, The Tribute Fire Style, Demon Lantern. Kagami made a single tiger hand seal and immediately, a dozen fireballs appeared around him. These fireballs moved through the air, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, creating a mesmerizing display, though they burned with terrifying heat. As he released the tiger seal, the fireballs vanished, leaving only wisps of smoke. The people nearby, having witnessed his fire-style technique, began clapping in admiration. Great job. Yujao patted his head with a smile, like an older sister. Congratulations. Itachi gave a slight nod, his face showing a faint smile but no significant emotional change. At this moment, Yuki entered lecture mode. Although the Demon Lantern Jutsu is classified as a C-rank jutsu, like the Great Fireball Jutsu, it's rarely practiced in Hidden Leaf Village. But for you to master it without any guidance is quite impressive. With more training, you'll be able to control the fireballs without maintaining the hand seal. Keep pushing your limits. In fact, Yuki didn't reveal all the information he knew about the Demon Lantern Jutsu, not wanting to damage Kagami's confidence. Its advantage as a C-rank jutsu is its simplicity. Its hand seals are even easier than those of the Great Fireball Jutsu, making it more accessible. However, despite the impressive number of fireballs surrounding the user, the technique has significant weaknesses. It's slow and lacks explosive power. In ancient military strategy, it's said, move as swiftly as the wind, stay as still as the forest, attack as fiercely as fire, remain as unyielding as a mountain, hard to detect as shadows, strike like thunder. These principles accurately describe the strengths of various ninjutsu styles. The Demon Lantern Jutsu, however, doesn't fulfill the attack as fiercely as fire aspect, which is why it was largely abandoned in Hidden Leaf Village. Today, it's mostly practiced by lower-ranking ninjas from lesser villages, such as Kusa. So, he couldn't understand why Kagami chose to train in a technique rarely used in Hidden Leaf Village. But since he had already succeeded, Yuki refrained from further comment and offered some encouragement instead. Yuki wasn't aware of Kagami's true motivation for mastering the Demon Lantern technique. The dozen fireballs summoned by the technique were actually a mere distraction. The real secret lay in two specific fireballs hidden among them. These two fireballs were infused with the power of his authority over flame spirits. The Demon Lantern fireballs not only served as a distraction but also forced enemies into positions that made them vulnerable to his spirits, increasing the chances of a direct hit. With these two flames, the Demon Lantern Jutsu became more than just an ordinary fire-style jutsu. As Yuki led Team 2 in their training at the field, a messenger hawk suddenly flew overhead, crying out. Seeing it, he immediately ended the training and gathered the team to head to the Hokage's office. Looks like we're needed. To the Hokage's office, double time. He commanded. The four of them arrived at the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen had been waiting. A tribute from the Land of Frost is being sent to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. It's currently approaching the northern border of the Land of Fire. Your mission is to meet the team transporting the tribute at the northern border and escort it safely to the daimyo's mansion. Although this is an escort mission within the Land of Fire, the amount of tribute is substantial. You understand the importance, don't you? Yuki nodded seriously, aware of the gravity of the task. This isn't just about protecting a tribute. It's about maintaining delicate diplomatic relations. The Land of Frost, bordering the northern part of the Land of Fire, is a small but wealthy nation, lacking its own ninja village but rich in maritime trade. To secure the protection of the Land of Fire, the Land of Frost regularly pays tribute to it. If anything were to go wrong during the transport, it could lead to a diplomatic crisis between the two nations. The Land of Fire might suspect the Land of Frost of leaking information about the tribute, allowing it to be stolen and returned to the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost might then suspect that the Land of Fire staged the theft to demand another tribute payment. In the worst-case scenario, this could lead to a breakdown in relations between the two nations, possibly pushing the Land of Frost to seek protection from one of the other 5 great nations. Thus, under no circumstances could they fail this mission. One more thing, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but given the importance of this mission, an Anbu will be accompanying you in secret. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Samon suddenly leaped down from the ceiling, exchanged a nod with Yuki and disappeared using a body flicker technique. Judging by his hair color, Kagami could already guess who it was. Kakashi. After accepting the mission, they left the office. Go home, pack essentials only. Meet at the village gate in 10 minutes. Not a second later, Yuki commanded. As usual before heading out on a mission, Kagami prepared his tools and gear at home, leaving a note for his brother about the mission before departing. Kunai, check. Shuriken, check. Food pills. Better pack extra. Spidey, healthy. However, just as he was about to step out the door, he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Something's not right. He recalled a thread of vision he had seen recently that made him question the current situation. The Land of Frost paying tribute to the Land of Fire made sense, as it was for protection. But according to that thread, there was an instance where the Mizukage had personally spoken with the daimyo of the Land of Frost. If the Land of Frost had been paying tribute to the Land of Fire, then why was the Mizukage involved? Shouldn't it have been the Hokage? There was only one explanation. At some point, the Land of Frost had switched alliances and started paying tribute to the Land of Water instead, leading to the Mizukage personally escorting its daimyo. In other words, the relationship between the Land of Frost and the Land of Fire eventually broke down. If this escort mission didn't go well, it could be the catalyst for that very breakdown. Thinking about the future events, he realized that if the Land of Fire lost the wealthy Land of Frost as an ally, both the country and Hidden Leaf Village would suffer significant losses, while the Land of Water and the other villages would stand to gain. Considering who currently controlled the Mizukage, an ominous feeling welled up in Kagami's heart. Was history about to change today? Sword of Damocles, I'll be damned. In the lush, green forest, Team 2 was speeding towards the northern border of the Land of Fire. They had to arrive just in time to meet up with the convoy transporting tribute gold at the border. The timing had to be perfect, neither too early nor late. Keep pace, team, Yuki called out, his voice carrying over the rush of wind. We can't afford to be late or early. Our first real escort mission. I can't wait to see some action. Remember, Yujao, our priority is protection, not combat, Itachi reminded her calmly. Kagami added quietly, sometimes, the less action, the better. If they notified too early, the transport schedule of the tribute gold might be leaked. If they notified too late, the gold might not be delivered on time, increasing the risk of it being robbed. In fact, before this mission was assigned to the Anbu and Team 2, the only person in Hidden Leaf Village who knew about the tribute transport was the third Hokage. However, according to Kagami's estimation, more than just Hiruzen and those directly involved in the mission were aware of the transport route and timing. The one-eyed Uchiha likely knew as well. With Black Zetsu's intelligence-gathering abilities, obtaining information about the tribute from the Land of Frost would have been a breeze. Choosing to strike during this tribute transport had immense benefits for him. He had now evolved into a cold, emotionless tool. Anyone or anything that opposed his plans was considered an enemy. The most direct benefit of robbing the tribute would be acquiring a substantial amount of gold. Akatsuki's current goal was to gather vast sums of money to prepare for future plans. Secondly, weakening the Land of Fire would push the wealthy Land of Frost towards the Land of Water, indirectly strengthening Kiri, which he controlled. Lastly, it would also provide the opportunity to kill Itachi's teammates, helping him awaken the Sharingan, which would be a valuable asset to Akatsuki. At this point, Itachi had not yet awakened his Sharingan. Though his talent was impressive, the activation of the Sharingan had little to do with natural ability, it required intense emotional stimulus. Considering all these benefits, it was hard to tell how many goals the one-eyed Uchiha was hitting with just this one move. While leaping through the trees, Kagami glanced at the forest beside them. In the shadows of the tree canopies, he could vaguely make out several dark figures following them towards the northern border. Will they be enough to delay him? Although the Anbu were escorting the mission, he knew they wouldn't be enough to face him. Moreover, the one-eyed Uchiha probably had ways to handle the Anbu. In the end, it would be up to Team 2, a ragtag group, to truly face him. He had anticipated this situation ever since the teams were divided, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Yuki gathered the team for a final briefing. Remember, timing is crucial. We meet the convoy at the border, not a minute too soon or too late. Arriving at the northern border, Team 2 successfully met up with the convoy just as it reached the national boundary. From there, they were responsible for escorting the tribute convoy to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. The cart carrying the tribute from the Land of Frost was being pulled by a massive black boar, much stronger than ordinary horses, indicating just how enormous the tribute this time was. No wonder the one-eyed Uchiha set his sights on it. The guard captain was relieved as Team 2 approached. Ah, Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi. Right on time. Yuki nodded professionally. We'll take it from here. Any issues during your journey? As the guard captain shook his head, Kagami continued to scan their surroundings. The real challenge begins now. Where are you? At the beginning of the journey, everything was peaceful. But after completing nearly half of the route, the inevitable finally happened. Boom. Bang. Two explosions suddenly echoed from the forest on either side of the mountain road. The Anbu, led by Kakashi, immediately moved to higher ground and saw thick black smoke rising from two spots within the forest. What should we do, Captain? One of the Anbu members asked. After a brief moment, Kakashi replied, there are no enemies near the tribute convoy at the moment. We can investigate these two locations first. If there are enemies, eliminate them quickly. Don't let any potential threats approach the convoy. Understood. Several dark figures disappeared into the forest, the rustling sound of their movements fading away, all of which Kagami noticed. As expected, they're being led away. Anbu, so predictable. Kakashi's judgment was not wrong. The Anbu had been maintaining vigilance around the convoy the whole time and knew for a fact that there was no one nearby. Under these circumstances, it was correct for the Anbu to check for potential external threats. But the key issue was that this enemy was not an ordinary one. Even if the Anbu confirmed there was no one around, this person could appear out of nowhere. Just like now. A man suddenly walked out from the bushes in front of the convoy, without any warning, and stood in the middle of the road, blocking their path. He had an air of confidence, as if he owned the place. This person wore a black kimono, with a black bodysuit underneath, loose black hair, and an orange-black swirl-patterned mask covering one eye. He also carried a katana at his waist. Though his attire was unusual, and he carried a katana that he probably wouldn't use, there was only one person in the current shinobi world who could appear out of nowhere in an area the Anbu had already checked and rob a heavily fortified tribute convoy. How could I have forgotten the name? Obito. Standing in the middle of the road, Obito remained silent as he slowly drew his katana, making his intentions clear. The four members of Team 2 immediately moved to protect the tribute cart, with the three Gainins forming a triangle formation around it, and Yuki himself standing at the front. The samurai hired by the Land of Frost, however, directly charged at Obito with their blades drawn. For the honor of the Land of Frost. One samurai cried out as they rushed forward. Ah! Ah! Two cries, each carrying a different meaning. The first ah was the war cry of the samurai, shouting as they rushed to cut down their enemy in one go. The second ah was the scream of the samurai as their bodies were sliced open by Obito's blade, watching in horror as their own bodies split apart before their very eyes. He hacked and slashed through the group of samurai with ease, like a predator in a field of helpless prey. Although he wasn't particularly skilled with long weapons, eliminating these small fry was a simple task. Brave, but stupid, he muttered. Let me show you true swordsmanship. The brutal slaughter unfolded before Team 2's eyes. In no time, the last samurai fell to the ground, leaving only the four members of Team 2 standing. Seeing that the only ones left were shinobi, Obito sheathed the katana, knowing that for him, it was a hindrance. Warm-up's over, he said calmly. Now for the main event. You. Yuki raised his kunai in front of him, taking up a defensive stance as he cautiously asked, are you a shinobi? During the previous battle, Yuki had been carefully observing this masked bandit. He had somehow evaded the Anbu's detection, dared to challenge a tribute convoy protected by shinobi, and had the skill to quickly slaughter samurai who were already considered strong among ordinary people. All of this was enough to show that the man before them was no ordinary bandit. In response to Yuki's question, Obito plainly replied, "So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Either way, you're all going to die. Who I am doesn't matter to you anymore. Team 2, protect the cart at all costs," Yuki commanded. "I'll handle him. Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi." How predictable. Obito chuckled. Chapter 98, Team 2, Preparation is King. Obito didn't waste any more words and directly charged towards Yuki. Based on his understanding of Hidden Leaf Village, the only person with real combat ability in this ninja squad was the leading Jonin. As long as he could quickly defeat this Jonin, the entire mission to seize the tribute on the gold transport cart would be as good as won. Seeing the enemy before him neither drawing his sword nor using a kunai to confront him, but instead rushing towards him with no defense, Yuki was slightly surprised. As the two closed in, reaching a distance where they could touch each other, he struck first, swinging his kunai horizontally towards Obito's mask. The kunai made direct contact with Obito's head without any obstruction, but there was no sensation of hitting something. Yuki could only watch as the kunai passed right through his head. What? When did he cast a Ganjutsu? Not only that, due to the momentum of his body, he didn't stop in time and was about to collide with the enemy's body, but Obito's form passed straight through him as well. He was startled and immediately realized this could only be Ganjutsu, because in his knowledge, no other jutsu could achieve such an effect. Where? As he looked around, searching for the real body, he suddenly felt a hand touch his right shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that the body which should have been an illusion was now standing right behind him, with a hand on his shoulder. "Looking for me, Jonin?" Obito asked mockingly. "I'm right here." What's more, in the single eye of the mask, a vortex of twisted space was spinning and deepening, as though it was going to suck him into the black hole of the mask. What kind of jutsu is this? Yuki wanted to struggle and escape, but his body wouldn't obey. He was almost completely paralyzed, barely able to move. Got him. Just as Obito was inwardly declaring victory, two kunai flew from behind, aimed at his head. He had no choice but to turn intangible to avoid the kunai, which interrupted the process of absorbing Yuki. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuki immediately broke free from Obito's grip, jumping back to recover his combat stance. He nodded gratefully to his students. "Good work, you guys. Stay alert." Obito's visible eye narrowed in irritation. "Pesky Genin. Know your place." He then turned his gaze toward the ones who had thrown the kunai. From the residual motion of their hands, it was clear that the sneak attack came from the two younger Genin in the group. One of the Genin looked ordinary, while the other wore the distinctive dark blue short-sleeved attire of the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha? At such a young age? He must have some talent, though his eyes are not sharp enough. While most people couldn't tell whether an Uchiha had activated their Sharingan or not, Obito could see that this Uchiha had not activated his Sharingan. The Akatsuki organization is in need of talent, and he might one day be of use to me. I'll help you. He knew exactly what it took to awaken the Sharingan, a strong emotional stimulus. If he killed his teammate, it would surely trigger the awakening. With this in mind, he no longer held back and used the body flicker jutsu to appear behind Yuki. He's fast. I can't. Before Yuki could raise his kunai, Obito had already slashed his back. He had intended to capture this Jonin alive, as both his information and body would be valuable to Akatsuki, but to awaken the Uchiha boy's Sharingan, he had to give up on that plan. A pity. You might have been useful alive. His blade cut through Yuki's flesh. A bloody gash appeared on his back, and he immediately lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, his fate unknown. Sensei. No. Yujao cried out. Itachi's eyes widened. How could he? Their usually strong and capable teacher had been taken down so easily by the masked man. But the masked man didn't stop after defeating Yuki. He turned towards the Genin. Now, which one of you wants to join your sensei first? Obito moved toward Yujao, who stood at the forefront of the triangular formation. Her hands holding the sword trembled slightly, but she still charged toward him. He didn't even move as he blocked her attack with a single slash, and then followed up with a horizontal slash towards her. Foolish little girl, he mocked, his blade meeting hers. Yujao, thanks to her training in the Hidden Leaf Village swordsmanship style, managed to parry his strike, but the force was so great that it sent her flying off to the side of the road. Struggling to her feet, she stared in horror as the enemy approached her. She tried to raise her sword again, but her body wouldn't respond. I can still fight. On top of that, Her hands were still in pain from Obito's earlier strike, and every time she tried to pick up her sword, she couldn't hold on to it. The blade kept slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Though the girl before him was still young, he showed no mercy. In his heart, only Rin was worthy of compassion. After glancing to the side to confirm that the Uchiha boy could clearly see what was happening, Obito raised his sword and slashed toward Yujao's head. Watch closely, young Uchiha. This is the cruel reality of the shinobi world. As Yujao saw the sword descending towards her, the cold gleam of the blade filled her vision. She saw herself decapitated, her head rolling on the ground. Move. Move. This feeling of facing death head-on was something she had never experienced since becoming a ninja. In the moment just before death, one could predict their state after death. When a ninja's brain becomes unrestricted and envisions this scene, they completely lose the ability to react and can only await the arrival of death. But just as Obito's sword was about to sever Yujao's neck, another kunai flew past his head. The timing of this kunai's attack forced him to turn intangible again, canceling his sword strike in the process. Obito's sword only left a small scratch on the side of Yujao's neck, the rest of the attack being nullified by his intangibility. Even so, she had tasted the full terror of death. With the sword having grazed her throat, her fear reached its peak, and her mind could no longer take it. She collapsed, unconscious. Obito then turned toward the one who had thrown the kunai. Earlier, it was Itachi trying to ambush him, inadvertently interrupting his absorption. But this time, it was that ordinary-looking genin. What's going on? Was the interruption just a coincidence? But why did it happen at such a perfect moment? Could it be that he figured out the mechanics of my kami when I fought the Jonin? Obito had always believed that his jutsu was complex enough. Until now, the only one who had understood its mysteries after a short confrontation was the fourth Hokage. Even though he had seen through it after just one encounter, Minato was once his teacher and the fourth Hokage, with experience and talent far beyond what this genin could possess. So, was it just a coincidence? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish. Obito shifted his target from the unconscious Yujao and started walking toward Kagami. After confirming with the two kunai attacks earlier, Kagami was now 100% sure that the masked man was Obito. He had trained hard for this day, and finally, his ninjutsu would prove useful. Fire style, Demon Lantern. Kagami formed the tiger hand sign, and several fireballs materialized around him, surrounding Obito as they charged toward him. Humphrey, such a level jutsu? Obito snorted softly, immediately making his body intangible. The fireballs passed through him without causing any harm. A fire technique with such weak speed and power would never hit me. After dodging the fireballs, he continued advancing toward Kagami. But before he could lift his foot, the fireballs suddenly returned, aiming at his body again. He had no choice but to turn intangible once more to avoid the attack. Just as he dodged the fireballs again, they attacked him once more, forcing him to stay intangible again. Damn this brat. What kind of technique is this? Ordinary fire techniques rely on explosive power and speed, and though their damage and accuracy are generally high, they are useless against someone like him. But the fire style, Demon Lantern technique allows for continuous attacks as long as the tiger sign is held, even if each strike is relatively weak. The continuous nature of the assault, however, was highly troublesome. This looping attack left Obito unable to perform any other jutsu because while intangible, he couldn't cast techniques, he could only use his body in its most basic form to approach his target. Each time he tried to run toward Kagami, the boy would maintain his hand sign and retreat, always keeping a safe distance from him. A peculiar situation emerged on the battlefield. Fireballs continuously passed through Obito's body without causing damage, yet he felt like he was running in circles, chasing Kagami with no result. Damn it, at this rate. He was fully aware of his ability's weakness. While he could easily dodge the attacks, he couldn't keep avoiding them for more than 5 minutes. As soon as 5 minutes passed, he would have to stop being intangible, and at that moment, he would no longer be invincible. This seemingly weak fire technique was actually perfectly suited to counter his abilities. What he didn't know was that the fire style, Demon Lantern, was specifically designed and trained by Kagami to counter him. The jutsu wasn't just hiding the essence of the flame spirit, it was honed precisely to deal with Obito. Before, Yuki had thought that Kagami hadn't mastered the jutsu since he couldn't use it without holding the tiger hand sign. But in reality, that was a deliberate choice by him. He had pushed this simple C-rank jutsu to its limit. The sign wasn't used to cast the technique but to control the fireballs in continuous attacks. Kagami had conducted hundreds of experiments to perfect this jutsu for countering Obito. Through careful calculations, he had determined that to maintain the constant attack loop, he needed to control precisely 17 fireballs at once. He also calculated the chakra consumption of controlling 17 fireballs in high-frequency attacks for 5 minutes. To meet this chakra requirement, Kagami fed Spidey a lot. The current Kagami possessed far more chakra than a typical Genin, and could maintain the attack on Nobito for 5 full minutes. Damn it, I didn't expect this brat to be so troublesome. If I had known, I would have dealt with him first. Obito regretted not taking care of Kagami during the initial body flicker jutsu. Now, his body couldn't become tangible, leaving him unable to use any ninjutsu. In reality, even if Obito got near Kagami, he wouldn't pose much of a threat. Kagami just didn't want to get too close to the fireballs and burn himself. Although he was immune to the heat of the flame spirit, he couldn't resist the heat of ordinary fireballs. Despite the fact that killing this Genin should have been as easy as crushing a bug, Obito found himself completely at a loss, growing more frustrated by the second. What angered him even more was that this no-name Genin had developed a tactic against him. The fireballs, once scattered and wild, now circled Obito in a tight ring under Kagami's control. Their relentless assault left him no opening to become tangible. If he released his intangibility for even a moment, the fireballs would explode inside him, a sensation he knew would be excruciating. He was now regretting his over-reliance on his eyes' intangibility. I've let my other skills dull, Obito realized, memories of Madara's harsh training flashing through his mind. No matter how well Kagami had trained the fire style, Demon Lantern, the fireballs could never catch up to Obito's body flicker jutsu over long distances. But he had become too dependent on his intangibility, always choosing to dodge attacks with it, and now he was stuck in this predicament. The fire ring continued to fly through his intangible body. It seemed that until Kagami deactivated the jutsu, he would remain unable to move. Just when Itachi, who didn't fully understand the situation, thought that Obito couldn't handle Kagami, Obito suddenly ran toward a nearby tree, merging his body with the trunk. The 17 fireballs and the fire ring passed through part of his body but couldn't avoid crashing into the tree. The fireballs collided with a large tree, causing a massive explosion. Seizing this opportunity, Obito used the body flicker technique to charge directly at Kagami, launching a punch with his right hand. Now, you're mine. Seeing Kagami's terrified expression as Obito appeared suddenly in front of him, a satisfied smile formed beneath his mask. But then, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in front of Kagami. The fire emerged like a ghost, without any hand signs or preparation time, materializing directly in front of Kagami's face, precisely where his punch was heading. In that critical moment, he didn't have time to turn intangible, and his right hand slammed into the unexpected fire. The flames erupted instantly, and through the fire, Obito saw Kagami's lips curl into a subtle smile. Chapter 99, Team 2, Recovery Boom. Boom. A series of massive explosions echoed from the direction of the gold transport team, immediately snapping the group of Enbu ninjas out of their struggle with the enemy. Kakashi turned his head toward the source of the explosions. Those explosions. No, it can't be. The gold transport team. Though he didn't know why the team was targeted, he understood that the most urgent task now was to return and secure the mission's objective. If anything happened to the gold transport team, then everything else would be meaningless. All Anbu, return with me immediately. On the treetops, several ninjas wearing animal masks faced off against two figures in black, standing on nearby branches. Even though they were reluctant to leave, if the mission target was stolen, capturing these two individuals would be pointless. Moreover, these two opponents, though they hadn't revealed their identities, were clearly formidable, and whether they could even capture them was uncertain. Thus, they retreated one by one, leaving the two figures in black on the opposite treetops. They've left. Should we continue the pursuit? One of the black-clad figures asked. The other figure shook their head. No need. Our only mission target is the tribute gold. As long as we delay them long enough for the others to succeed, that's enough. The first figure scoffed. What's the point of this world if I can't enjoy the thrill of hunting and killing my prey? Carrying out missions is just a way to indulge in that thrill. No, you're wrong. The second figure's voice turned cold. The only thing that matters in this world is money. And if you keep wasting my time playing hunting games with the enemy during missions, I might end up killing you too. TCH. The two figures in black also retreated calmly, and the forest returned to silence. Back with the gold transport team, a series of blood-curdling screams pierced the sky. The scene was pure chaos. Bodies of fallen samurai littered the ground, their blood staining the earth red. Amber-colored flames splattered from Obito's right hand, and with massive heat, the fire began to engulf his entire arm. He immediately backed off, instinctively flailing his arm desperately, trying to shake off the flames. But no matter how much he flailed, the fire merely danced with the wind, showing no signs of dying down. Through his heightened senses, He realized that the flames burning on his arm were not ordinary. Normal fire consumes the material it burns, but these amber flames gave him a strange sense of corrosion. It was as if the fire wasn't simply consuming fuel, but was eroding his entire arm, possibly even his whole body, down to nothing. What kind of jutsu is this? The agonizing feeling of his arm being slowly eaten away became unbearable for him. Drawing his sword with his other hand, he swiftly severed his right arm. Damn you! Obito screamed with fury. You'll pay for this, Hidden Leaf Village. The sleeve of his black robe was already burned to ashes. In the amber glow, his now dismembered arm began to char and turn to carbon. Damn it! Clutching the wound on his right shoulder, he glared at his severed arm on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Kagami. More than the loss of his arm, what gnawed at him was that he had fallen for such a simple tactic. From the forest beside the road came rustling sounds. Obito glanced to the side, realizing the Anbu were returning. TCH. Reinforcements already? This mission is a failure in his current state. He knew he couldn't stay any longer. He had no choice but to retreat. He stabbed the severed arm with his sword, then began to use the ability of his right eye to absorb his body. Kagami, knowing Obito was about to flee, quickly retrieved the flame spirit just as Obito disappeared. Within seconds, he completely vanished into the swirling vortex. By the time Kakashi and the other Anbu arrived, they were greeted with the wreckage of the gold transport team. Though all the samurai hired by the Land of Frost had been killed, the tribute gold remained untouched. Of the 4 members of the team too, only Yuki himself was gravely injured but still alive, while Yujao had fainted. Kagami and Itachi were unharmed. Kakashi took command of the situation. Secure the gold, he ordered. We're continuing the mission. Team 2, fall back to the village for medical attention. The Anbunintas continued the gold transport mission. After basic first aid, Yuki was taken back to the village for treatment by his remaining squad members. With that, the entire Team 2 withdrew from the mission. In a pitch-black cave, a distorted vortex of space appeared out of nowhere. From within the vortex, a disheveled figure with a charred arm tumbled out, rolling onto the ground. All this mess over a mission to rob tribute gold? How did you end up in such a sorry state? The voice came from a bizarre figure, half white and half black, with the lower half of its body submerged underground. Obito, lying in pain on the ground, looked at the figure making sarcastic remarks and commanded, "Hurry up and heal me." Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from the ground, moving over to his side. Seeing his severed arm, they immediately knew what to do. White Zetsu bent down, allowing the left side of his body to lean toward him. His left hand pressed against the wound on Obito's right shoulder. A miraculous sight unfolded. Grayish-white liquid oozed from White Zetsu's fingertips, flowing on to Obito's shoulder like a living substance. The liquid accumulated more and more, and as it grew, it began to take shape. Then, the white liquid solidified, forming a new arm on his right shoulder. Once the healing was complete, Black Zetsu picked up Obito's charred right arm, with White Zetsu commenting, "Good thing the injured part was the body cultivated from Hashirama cells. Even a severed arm can easily be regenerated, otherwise. But to force you to cut off your own arm, that must have been quite an opponent, right?" Black Zetsu asked in a raspy voice. Obito pushed himself up with his new arm and tested its range of motion. Satisfied that it functioned properly, he finally spoke. He used a strange fire-style technique. Continuous attacks that happened to counter my abilities. But what's more unusual is that he covered his own face with the flames without getting burned. And that kind of inescapable fire. His voice trailed off, his mind replaying the battle. I was careless. He didn't mention that it was a genin who pushed him to such extremes. You've been away from the village for so long. Maybe it's some new jutsu developed by Hidden Leaf Village, White Zetsu mused. A new jutsu. Obito didn't want to believe that, but for now, it seemed like the only plausible explanation. Maybe. Sensei, we've come to visit you. A purple-haired girl holding a bouquet of flowers pushed open the door to the hospital room, followed by 2 shorter boys. Yujao's voice was gentle, her eyes bright with concern as she entered. Sorry to trouble you all, Yuki said, his voice weak but warm. Itachi shook his head. No trouble at all, you're our teacher after all. Yujao smiled as she placed the flowers into a vase, then sat down on an empty hospital bed along with Itachi and Kagami. As they talked, Yuki shared his recovery progress. His voice grew stronger as he spoke. Lady Tsunoda's skills are truly miraculous. I feel better already. Although he had been slashed in the back, he had been wearing a ninja vest that offered some protection, preventing any fatal injuries. With Tsunoda's treatment, he was now almost self-sufficient after just a few days, though he still needed some time to fully recover before returning to his duties. Lady Tsunoda? Kagami asked with a questioning tone, curious as to why Tsunade would be in the village. Lady Tsunade is the only female among the Sannin. Her medical ninjutsu is world-renowned, and she's returned to the village this time to take on an apprentice, Yuki explained. However, she only accepts female disciples, so you two have no chance. His gaze shifted between Kagami and Itachi. But Yujao, you still have a chance. Yuki suddenly turned to Yujao with a serious expression, catching her off guard. Me? Yes. Yuki nodded firmly, then lowered his head somewhat apologetically. My performance this time almost put everyone in danger. Maybe I'm just not suited to be a Jonin captain. No, you're just too weak, Kagami's face remaining impassive. Lady Tsunade's abilities speak for themselves. If you could become her apprentice, Yujao, your future would be much brighter. Don't worry. Just as Yuki was about to continue, Yujao immediately interrupted him. Sensei, please stop. We are also responsible for the near failure of this mission. Hey, that's your responsibility. I barely survived. Especially me. I passed out from fear in front of the enemy. It was such an embarrassment. So I need to work harder on this, honing both my skills and my willpower. As she spoke, Yujao raised the katana in her hand. She believed that the person behind the gold tribute heist was a skilled swordsman. In truth, aside from Kagami, none of them knew anything about the enemy, and Hidden Leaf Village had found no clues in their investigation regarding the enemy's identity. The only lead, severed limbs that could help Hidden Leaf Village track the enemy, had been taken by Obito himself. All they knew was that the culprit behind the heist was a strange masked ninja wielding a katana and his two dark-clad accomplices. And it's not all bad news. After all, Itachi awakened the Sharingan. Yujao glanced at Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan had been noticed by Kagami on the way back. Though Itachi hadn't directly witnessed the death of a teammate, he had still awakened the Sharingan, albeit with only one tomoe. Yujao's words moved Yuki deeply, and tears began to stream down his slightly pale face. Meeting you all has been such a blessing. In the Hokage's office, the frail, elderly Hiruzen stood in front of Tsunade. Here, these are the applications from people in the village wanting to be your apprentice. Hiruzen handed a thick stack of application forms to Tsunade. Why are there so many? She complained, shaking her head. What a hassle. If it weren't for you forcing me to come back and take on an apprentice, I'd still be out. Gambling, right? Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Tsunade's gambling habit was far too similar to the first Hokage's. Since the fourth Hokage's sacrifice and Orochimaru's departure, two of the Sannin's legacies have been left behind. So you know what I mean, right? There was an undeniable firmness in Hiruzen's tone, one that left Tsunade with no room to argue with her former teacher. Fine, old man. Oh, by the way, have you gotten over your hemophobia yet? Hiruzen suddenly changed the topic. Tsunade didn't reply, only shaking her head silently, her eyes downcast. Perfect timing. You can take an apprentice to handle any surgeries that involve blood. Go on, there should be someone suitable for you among these applicants. As Tsunade left with a stack of applications, Hiruzen watched her go and sighed. Perhaps this will be the push she needs to heal old wounds. In a hotel room, Tsunade was carefully going through the applications. All of them were from females, as that was her only requirement. Having a female apprentice would not only be more convenient for long-term living arrangements, but women generally had better chakra control talent than men. Apart from that, though, the applicants were a mixed bag of all kinds. Some were older than Tsunade herself, likely wanting to learn her youth-preserving techniques. Others were too young, and she didn't want the hassle of taking care of a child while she went on her intense training journeys. Too old, too young, too eager. Don't these people have lives? She flipped through the applications. With so many options, she was becoming overwhelmed. In truth, she wasn't sure what kind of apprentice she wanted. Having been away from the village for so many years, she didn't know most of the new generation of Kunoichi. The applications only provided basic information, and it was hard to determine if someone had the potential for medical ninjutsu from just a few details. As she stared at the thick stack of forms, Tsunade grew increasingly frustrated. Forget it. I'll just pick someone I recognize. After flipping through about half of the forms, Tsunade finally spotted a familiar face. This is... The photo showed a girl with short black hair, looking pure and quiet. Her name matched her appearance, Shizune. Tsunade recalled her former lover, Dan, mentioning a niece named Shizune during a family visit. Must be Dan's niece. She's grown into a fine young woman. 18, a chunin, well, not bad. You're it. Tsunade decisively set Shizune's application aside. Perhaps out of boredom, she continued flipping through the applications, passing the time. Might as well see who else is desperate enough to want me as a teacher. Suddenly, she stopped. Another familiar face appeared on the next form. Long purple hair tied up, and a somewhat boyish yet strong face. Tsunade recognized this one too. Her eyes widened in surprise. Orochimaru's disciple. Mitarashi huh? Chapter 100, The Slug's Adventure, Tensaku Town. Are you sure about these two? Hiruzen held his pipe and pointed at the two application forms Tsunade had just submitted. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. Hiruzen exhaled a large puff of smoke and said, it's understandable for Shizune. After all, she's Don's niece. But this Mitarashi, she used to be Orochimaru's student. But didn't Orochimaru erase her memories? Tsunade asked. Yes, he did, Hiruzen nodded. Since he defected, her personality has changed. She hardly speaks. And even though she's cleared of suspicion, it's difficult for others in the village to approach her. This past year must have been quite hard on her. Taking her out of the village with you might actually be good for her. But I never thought you'd care about Orochimaru's student, Hiruzen added, a hint of teasing in his tone. Tsunade blushed and quickly retorted, I'm not concerned about Orochimaru's student at all. Knock. Knock. Come in, Hiruzen called after putting away his pipe. Two Kunoichi entered the Hokage's office. One had traditional, neat short hair and was dressed in a purple-fitted kimono, giving her a pure and gentle appearance. The other was dressed more masculinely, in short-sleeved men's clothing and shorts that seemed ill-fitting, making her chest look more pronounced in the men's shirt. These are Shizune and Anko, Hiruzen introduced, gesturing to each in turn. And this is Tsunade. Both Shizune and Anko respectfully bowed. Becoming an excellent medical ninja is not easy. It requires both innate talent and hard work. To determine if you have the potential to become medical ninjas, I will be testing both of you for 1 month. At the end of the test, only one of you will be able to stay and become my apprentice. Understood? Neither Shizune nor Anko objected to Tsunade's words and obediently nodded. Next, she laid down some rules for the two of them, her tone softening slightly but still maintaining an air of authority. During this month, you had to listen to me no matter what, and both of you needed to learn to observe and understand my needs. For example, if I'm tired, you should immediately find a place for us to stay. If I'm thirsty, you should bring me tea. When I bathe, you'll scrub my back. When we travel, you'll carry my luggage, and when we eat, ahem, Hiruzen interrupted her with a cough, his face slightly red. Are you really recruiting apprentices? This sounds more like you're hiring servants. He shook his head slightly. That should be enough, Tsunade said, satisfied. If you understand, pack your things and get ready to leave. Leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade led Shizune and Anko to a nearby town called Tensaku, known for its busy shopping district. The journey was filled with an excited tension, Shizune and Anko exchanging nervous glances as they followed their new master. By evening, they arrived at Tensaku town. Although Hidden Leaf Village also had a shopping district, it was nothing compared to Tensaku, especially with the many gambling dens and entertainment venues lining the area. Seeing the scantily clad women standing in front of the pink-curtained doorways, trying to attract customers, both Shizune and Anko blushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Anko, in particular, with her bold, masculine appearance, was mistaken by these women as a beautiful young boy. Why don't you come in and take a look? One woman called out. We've got something nice inside too, another added with a wink. Anko had encountered such situations during previous missions, but they were always brief encounters. This time, however, it seemed Tsunade was intentionally leading them around Tensaku, as if searching for something. Not this again. Why can't they see I'm the woman? Anko's cheeks burnt with embarrassment. She tugged at her shirt self-consciously, acutely aware of how her appearance was being perceived. Here we are. I have a feeling my luck will be great today. Tsunade then stopped in front of a doorway. She lifted the curtain and walked in, leaving her two apprentices no choice but to follow. Shizune and Anko looked up and saw the signboard read the Golden Kunai. So we had traveled all this way from Hidden Leaf Village just for her to gamble? Shizune exchanged a worried glance with Anko. The interior was dimly lit and smoky. Tsunade smiled confidently and made her way to a poker table. The dealer shuffled the cards. The game is Texas Hold'em. Minimum bet is 100 ryo. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Tsunade pushed forward a stack of chips. 1,000 ryo. A man with a mustache chuckled. You sure you want to start that high? Can't keep up? Tsunade smirked. Ha ha ha. Alright, you're on. As the game progressed, Shizune and Anko stood behind Tsunade, trying to remain inconspicuous while observing the scene. Something's not right here. Anko saw another lucky hand go to Tsunade. She won several hands in a row, her pile of chips growing steadily. See? I told you my luck was good today, she said over her shoulder, grinning at her apprentices. Her initial wins had bolstered her confidence, and she was betting more aggressively with each hand. Full house! Tsunade exclaimed, revealing her cards with a grin. The other players groaned as she raked in a substantial pot. But then, her luck began to turn. Her wins became less frequent, and her stack of chips dwindled steadily. This is it. I can feel it. All in, she declared. Some folded, others out her all-in bet. The dealer slowly revealed the community cards. Tsunade's face fell as the final card was turned over, her hope for flush nowhere in sight. House wins, the dealer announced, revealing a full house. Tsunade slumped in her chair. Shizune whispered, Tsunade-sama, perhaps we should call it tonight? No, not yet. I was so close. Just a few more hands and I'll turn this around. Tsunade stood outside the gambling den, her fists clenched in frustration. Damn it. I was so close to winning big. I'll definitely come back to this place. There's no way I'll keep losing. She declared her intention to return, while Shizune and Anko looked at each other, speechless. While Tsunade was gambling, the two had been secretly observing the owner of the den, whose smile never left his face. They had noticed the subtle signals between the dealer and other players, the two convenient shuffles that always seemed to favor the house. Several times, Shizune and Anko wanted to intervene and teach those swindlers a lesson, but remembering Tsunade's instruction to obey her while outside, they held back their impulses. I could teach those cheaters a lesson they'd never forget, but Anko restrained herself, honoring Tsunade's orders. Let's rest for the night, Tsunade said. Welcome. How many rooms for the night? The innkeeper asked. One for me, one for the girls, Tsunade replied casually. The innkeeper nodded, making a note in his book. That'll be 4,900 ryo. Thank you. The innkeeper extended his hands toward Tsunade, assuming, from the way she carried herself, that she was the wealthy employer and the other two were just her assistants. However, she spread her hands and said, with a hint of embarrassment, I lost all my money at the gambling den. The innkeeper's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing slightly. He turned to Shizune, who was slightly older, expecting her to pay. Shizune froze, her cheeks flushing as she realized she had hurriedly left the village and didn't have enough money with her. I'll pay. Anko pulled out her wallet and handed a large bill to the innkeeper. Wow. How do you have so much money? Shizune asked, peeking at Anko's wallet, which was full of large bills, more than what most average families in Hidden Leaf Village could save. Anko was secretly rich? Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. These are from missions I did with, Anko began to say, but quickly corrected herself. I mean, from missions I've completed. Though Anko didn't finish her sentence, Tsunade understood. Orochimaru used to take Anko on missions, which were often high-level and well-paid, so it was no surprise that she had more money than her peers. At least Orochimaru took care of his student financially. After dinner, Tsunade opened her suitcase and took out 2 scrolls, handing them to Shizune and Anko respectively. These are medical scrolls that can help novice medical ninjas better control their chakra, she explained. Next, she knocked out 2 live carp that she had received from the innkeeper and placed them on the opened scrolls. The fishes flopped weakly. Your task is to revive these fishes from a near-death state. The usual method is to stimulate their heart and brain with chakra. One wrong move, and you'll kill them. If you were Gainian, I would give you 3 months to master this basic medical technique. But since you're both Chunin, I'll only give you 1 month. And during that month, you'll be traveling with me during the day, so you'll only have time to practice at night. Anyone who can't master it within a month doesn't have the talent to become a medical ninja. Understood? Tsunade's tone was strict, as even the slightest mistake in medical ninjutsu could have serious consequences, requiring utmost seriousness. Understood, Shizune and Anko nodded simultaneously. We won't let you down, Tsunade-sama. Pale green chakra emerged from their palms, as they placed their hands on the fish. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat on the balcony window, sipping sake and enjoying the view. 2 apprentices. What am I getting myself into? After some time had passed, the gentle evening breeze brought Tsunade out of her slightly tipsy state. She glanced down at the street below. The usually lively Danzō town was now deserted, indicating it was quite late. This town. It never changes. Unlike us. Her curled-up body, combined with the weight on her chest, made breathing uncomfortable, so she decided to move to the bed to sleep. As she stood up, a blanket slipped off her shoulders. Who covered me? Tsunade turned to see that both Anko and Shizune had fallen asleep at the table during their training. However, Shizune had a blanket draped over her back, while Anko had nothing. It was obvious that Anko had been the last to fall asleep and had covered the other 2 with blankets. Dedication or desperation? In front of both of them were the carp they had been practicing on. As expected, neither of them had managed to revive their fish overnight. However, when Tsunade touched Shizune's carp, she could still feel a faint breath of life, while Anko's fish had already completely died. Anko's carp had completely succumbed under her treatment. Does this child really not have the talent to be a medical ninja? From Tsunoda's understanding, if Orochimaru had an excellent medical ninja for his human experiments in the village, many aspects of his research would have progressed much faster. Yet, when Orochimaru defected, he abandoned Anko. This suggested that he had long known that Anko lacked the talent to be a medical ninja and couldn't become his valuable assistant. Tsunoda looked at the sleeping Anko, noticing the strange, three-tomoe-shaped curse mark on the back of her neck. Is this the curse mark? After Orochimaru defected, Hidden Leaf Village found some incomplete experimental data in his secret lab. Though the data didn't reveal where the seal came from or its exact use, Orochimaru had called it the Heaven's Curse Mark. Even the third Hokage and many other ninjutsu experts had studied this seal on Anko, but they found nothing suspicious, so the matter was temporarily shelved. Out of curiosity, Tsunoda reached toward the mark. At first, it felt like cool skin, but after about half a second, she felt a surge of heat from it. The heat was like touching the surface of a recently extinguished light bulb, burning hot. Instinctively, she pulled her hand back and saw a faint reddish glow flash over the three tomoe of the curse mark. The light vanished as soon as Tsunoda removed her hand. At that moment, Anko muttered something in her sleep. Orochimaru-sama. Tsunoda's expression softened. Even now, she calls for you. Damn you, Orochimaru. The next day, the three set off south from Tensaku town. This time, Tsunoda was headed for a mountainous area in the southern part of the Land of Fire, having been invited to visit an old friend she hadn't seen in many years. According to her, this old friend owed her a life-saving debt from many years ago. Besides the visit, there had recently been some unusual occurrences near her friend's home, causing a fair amount of local panic. Her friend hoped Tsunoda could investigate while visiting. This friend was well known and wealthy in the area. As long as they visited and helped resolve the local issues, they could receive a significant amount of travel funds. Shizune found this suspicious, as after spending a day with Tsunoda, she suspected that her master might have financial troubles. So, Shizune thought the real reason Tsunoda was headed south was simply to raise travel funds. Don't you think it's odd? Shizune whispered to Anko as they walked. Tsunoda-sama suddenly deciding to visit an old friend? Anko shrugged, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Maybe. But we're here to learn, not question. What Shizune didn't know was that Tsunoda had spent many years drifting and was able to make a living not only by borrowing without paying back but also through her renowned medical skills and wide network of friends. For non-shinobi civilians, the title medical sage was far more recognized than her ninja status. Even though they had a clear destination, Tsunoda remained relaxed during the journey, taking time to sightsee and show no sense of urgency. In the evenings, Tsunoda occasionally guided Anko and Shizune in their training. Focus, Anko, she instructed, watching as the girl struggled with the healing technique. The chakra needs to heal, not harm. I'm trying, Tsunoda-sama. It's just difficult. Of course, the travel expenses for the journey came from Anko's wallet. After traveling for more than a week, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a mountain village in the southern Land of Fire. The village wasn't as developed as Hidden Leaf Village. There were no outsiders, billboards, factory smoke, or wide roads, just the indigenous villagers and old, worn-down houses. Shizune and Anko were a bit surprised, as Tsunoda had mentioned that they were visiting a wealthy person. This village didn't seem like a place where wealthy people lived. After asking around, Tsunoda soon met with their contact. The contact was a man in his 40s, dressed in a sharp, fashionable suit, with a small black mustache, looking nothing like a local. You must be Tsunoda-sama? My father often spoke of you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Abeji, son of Abe Shitaro. She greeted Tsunoda with a very formal handshake, clearly well-educated. And who are these two? Shizune and Anko, Tsunoda replied. Nice to meet you. He nodded to Shizune and Anko, then turned and led them to a carriage. We're on a tight schedule. I'll explain everything on the way. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Chapter 101, The Slug's Adventure. The old man in the swaying carriage, he reintroduced himself, his posture straight and formal despite the uneven road. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am a minister from the daimyo's court of the Land of Fire, and this village, Biku, is my hometown. This time, my return serves two main purposes. One is to visit my ill father, and the other is to represent the daimyo's court in handling the aftermath of the recent Mount Biku flood. Mount Biku? Shizune asked. Yes. She nodded and then lifted the carriage's curtain to point at two nearby mountains. Those two mountains are called Mangekyō. The Abe lumber mill, which is our family business, is located there. Most of the villagers in Biku work for the mill. By the way, the Abe lumber mill supplies 1/3 of the timber for the entire Land of Fire. Shizune nodded, her eyes widening slightly as she realized the significance of their host. His family business controls 1/3 of the country's timber, and he is a minister in the daimyo's court. Such a prestigious figure would be an honored guest, even someone the Hokage would personally welcome for missions in Hidden Leaf Village. Anko leaned close to Shizune, whispering, "No wonder Tsunoda-sama was interested in this job." Ji's expression grew more serious as he continued, "A month ago, there was continuous rainfall in this area, which caused a flash flood in the mountains. However, 40 years ago, when my father built the Abe lumber mill, he already considered the possibility of such floods. The mill was constructed away from the flood channels, so there were no casualties or damage to the facility." Tsunoda nodded approvingly. "Your father sounds like a wise man." "He is," Ji agreed with a smile. But after the flood, when the lumberjacks returned to the mountains to resume work, they discovered some unusual things. As he spoke, Ji took a small stack of photos from his briefcase and handed them to Tsunoda. "These photos were taken by my father, Aishitaro, and show some strange phenomena the lumberjacks found in the mountains." Tsunoda began to examine the photos, while Shizune and Anko leaned in to look as well. The first photo showed a clear footprint in the wet soil under sunlight. Although it was called a footprint, it was more accurately described as a claw print. The strange mark defied easy description by human language or understanding. Its outline resembled that of a crab, but the serrated pincers extended in the opposite direction. The odd shape made it difficult to determine the front or back of the print, but it was clear that whatever made it was heavy, as the print was fresh and deep. A shoe had been placed next to the print for comparison, and the footprint was about the same size as a human foot. She moved on to the next photo without comment. This one showed a mountain stream. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual, but on closer inspection, there was something strange in the water. "Just a normal stream, right?" Anko said, looking at the image. Tsunoda pointed to a spot in the water. "Look closer. There's something off about the water itself." In what should have been crystal clear water after the flood, a thick, transparent substance with occasional pale green spots floated. The filmy substance accumulated in the stream, with slimy, thread-like strands that looked somewhat disgusting. She explained, "At first, the lumberjacks reported to my father that they had found some unfamiliar debris floating in the river, which seemed to be the remains of some unknown animal. But when my father arrived with his camera, only this strange material was left. And now, even these substances can no longer be found. They must have been washed away by the river." Tsunoda remained silent, but she thought that if these filmy substances hadn't been washed away before Aishitaro arrived, it was unlikely that calm waters could have carried them away later. Flipping to the next photo, she saw a massive, irregularly shaped black stone. It lay quietly in a clearing within the dense forest, and its slightly curved surface showed clear signs of artificial cutting. These strange cuts had sculpted the black stone into an odd geometric shape, and on some of the stone's irregular surfaces, peculiar symbols were visible. Aishitaro had taken close-up photos of these symbols. They were distorted and irregular, and impossible to decipher. The only certainty was that these crude, primitive symbols likely originated from a time much older than human history. This black stone was discovered by the lumberjacks in the forest after the flood. According to the lumberjacks, there was no black stone in that part of the forest before the flood. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Now the lumberjacks believe that a deity resides within the mountain, and that the logging operations, which have been pushing deeper into the mountains, disturbed the deity, leading to the flood and the appearance of the black stone as a warning. This has caused widespread panic. None of the lumberjacks dare to enter the forest anymore, so the mill has stopped producing timber. His Majesty is very concerned about this issue, so he sent me here to resolve the matter and restore timber production as soon as possible." Ji's tone became urgent, as he tried to steer the conversation away from the strange occurrences in the photos and toward practical matters, but Tsunoda still had more photos to look through. The next few photos were the most eerie of all because they had one thing in common: each one contained a large, blurry area. In one photo, Aishitaro was kneeling on one knee, looking somewhat pleased. He had a bow in one hand and arrows on his back. His other hand rested on some unknown object. It wasn't that Tsunoda couldn't describe the object, but rather that the object itself appeared as an indistinct, mist-covered, blurry area in the photo. The following photos were close-ups of the mysterious object next to Aishitaro. For some unknown reason, the object remained blurred in every image, even though the surrounding scenery was perfectly clear. Noticing Tsunoda's interest in the photos, Ji said, "I asked my father about these photos, but he told me he doesn't remember what happened at the time. Could it be a problem with the camera?" Ji shook his head. "That's what I thought at first, but look at the surroundings. They're perfectly clear. Also, my father's health has been deteriorating recently. After the flood, he worked tirelessly to resolve the lumberyard issues, and as a result, He has become severely weakened, suffering from asthma and possibly mild dementia. Tsunoda's expression grew serious. Memory loss? That's troubling. I would be most grateful if you, Tsunoda-sama, could help treat him, she said. Please. With that, she bowed deeply to Tsunoda. After half an hour, the carriage arrived in front of a building. It was a big white house with 2 floors. The front yard had a neat, green lawn. Behind were a few sheds and barns. Beyond that, a thin patch of trees was fenced off with barbed wire to keep people out. My father enjoys hunting, so he has always refused to move from here. There are still quite a few small animals on the mountain. It was clear that he was not satisfied with his father's residence. Tsunoda was well aware of Aishitaro's fondness for hunting. This passion, however, had come at a cost. During a hunt in his younger years, he had accidentally contracted a parasitic infection in his brain. This parasite, once rooted in the human brain, was very difficult to remove through ordinary means. When the illness flared up at night, it was unbearable. Without help, the poor soul might bash their head just to make it stop. They took Aishitaro to Hidden Leaf Village later, where Tsunoda did surgery to get the parasite out of his brain. Back then, she did not have her fear of blood and could perform all kinds of surgeries. But after so many years, things had changed. She led Tsunoda, Anko, and Shizune into the house. Why is it so dark in here? It's the middle of the day, Anko muttered, her eyes struggling to adjust to the dim interior. She shifted uncomfortably. I apologize for the state of things. Father insists on keeping it this way. Inside, they smelled a peculiar odor. Sweet and musty. Not quite decay, but not normal either. In the living room, they finally saw Aishitaro himself. His face was wrinkled, and his eyes looked empty as he stared at the wall. He had a messy gray beard and could barely hold his head up in the chair. The rest of his body was hidden under a red blanket covering him. The old man looked sick, no doubt about it. Father, Tsunoda-sama has arrived, she bent down and said quietly. She's here to help you. After a few seconds, Aishitaro roused from his semi-sleeping state and turned his face toward Tsunoda. Oh, Tsunoda, you're here. Forgive me, I can't get up and greet you. Please find a place to sit. As he spoke, Aishitaro extended a hand from beneath the blanket, a hand as thin and frail as that of a corpse. Tsunoda replied, no need for formalities, Aishitaro. This sight surprised Shizune and Anko. How could he still be alive? When Tsunoda saw his hand, her eyes narrowed slightly. Father, Tsunoda-sama is here to treat your illness. Please let her examine you, she said with concern. All right, Aishitaro gave a barely perceptible nod, but his body remained still. I'm going to examine you now, Aishitaro. Try to relax. Green chakra began to glow from Tsunoda's hand. She placed her hand on his body, letting it move back and forth. As the green chakra flowed from her hand, Anko noticed a faint spark of life appear in Aishitaro's once lifeless eyes. Moreover, as Tsunoda's chakra-infused hand moved across his body, Aishitaro's previously still eyes began to move as if they were following the motion of her hand, as though fascinated by the chakra. After 2 rounds of examination, she raised an eyebrow and then withdrew her hand. Your body is perfectly fine, Tsunoda said. Her diagnosis left she upset, though he still maintained his manners. How could my father not be ill when he's so weak? If you believe Mr. Aishitaro is sick, then take him to a more suitable doctor. His reaction was understandable, but Tsunoda refuted him. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Aishitaro is not sick. Her tone was firm and her attitude strong, which left Shizune and Anko a little at a loss. To them, it was obvious that Aishitaro was very ill, so why was she saying otherwise? At that moment, Aishitaro's weak, broken voice came from the armchair. Let Tsunoda settle in first. We'll discuss the rest later. As he finished speaking, his voice took on a faint buzzing quality, like a bee's vibration. This high-pitched sound left Shizune and Anko even more puzzled. Tsunoda glanced back at Aishitaro without saying anything. Dinner was prepared by the family's servants. In addition to Aishitaro, 2 elderly servants lived there, 1 male and 1 female. Both were very quiet. Since Tsunoda and the others arrived, the female servant had spoken only once, to announce that dinner was ready. The male servant, who had driven the carriage, also never spoke, not even when he was handling the horses. Even the servants are creepy here, Anko whispered to Shizune as they sat down to eat. Shizune, trying to break the strange atmosphere, attempted some small talk. This food is delicious. Who prepared it? Her question was met with silence, the servants merely bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Tsunoda-sama, I apologize for my earlier behavior, she said. Once things are settled here, I'll seek other medical opinions for my father. Tsunoda didn't respond, appearing to silently agree to this rudeness. Father is too weak to join us. The maid will feed him in his room, She stressed the word weak, as if to emphasize that his father was indeed ill. After dinner, the group had originally planned to discuss the plan for the next day. Perhaps it's best if we all get some rest, she announced awkwardly. We can discuss plans in the morning. That would be wise, Tsunade agreed curtly. The maid assigned 2 rooms, one for Tsunade and one for Shizune and Anko. Chapter 102, The Slug's Adventure, the midnight chase. On this night without moonlight, it was incomparably dark and silent. Anko once again dreamt of that man. Orochimaru-sama. Anko, I've decided to leave the village. Will you come with me? Her dream self hesitated. She wanted to speak, to answer, but no sound came out. After waiting a while, the man turned and left, his silhouette gradually consumed by an infinite halo of light, until it was no longer visible. Orochimaru. Anko woke up from her bed, shouting the man's name in shock. She could feel cold sweat on her brow. After a moment of silence, as she caught her breath, she noticed the soft snoring coming from another bed, Shizune's. Anko realized she had had that dream again. Orochimaru-sama. Now, she couldn't remember anything about her past with Orochimaru. She had only heard from others that Orochimaru had once been her master, along with his recurring dream. When it came to him, Anko felt both curious and afraid. Curiosity stemmed from wondering what kind of person her master had been. To this end, she even got close to Tsunade, hoping to learn more about Orochimaru from her. This person should have been familiar, but was now a stranger. Fear naturally came from the fact that Orochimaru was an S-class missing ninja of Hidden Leaf Village and the man who had left a terrifying curse mark on her. Touching the mark on her neck, as usual, she felt a burning pain whenever she dreamt about Orochimaru. She had grown accustomed to this feeling. But tonight, the pain was especially intense. Waiting quietly for the pain to fade, Anko smacked her lips, the dryness in her mouth causing a faint friction sound. Maybe she had eaten too many sweets before bed and her brain kept signaling her thirst for water. The human body is a marvelous machine, with various elements maintaining a delicate balance within it. When a certain element is consumed in excess, the brain sends signals to dilute the surplus of that trace element. The maid at Aishitaro's house always cooked sweet food, adding sugar to everything, from rice to miso soup. For someone like Anko, who loved sweets like red bean soup and dango, it was acceptable, but for an ordinary palate, this kind of food was quite odd. She slipped out of bed and quietly opened the door. Then she headed downstairs to grab some water from the kitchen. Should I wake Shizune? No, I can handle this myself. She cast one last glance at her sleeping companion. The sturdy floorboards of the house didn't creak under her feet, allowing her to walk confidently, feeling her way along the walls in the pitch-black night. This house. It feels different at night. But as her hand touched a part of the wall, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingers. She quickly pulled her hand back and brought it up to her eyes to inspect, discovering that a wooden splinter had pierced her fingertip. Fortunately, it hadn't gone in too deep. She could just pull it out and lick the wound clean. Anko pulled out the splinter in one swift motion. Despite the pain, she forced herself not to make a sound, then put her finger in her mouth, sucking on it. A warm liquid with metallic sweetness flowed into her mouth. This taste and texture. She had never realized how good human blood could taste. It was somewhat like a special red bean soup. Why does this taste so good? What's happening to me? She was both disturbed and intrigued by her reaction. As if awakening to some strange habit, she continued greedily sucking her blood while inspecting the wall that had injured her. It was a small section of the wooden wall, seemingly chopped with an axe, with the splinter sticking out from there. Anko was puzzled. Why would someone chop their own walls? After being pricked, she was more cautious, carefully moving step by step without touching the walls. As she came around the corner of the stairs, she noticed that the first floor hall was softly lit. Someone still awake? She tiptoed down to the hall and saw Aishitaro lying in the armchair where he had been during the day. His posture was almost the same as earlier, his body wrapped in a blanket, his head resting lifelessly to one side on the chair. Is he? Even though Tsunade had diagnosed Aishitaro as healthy, any ordinary person would still see him as a frail, elderly man on the verge of death. It wouldn't be surprising if he silently passed away at any moment. He hasn't moved all day. Is he still alive? Anko stepped forward cautiously, reaching out to check if he was still breathing. But just as her hand got close, Aishitaro suddenly turned his head, glaring at her expressionlessly. Ah! Startled by the sudden movement, she quickly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry, I thought you were. Do you look forward to interstellar travel? Aishitaro interrupted her before she could finish speaking. What? Anko's brow furrowed in confusion. Do you want to take an interstellar journey? If you look forward to a journey through distant space and unknown worlds, they can make your wish come true. I need to go back, Anko tried to interject, But he seemed lost in his own world. Aishitaro continued speaking, ignoring her. You can't imagine the level of development they've reached in science. They can let you witness and experience countless new worlds full of the unknown. The first destination of this interstellar journey is Yuggoth, a marvelous world occupied by their race. He'd completely lost his mind. She searched for a way to escape the bizarre situation. On that planet, there are majestic cities built by them, with towering stepped pyramids and high towers. These structures are made of strange, black megaliths. From this rare mineral, they extract a metallic material. It's the reason they came to your world. Because their world is too far from the sun's light, Yuggoth is a realm of eternal darkness, but they don't need light. Their enormous houses and temples don't even require windows. The presence of light would only harm and confuse them. They can perceive everything around them through those sensitive organs. In their world, they are omnipotent. Remember, there's no need to fear the darkness of that world. Someone, anyone, please wake up and stop this, Anko silently pleaded, trapped by Aishitaro's strange monologue. To you, their existence might be terrifying, but long ago, in ancient times, they descended upon our world and witnessed things far more frightening than our terror at seeing them. Oh, that green city floating on the water. Oh, it's too horrifying. The nonsensical words coming from Aishitaro's mouth left Anko utterly confused. Interstellar travel? Yuggoth? What the hell is going on? His cryptic words stirred up countless questions in her mind, but he continued without stopping, describing the interstellar journey as he saw it. The second stop of the interstellar journey is Yaksh, where the toad god Tsufagwa once resided. Tsufagwa mated with Shaith to produce Svilpugwa. However, after some time, the great Tsufagwa grew tired and moved to Sekranosh, where he encountered Adlagneka. These two great beings briefly stayed in Sekranosh, then descended together into your world. After a continent was destroyed by a cold flame, Tsufagwa took permanent residence in a world known as Nkai. Nkai is a dark, underground world, and it's best never to attempt to seek out Tsufagwa's presence. The invisible spawn that serve him are not to be trifled with, much like the blue Litten Kinyan and the red Litten Yoth. In your world, Tsufagwa and Yig, the father of serpents, fight over the faith of the serpent people. Yig cursed the serpent people who believed in Tsufagwa, turning them into mindless, serpentine savages. To this day, the war between the serpent and the toad continues. Yes, it hasn't ended. Buzz. Buzz. Aishitaro's voice suddenly stopped as if his vocal cords were tangled. Though his lips moved, the only sound that came out was a high-pitched buzzing, not of human origin. Anko tensed, ready to spring into action. Is he having some kind of attack? But after a few moments of buzzing, it seemed as if the gears in Aishitaro's body realigned and began turning again. Beyond the worlds closer to your own, interstellar travel can take you to explore far wider realms. In the vast universe, you can travel to more than 37 worlds, and the extreme environments of these worlds won't harm your body. You will witness greater beings in these boundless heavens. At Lake Holly, near Aldebaran, you can safely offer your prayers and listen as the great being within the lake spreads its gospel to you from up close. In the flames of Famalat, you can personally feel the scorching heat of the world's creation. By joining the interstellar journey, you'll learn the secrets behind the stars and nebulae, and even the hounds of Tyndallos will reveal themselves to you. And all you need to do is something very simple. Just a small price, barely even a cost, and you'll receive this honor. Yes. Look over there. Someone has already decided to join the interstellar journey. Suddenly, Aishitaro raised his withered hand and pointed out the window. Anko followed the direction of Aishitaro's finger and immediately saw three dark figures walking off in the distance on the neatly kept lawn of the Abe family's estate. Even with the faint starlight illuminating the scene, she couldn't make out the identities of the three figures. She could only tell that the two figures on either side were holding the one in the middle tightly as they quickly walked away. Within just a moment, the three dark figures disappeared into the darkness. Who are they? Anko turned to ask Aishitaro, but his head had slumped to the side, his lifeless eyes staring into the air, and he said nothing more. Damn it. She didn't have time to dwell on this nonsense anymore. The urgent task at hand was to catch up with those three people before they got too far. Since she hadn't changed out of her clothes when she went to sleep, she only needed to slip on her shoes at the door and immediately rushed off in the direction the trio had disappeared. The mountain air at night was incredibly cold, especially when running at high speed. Thanks to the faint starlight, she could make out the mountain path beneath her feet and sprinted in the style of a ninja. Ahead of her, the three blurry black shadows moved toward Mount Biko. Even though Anko could just barely make out their forms ahead, she still couldn't close the distance. For safety reasons, she didn't run at her top speed, but this pace was still far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Yet despite that, the three shadows ahead continued to maintain a significant distance from her, always staying just out of reach. Damn, How fast are they moving? Could it be Tsunade-sama and Shizune? It wasn't speed that ordinary people could reach, but ninjas could, so Anko suspected that the shadows might be the other two ninjas. But Shizune had been lying in bed when Anko awoke in a panic, so that left only Tsunade-sama, right? What was Tsunade-sama doing running around so late at night? And who were the other two people? Where was Tsunade-sama going? While trying to figure out the motives of the figures ahead, Anko couldn't help but think back to Ishitaro's earlier words. Damn it. I have to catch up and find out. During the long chase, she unknowingly followed the shadows deeper into the mountains of Mount Biko. With the thick tree canopy overhead blocking the light, the moonless night made it nearly impossible to continue tracking just by the faint starlight. Eventually, Anko lost sight of the three shadows. Listen for movement. In the stillness of the night, faint sounds of small animals moving occasionally broke the silence, but the eerie atmosphere didn't scare Anko. Unwilling to give up, she continued wandering in the dark forest. Am I chasing ghosts? No, I saw them. She didn't know how long she had been searching for them when she finally spotted a huge black stone. The rock was rough and uneven, like someone had hacked at it. Parts of it were smooth as glass, with weird markings carved into them. The stone had a pitch black, irregular surface that looked like it had been cut by human hands, and some of its mirror-smooth surfaces were etched with strange symbols. Anko realized this must be the same black stone from the photos taken earlier, the one the lumberjacks thought was a warning from the gods. Following the black stone deeper into the mountains, she found a cave hidden behind a thicket that had been obviously disturbed. Someone's been here recently. The cave's interior was pitch black, and its entrance was narrow, but the stone wall surrounding it had clear marks of human excavation. This isn't natural. Someone dug this out. But why? Chapter 103, The Slug's Adventure, Night Investigation. Anko found a relatively dry, thick branch near the entrance of the cave. She looked it over, feeling its weight. It'll have to do. Not ideal, but it'll have to do. Fire style, torch. A small flame sputtered to life at the branch's tip, casting flickering shadows on the rough stone walls. The faint light produced by the incomplete burning of the wood barely penetrated the darkness ahead. The dark, narrow space combined with the flickering firelight gave her a sense of familiarity. She vaguely felt as if she had experienced this before. Could it be that I've been to a similar place before? She muttered. She wasn't sure. The gaps in her memory left her feeling lost. Another blank spot. But no matter what, this cave had to be explored. Passing through the narrow entrance, she followed the only tunnel that led deeper into the cave. The deeper she went, the more spacious the cave became. In its widest part, several people could walk side by side. Upon observing the walls, Anko noticed that the entire cave had been artificially dug. There was nothing natural about it at all. Strangely, the person who excavated this place didn't leave any lighting fixtures. There were no torches or lamps on the cave walls, as if the tunnel was simply created for some underground creature with degraded vision. A secret base? This was deep in the mountains of Mount Biko, a place where no one ventured unless they were loggers, and even the loggers had stopped coming after a series of strange events following the flash floods. A secret base? This undoubtedly made it the perfect place for a hidden base, one that no one would ever find. Faced with the obvious signs of human activity, Anko instinctively believed that someone had transformed this place into a secret base. But whose? And for what? Wait a minute. Could it be? A name immediately came to her mind, Orochimaru. Since he defected, Hidden Leaf Village had been unable to find any trace of him, as though he had vanished from the world. Being a renowned figure and wanted by one of the 5 great shinobi nations, he would naturally find a place to hide to evade capture. Orochimaru-sama. Are you really here? Part of her longed to see her former master, while another part recoiled at the thought. While everyone from Hidden Leaf Village speculated that Orochimaru had fled to the southern or northern countries, could he have been hiding on Mount Biko in the Land of Fire all along? It wasn't impossible. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Hidden Leaf Village probably never considered that he hadn't left the Land of Fire at all. When I see Orochimaru-sama, what will he say? I'm the first to find him, will he praise me? But why did he abandon me? Orochimaru-sama, I have so many questions for you. Lost in her thoughts, Anko didn't realize she had walked through a long tunnel and arrived in a larger, more spacious area. It was a wide, square space, also artificially dug. Inside, like exhibits in a museum, were various strange items. The most striking was a huge cube, about 6 meters on each side, with thousands of irregular concave windows resembling transparent glass, though they were opaque and didn't let light through. Next to this enigmatic cube were several long wooden tables resembling workbenches. When Anko approached the tables, she noticed that they were slightly too short for a normal human, as if designed for dwarves. On these tables, she found more strange devices. A small black, tumor-like metallic object, about the size of a doorknob, caught her attention. It had many tiny wires attached to it and looked like an intricate piece of machinery. Next to this doorknob, there were numerous black crystal shards scattered around. It was clear that whoever made this object had put considerable effort into it. There was also a cluster of metal tubes coiled together, the purpose of which, like the doorknob, was unclear. This isn't just a hideout. It's a laboratory. What were you doing here? Circling around the large cube in the center, Anko came across a reclining surgical table. The table didn't seem particularly sophisticated, but it was designed to restrain a human body perfectly, almost like a chair used for torture. However, Anko didn't see any surgical tools nearby. Instead, she found a strange cylindrical object. It was about 30 centimeters tall, with a smaller radius. There were 3 distinct metal slots arranged in a triangular pattern on the surface of the cylinder. Bringing the torch closer to the cylinder's surface and using the faint light from the burning wood, she peered through the glass-like material in the center of the cylinder. Inside, she saw a brain. A human brain, suspended in a green nutrient solution. Blood hadn't been fully cleaned off, leaving fresh, fleshy traces on the gray matter. Even for a shinobi, witnessing such a horrifying scene suddenly was disturbing. Anko staggered backward in shock, barely able to hold on to her torch. As she regained her composure, she felt something cold against her back. She raised the torch and turned to see that behind her was a row of large liquid tanks. There were 5 tanks in total, the first 2 of which were empty. In the third tank floated a man, his face somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, Anko remembered, it was the mute servant from the Abe family's estate. The servant had his eyes closed and was floating in the liquid, his posture relaxed as if basking in the sun. In the next tank was the maid from the Abe family. She, too, floated in the liquid, her body just as serene as the servant's. Should I try to free them? Her hand hovered near the tank's surface. Or would it kill them? I don't want to look, but I have to know. She forced herself to approach the last tank. It contained a naked man. Anko looked him up and down, instinctively avoiding his private parts. The man had a small, well-kept beard on his chin, and his face was twisted in an expression of extreme terror, his mouth wide open, his eyes staring ahead. Gee? Just as Anko was trying to figure out what was going on, the liquid currents inside the tank slowly turned G around, revealing his back. A massive gash was visible on the back of his head, exposing an empty cavity where his brain should have been. They removed his brain. But why? For what purpose? She connected the dots between G's state and the preserved brain she had seen earlier. Suddenly, the makeshift torch in her hand went out. In the darkness, Anko heard a high-pitched buzzing sound slowly approaching her. What's happening? Did someone? The next second, a blue, spherical flash of lightning expanded rapidly in her terrified eyes. In the second floor, Tsunade got up from the bed. She then threw the green robe over her shoulders, lit the oil lamp beside her, and walked out of the room with the lamp. In fact, she hadn't slept much. This was because she had been pondering over the results of her chakra examination of Aishitaro's body during the day. When she had said that his body wasn't sick, strictly speaking, her diagnosis was not wrong. From a medical perspective, illness is defined as a deviation in the form or function of human tissues or organs from a normal, healthy state. However, when she examined Aishitaro, his body did not meet the traditional definition of being sick. This was because his body didn't have any human organs. Through her chakra sensing, Tsunade found no human organs in Aishitaro's body, including basic life-sustaining organs such as the heart, lungs, stomach, or intestines. Any human, whether an ordinary person or a ninja, cannot be considered alive without these organs or some kind of substitutes. Yet, Aishitaro could still speak normally and engage in activities resembling those of a typical person, though his movements were slightly strange and sluggish. Not only that, but his body was not entirely empty inside. She discovered some sort of mushroom-like substance filling his body. She had no idea what kind of fungi these were, nor how they entered his body and managed to maintain his bodily functions like a human. Despite her medical knowledge and experience with strange cases, Tsunade had never encountered anything like this. In any case, his body strange, and she did not dare to make any rash conclusions. If the situation allowed, she would have liked to personally dissect and study Aishitaro. Now I know how Orochimaru has always felt. She would never let me dissect his father. And even if he did. Damn this hemophobia. I'd be useless the moment I saw blood. Still, this didn't mean that she was going to give up on treating her old friend. Her plan was to conduct a more detailed examination of his body during the night. This time, she had to figure out what exactly these fungal substances were inside his body. Tsunade checked several rooms on the second floor, excluding Shizune and Anko's rooms, but found no one inside any of them. Where is everyone? It's not like she to leave without a word. So, She went downstairs. But she still couldn't find Aishitaro anywhere. Not only that, the male and female servants of the Abe household, were all missing as well. Where are they? This is strange. It's already so late. Something's not right. When she reached the hall, a small wall lamp in the corner was the only light still on. This seemed to be the last place the Abe family had been before they left. She saw the chair where Aishitaro had been sitting during the day. There was no sign of him, only his blanket was left. However, on the armrests of the chair, Tsunade noticed some white crystalline substance. She touched it with her fingertip and tasted it. Sugar? Why would there be sugar here? Moreover, she also found traces of white sugar scattered on the small wooden cabinet opposite the chair. She walked over to the cabinet, opened the door, and felt around inside. Inside, her hand touched something with a metallic, cold surface. Pulling it out, she found a small box with a metal disc on top. The box had no lid, so it couldn't be opened. In addition, she found another device with two small camera-like lenses on top and a wooden box filled with various small components. All three items had wires attached to them, and each wire ended in a differently shaped plug, one square, one round, and one triangular. What are these things? Tsunade muttered, examining the objects curiously. Judging by the plugs, they were likely meant to be used together, but she had no idea what they were for. When did you start tinkering with gadgets, Aishitaro? She whispered to herself. The cabinet was spacious, so to make sure she didn't miss anything, she placed the oil lamp inside and looked carefully for other items. In the deepest part of the cabinet, the lamp's light reflected off something metallic. Tsunade reached in as far as she could and finally managed to pull the item out. When she held it up to the light, she nearly stumbled in shock. The cylindrical object contained a brain. Judging by its structure, this was no small animal brain specimen, but a real human brain. Moreover, it was a brain with a very distinct feature. On the right side of the frontal lobe, there was a noticeable scar in the brain cortex, a scar that could only be left by surgery. Tsunade immediately recognized how this scar came to be. Because it was from the brain surgery she herself had performed on Aishitaro years ago. Brain surgery is one of the most advanced medical procedures due to the complexity of the human brain. Even a minimally invasive operation on the brain's surface, like the one she had performed, would be difficult for most to replicate. Thus, she was certain that this brain belonged to Aishitaro. However, the brain had long lost its healthy pink color and had turned to its original gray, indicating that it had been separated from the body for quite some time, certainly not just a few hours. Her hands trembled as she held the jar. No. It can't be. Forcing herself to remain calm, Tsunade recalled the events of the day. If this is his brain, then who? Or what? Was I examining earlier? The fungi, the strange behavior, and now this. Who was the person I spoke with during the day? A ninja using a transformation jutsu? Impossible. If it were a transformation technique, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. A disguise jutsu? But is there really such a flawless disguise technique? Even with poor lighting, it would be impossible to fool someone like her up close with a disguise jutsu. Disguises typically create a layered or sunken appearance around the eyes due to the mask sitting atop the person's skin. Yet, when Tsunade looked at Aishitaro's eyes earlier, she didn't notice any such issues. Additionally, it's extremely difficult to perfectly mimic another person's posture and movement through disguise alone. If someone were in disguise, wouldn't the servants who spent every day with Aishitaro have noticed? Whatever that thing is, it's not just imitating him. It's replaced him. And the servants, where are they? Are they? Chapter 104, The Slug's Adventure. Aishitaro. At that time, Aishitaro was missing, and Tsunade could only begin studying the brain placed inside the strange cylindrical device. First, she observed the state of the brain. The surgery that had removed his brain was done beautifully, preserving the brain's basic structure completely. The surgical precision. It's flawless, she muttered. But who could have done this? What surprised her even more was that, through her chakra perception, she sensed that the nerves within the brain were still transmitting electrical signals. This indicated that the brain was still alive. This was beyond her understanding. She could remove a brain from the body perfectly, but keeping a brain alive and functioning after being separated from the body was extremely rare. Tsunade was unsure if she could even accomplish this because extracting a living brain was an ethically prohibited procedure, and she had never performed such a surgery. This wasn't just a specimen. It was a living being. What was she supposed to do with this? Moreover, in her perception, the brain's function wasn't just limited to basic nutrition intake, there was also faint neural activity in the consciousness area of the brain. This suggested that the brain not only remained active but might also retain thought. This realization made Tsunade handle the brain even more cautiously, fearing that even a slight tilt could cause it to touch the inner wall of the cylinder, leading to the brain's death. If the standard for determining death was brain death, then technically, what she was holding was not just a brain but a living human being. After carefully placing the cylinder on a low wooden cabinet, she began studying this bizarre device with intrigue. However, during her examination, she realized that her caution was unnecessary. Although the brain was fragile, the cylinder provided excellent protection. The green viscous liquid inside served both as a nutrient solution and as a protective medium, much like amniotic fluid, preventing external damage to the brain. In addition, the cylinder's external structure was quite peculiar. The middle was made of translucent hardened glass, with metal frames on both ends. The lower metal frame had 3 triangularly arranged metal slots, each with a uniquely shaped opening that matched the 3 devices Tsunade had found earlier. Following the shapes of the slots and plugs, she assembled the 3 devices with the cylinder. If I'm right about this. A strange event occurred. A face was projected 3-dimensionally from the box with 2 lenses on top. Aishitaro? Not only that, but a voice also emerged from another box filled with various components. Long time no see, Tsunade. The greeting was almost devoid of any tonal fluctuation, mechanical and monotonous, lacking any emotion. However, considering the connection to the brain in the cylinder, she had reason to believe these were the words of Aishitaro, or at least what he had intended to say. Facing this bizarre, almost absurd situation, she had countless reasons to deny its reality. This must be the delusion of some mad scientist, a lunatic comparable to Orochimaru in his pursuit of immortality. Yet, surrounded by the humming sounds of the connected devices, Tsunade felt a strange dizziness. This chaotic sensation gradually lowered her guard until she could speak to the peculiar voice. "Are you Aishitaro?" she asked cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, Tsunade, my friend. When did you arrive at my house?" This casual remark, typical of 2 old friends reuniting, carried no emotion through the device, making it difficult for Tsunade to grasp its meaning. Still, she tried to maintain her composure and respond normally. "Weren't you the one who sent me a letter inviting me here?" "Oh, was that so?" The projected face of Aishitaro showed a faint hint of confusion, though it quickly returned to its emotionless state. Something's not right. If this is really Aishitaro, why doesn't he remember inviting me? A trap? Her body unconsciously shifted into a more defensive stance. An imposter? But how? And why go to such lengths? The butler, the maid. Are they in on this too? Am I surrounded by enemies? These questions swirled endlessly in Tsunade's mind, drawing her deeper into confusion. But the voice from the box seemed unaware of her growing suspicions. Instead, it started to narrate something peculiar it claimed to have discovered in a dream. "Do you know, Tsunade, that there exists a strange species in this world called the Migo?" She blinked, momentarily thrown by the sudden change in topic. "Migo? What are you talking about, Aishitaro?" Migo resemble red crustaceans, but their bodies are more akin to fungi. They come from a distant, dark land known as Yuggoth, which is why they are sometimes referred to as fungi from Yuggoth. Migo possess enormous wings, allowing them to traverse great distances and came to this world, or leave whenever they wish. Yuggoth? Aishitaro, none of this makes sense. What's happened to you? Tsunade interrupted, her frustration breaking through her calm facade. What's remarkable about Amigo is their mad obsession with science. They possess technology far beyond our world, especially in biological science, which they are particularly proud of. They have discovered a method to extract a living brain from its body without causing any damage, and then place it into a special container. As long as the container is regularly supplied with nutrients, the brain can be preserved for thousands of years. Truly an incredible technology. As the projection discussed this technology, a sense of excitement even appeared on Aishitaro's face. But the Migo have a peculiar hobby. They enjoy carrying the brains of other intelligent beings across vast distances to showcase their technology and their ability to traverse space. They have a name for this bizarre pastime, interstellar travel. What a magnificent feat. With just a brain left, one can follow these Migo and soar across distant realms, listen to the voices from beyond the human world, and witness wonders greater than the apes discovering fire. Has he lost all sense of self? Perhaps, during the long journey through the stars, one might even behold those beings so revered by the Migo. Beings like Nyarlathotep, Yog-Sothoth, or the Black Goat, how utterly marvelous. The voice from the box gushed with praise for the dreamlike entities, the Migo. Tsunade didn't fully understand the Migo he was talking about, but from the increasingly impassioned words, she began to piece things together. It seemed that the brain in front of her, belonging to Aishitaro, was the work of the Migo. They would extract human brains through precise surgical methods and place them in cylindrical containers, equipped with 3 mechanical devices to mimic human senses. But why? To flaunt their ability? To showcase technology? Is that all human life means to them? Unforgivable. An unnamed fury rose within her. Though she guessed that the Migo might lack human emotions and couldn't comprehend human morals, they had committed an unpardonable crime. Looking at the brain of her old friend inside the cylinder, and hearing the voice from the box, which might even belong to Aishitaro himself, she was at a loss for words. From his speech, it seemed his attitude was ambiguous. Has he been brainwashed? Or is this some twisted form of Stockholm Syndrome? Tsunade studied the projection, searching for any sign of the man she once knew. He was full of praise for the Migo, entirely forgetting that what the Migo had done was a violation of human dignity. Was putting a human brain in a jar and then hanging it on their waist while they flew around something worthy of praise? If creatures like the Migo were capable of showing off, would they boast to each other about how many human brains they possessed? The mere thought of it made Tsunade feel sick. They're treating human brains like trophies. Like pets. Moreover, she didn't even know if her old friend was aware that he had been turned into a brain in a jar. He needs to know. But will the truth break him completely? Despite her reservations, she knew she had to act. She quickly scanned the room and found a small hand mirror on a nearby table. Then, she picked it up and turned to face the projection. Aishitaro. There's something you need to see. What? Are you telling me I'm just a brain now? A mirror. This. Oh. Is this true? Is this really me? Is this my brain? My brain. Placed inside a metal cylinder. Is this? Pointing the mirror at Aishitaro's projected face allowed his brain to see the image he needed to witness. This was truly an indescribable feat of science and technology. Thanks to this technology, his brain finally understood that he was no longer Aishitaro, but rather his brain. This was his new identity. Seeing the projection of Aishitaro's face transition from expressionless to shocked, though still slightly stiff, brought a sliver of comfort to her heart. There's still a part of him in there. The real Aishitaro. But just as Tsunade began to feel a hint of relief, his next words completely shattered her illusions. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Truly wonderful. I've become a traveler of the stars. I will follow the Migo on interstellar journeys. This is a great achievement no human has ever accomplished, and I will be the first to do so. Though I have lost my aging body, my brain will live on forever, and my life will be extended indefinitely. Soon, I will stand alongside the legendary Sage of Six Paths. No, I will surpass even the Sage of Six Paths. I will become a figure who exists only in ancient legends and myths. An interstellar traveler, immortal Aishitaro. What a perfect name. Has he gone mad? Or is this some defense mechanism? No. He's delusional. Completely lost in this fantasy. Tsunade, what's with your expression? You should be happy for me, my friend. I've become an immortal being. I will witness things that humans can only dream of, the great abysses of existence. How can I make him see? How can I bring him back to reality? Tsunade's hand hovered over the plug connecting the devices. This isn't Aishitaro anymore. The voice of Aishitaro's brain abruptly stopped as she pulled the plug from the device. Without the assistance of the other three mechanisms, his brain became nothing more than a preserved human brain specimen, decorative and nothing more. From what he had said, Tsunade was now certain beyond doubt that Aishitaro had completely lost his human reasoning. The stubborn, justice-driven man I knew would never accept this. What have they done to you? Evidence of this was the marks of axe chops hidden in the darker corners of the house. Those were the clear signs of a battle between Aishitaro and the Migo. But in the end, the old man had been turned into a brain in a jar, dreaming fantastical dreams in the Migo's green nutrient fluid. These dreams must have had a hypnotic effect, allowing the Migo to extract his memories, impersonating him, while also gradually leading him to understand and accept their race. Ultimately, the illusions within the dream would shatter Aishitaro's self-recognition as a human, leaving him incapable of recognizing his own humanity. Now, his brain no longer saw itself as human. He had even tried to convince Tsunade to accept this great honor. He's become a willing trophy for these creatures. Her gaze softened as she looked at the silent brain. I'm sorry, old friend. I was too late to save you. For this maddened brain, she felt there was no point in further conversation, so she disconnected the device. However, the conversation with the brain had helped her realize who had been impersonating Aishitaro earlier in the day. That was the Migo, wasn't it? Though Tsunade had sensed the fungal matter within that body, she had never imagined that the answer to the mystery would be something like this. She silently approached the lounge chair and yanked the blanket off it. There lay a disturbingly lifelike human skin, more meticulously crafted than any wax figure by any master artist, but unfortunately, it was not wax. On the backside of the skin were small metal clips, seemingly intended to affix the skin to something. Tsunade hung her head low, staring intently at the human skin on the sofa, saying nothing. How many others have they taken? How long has this been going on? In this eerily quiet atmosphere, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the stairway. Tsunada's body tensed, instantly alert. "Tsunada-sama, what are you doing here?" At the staircase's turn, Shizune appeared, holding an oil lamp, and saw Tsunada standing silently in the living room. Tsunada turned her face, expressionless, and coldly asked, "Why are you out here?" Her gaze was so chilling that Shizune trembled in fear, worried she had done something wrong, and quickly responded. "Anko has gone missing. I came out to look for her." Chapter 105, The Slug's Adventure. "The Migo Anko is missing?" "Yes." Shizune nodded worriedly. This gave Tsunada a bad feeling, especially since along with Anko, 2 servants from the Abe family and she had also disappeared. Most importantly, so did that Migo. Could it be? She quickly ran to the entrance and saw that Anko's shoes were also gone. She knelt down, examining the spot where the shoes should have been. She left on her own. But why? And where to? No matter the reason, Anko needed to be found immediately, because she had no idea what kind of being she was dealing with. "Shizune, bring Anko's backpack." "Right away," Shizune replied, turning to dash upstairs. While Shizune was gone, Tsunada performed a summoning jutsu. As the smoke cleared, the figure of a small pig wearing a specially made ninja vest emerged. Its beady eyes looked up at Tsunada expectantly. Just then, Shizune came downstairs with Anko's backpack in hand and saw the summoned pig. So cute. But she quickly refocused on the urgency of the situation. She handed the backpack to Tsunada, who then placed it in front of the pig's nose. "Tonton, I need you to help me track the owner of this backpack." "Oink." The pig nodded, its snout twitching as it caught Anko's scent. Tonton sniffed the backpack a few times before bolting towards the door. "Follow, Shizune." "Yes." The 2 women and 1 pig sprinted through the quiet forest at night. Along the way, Tsunada reassured herself that Anko was a skilled chunin of Hidden Leaf Village and should be fine. But against the Migo, her skills might not be enough. "We have to find her quickly." After witnessing the technology of that brain in the jar, she couldn't be certain what potential the Migo species might have. But one thing was clear, the Migo had a bizarre fascination with humans, making them extremely dangerous. During their journey, she gave Shizune a brief explanation of the situation. "Migo? Tsunada-sama, this sounds—" "I know it sounds impossible, Shizune," Tsunada replied, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "But we need to be prepared for anything." Although Shizune was shocked, without having seen the talking brain herself, it was difficult for her to fully grasp the situation. That was enough for now. Tsunada just wanted to prepare her mentally for what they might encounter to avoid being too overwhelmed. Following Tonton's lead, they arrived at a cave hidden within the trees. Tonton let out a few oinks towards Tsunada, who nodded and said, "Got it, thank you for your hard work. You can go back now." With a poof, Tonton disappeared, and Tsunada turned to Shizune. "Anko is inside this cave. Stay close to me." "Understood, Tsunada-sama." Tsunada moved cautiously, leading Shizune into the cave. Something's not right here. The air. It feels alien. She suppressed a shudder as they ventured deeper into the darkness. The dark passageway lacked any light source, but fortunately, Shizune had brought a firelighter, which provided enough light to see ahead. After traversing a long tunnel, they entered a spacious chamber. In this vast space were numerous strange machines beyond their understanding, including a massive cube in the center and various instruments on a wooden table nearby. "Tsunada-sama, what is all this?" Shizune whispered. "Nothing good, Shizune." "Be on your guard," Tsunada replied grimly, her eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement. The chamber resembled a laboratory, though there were no light fixtures, as if the person who built it had no need for lighting. With the faint light of the firelighter, they moved forward slowly, listening carefully for any unusual sounds in the surrounding darkness. Behind the giant cube, they found a large surgical table. Tsunada approached it cautiously. Bloodstains were still fresh on the table. Recent. And definitely not a normal surgery. No known surgical tools were present, indicating that the Migo didn't need external instruments, as they were naturally gifted surgeons. "Tsunada-sama, look over there." Shizune pointed towards a dark liquid tank, where a human body could be seen. Tsunada rushed over and saw that the bodies submerged in 2 of the tanks were the male and female servants of the Abe family. Their bodies were intact, with their eyes closed, seemingly in a state of suspended animation. Beside them was Shi's body, though his fate was far worse. The back of his head had a massive gash, and his brain was missing. Next to Shi's tank was another one containing a female body. But just like him, the back of this woman's head had a huge gash. The body slowly turned, revealing the front. It was the face they both knew, with eyes closed as if in deep sleep. And this woman had been sleeping in the same room as Shizune just recently. "Anko." Tsunade and Shizune called out Tanko's name simultaneously. No. Not Tanko too. We were just talking earlier today. Shizune's voice broke, her hand covering her mouth in shock. As they were shocked, staring at the body in the tank, Tsunade suddenly sensed movement behind her. Instinctively, she shoved Shizune aside, and the two immediately split up. A blue spherical lightning bolt zipped through the space where they had been standing, crackling with strange energy. Buzz. Buzz. In the darkness, a high-pitched humming noise filled the cave. Tsunade dashed to Shizune's side, grabbed the fire lighter from her hand, and tossed it into the darkness. Shizune, focus on defense. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune replied. But what about Anko and the others? We can't help them if we're dead. In that moment, the flames revealed two forms. They were two pinkish creatures, standing about 1.5 meters tall, although not fully upright. Their crab-like bodies were adorned with large, fin-like or membrane-like structures, and beneath them were numerous insect-like jointed legs. They could move quickly on all their limbs or stand on the hindmost pair for a broader view and more agile movements. Atop their bodies sat an oval-shaped, complex head covered in small tendrils. These were the Migo. The two alien creatures huddled together in the dark, their oval heads touching as they emitted a series of complex color patterns, seemingly communicating. They're planning something. We need to act fast. After a few moments, one Migo separated its head and made a strange buzzing sound towards Tsunade. Among these strange hums, Tsunade caught words in a voice that was human, yet oddly distorted. Chakra. Chakra. Give it to me. BZZZ. Give me chakra. Give it to me. One of the Migo slowly approached Tsunade, extending its front legs toward her, with movements resembling a crab's claws, as if asking for something. Accompanied by a buzzing, mixed language sound, she realized the Migo was requesting chakra from her. They know about chakra. For a moment, she was astonished by the intelligence of this creature, but given everything she had learned about the Migo, she wasn't overly surprised. A brief memory flashed through her mind, her hands glowing green as she examined Aishitauro, the Migo watching from the shadows. When conducting a medical diagnosis on him, the Migo must have seen her use chakra, sparking their interest at that time. Of course, at that moment, the Migo likely didn't understand what that green light represented. However, since they can create dreamscapes for the brains they've captured and extract memories from them, they must have accessed Anko's memories and learned that the green light was chakra. Unfortunately, relying solely on memories to infer the nature of chakra led the Migo to mistakenly believe it was some form of technological energy that could be transferred. Thus, this Migo was now reaching out to Tsunade to demand chakra. From this, it was clear that the Migo possessed a high level of intelligence, at least comparable to humans. But even so, these intelligent creatures, after brutally extracting a human brain, still seemed indifferent, which she found utterly unacceptable. She balled up her fists and looked down. She bit her lip for a second before she said anything. You are unforgivable. Chakra, huh? I'll give it to you. As Tsunade spoke, the veins in her arms bulged upward, all the way to her shoulders. The moment she finished speaking, she charged toward the Migo with such speed, empowered by chakra, that the stone ground beneath her feet cracked with ease. Boom. The sound of shattering rock echoed through the chamber as she closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The sudden burst of speed left the Migo with no time to react. It barely even attempted to dodge before her punch landed on the shell of its back. Her fist struck hard, but instead of the sound of cracking armor, it only caused a dent in the Migo's shell. The impact reverberated through Tsunade's arm, a sensation unlike anything she'd felt before. What is this? It should have been obliterated. A thick, green fluid oozed from the dent. This liquid looked almost identical to the nutrient fluid inside the metal cylinders that house the human brains. Additionally, a layer of green, faintly glowing, web-like mucus covered the surface of the dent. Although her punch had left a bump on its back, it didn't damage the green webbing at all. This surprised Tsunade. She stared at the dent, her mind racing to understand what she was seeing. With the strength behind that punch, she could easily have shattered granite, let alone the Migo's shell. This attack was her signature technique, a powerful taijutsu move that focused chakra into a specific part of her body to deliver an immensely strong strike. She had only allocated a small amount of chakra to her legs for an initial burst of speed to catch the Migo off guard, concentrating the rest of her chakra in her fist. If a human had taken that punch, their body would have been left with a hole far larger than the area of impact. But against the Migo, it only caused a small dent. Based on the information obtained from Aishitauro's brain, Migo bodies are made of a fungus-like substance, which shouldn't have been this durable. Realizing that a single punch hadn't killed the Migo, Tsunade immediately leapt backward, flipping away from its back and landing on the ground. She dashed across the stone floor as she put distance between herself and the alien creature. The next second, a layer of blue electricity surged over the Migo's body. The blue current covered the entire surface of the Migo, even scorching its shell in some places. Had Tsunade remained on the Migo's body for too long, she would have been hit by that electric current. It appeared the Migo had electrified its entire body to repel her, similar to the blue lightning ball it had used earlier in its ambush against her and Shizune. Tsunade now remembered that the Migo were scientists driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Naturally, they had their own weapons. Like that snake, TCH. That blue lightning ball must have been fired from one of their weapons. She quickly scanned the Migo's multiple legs and spotted one holding a door handle made of black crystal. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the strange object. Was that it? This electric weapon seemed to have two modes, one that fired a blue lightning ball at targets and another that electrified its own body to repel any close contact. While the lightning could scorch its shell, it seemed incapable of damaging the creature internally. Beyond that, the Migo likely had some form of protective technology. That green web-like mucus must be biological armor designed to protect its soft, fungal body. This biological armor, formed from green mucus, was fundamentally different from human-made physical armor, which relied on sheer hardness for protection. Its armor provided superior protection while maintaining full flexibility, even able to withstand Tsunade's full-strength punch. Their technology? Faced with the advanced technology of the Migo, Tsunade couldn't help but feel dread. If such technology were stolen by some malicious human shinobi and used in war, it could plunge the entire world into chaos. I have to end this here and now. For the sake of everyone. Calmly observing the Migo before her, still reaching out as if demanding chakra, Tsunade's forehead diamond split apart, forming purple-black lines on either side. Reserve seal. Release. As she released the seal, the purple-black lines spread across her body, and within seconds, she stood transformed. Shizune, standing behind her, watched in awe at the completely changed Tsunade, a woman who, though a medical ninja, now radiated an immense and overwhelming presence. This is Tsunade-sama? Without hesitation, the transformed Tsunade exploded forward at top speed, closing the distance to the Migo in an instant. The ground beneath her feet cracked and shattered, unable to withstand the force of her movement. The Migo, obsessed with science, couldn't comprehend the power of a ninja, of a human who had trained their body to its utmost limits. Such incredible speed was beyond the Migo's capacity to process, leaving it no time to dodge as Tsunade grabbed hold of the leg wielding the black crystal weapon. Chapter 106, The Slug's Adventure. The oath. Tsunade gripped the base of the leg holding the electric gun tightly with both hands, using all her strength to try and pull it off completely. However, the Migo's bio-armor was far stronger than she had expected. Even after unlocking the reserve seal, she couldn't tear it off immediately. Whenever the Migo endured external attacks, it would emerge on the surface of its body. Under Tsunade's power, the green mucus on the net-like armor gradually thinned out, indicating that it was only a matter of time before she could break it. At that moment, the Migo once again activated the technique from earlier, using the weapon in its hand to envelop its entire body in electricity, hoping to force Tsunade to release her grip. But this time, she didn't let go and instead faced the attack head-on. The powerful electricity surged through her body, causing her skin to quickly turn charred. However, within seconds, her skin returned to its original state. This was her unique jutsu, the 100 healings, achieved by releasing the entire reverse seal. After fully unlocking the seal, she could access the chakra she had accumulated over the years. This chakra would automatically heal any damage she sustained until it ran out. Whether the injuries were small or severe, her body would regenerate at an incredible speed, and the regeneration wouldn't disrupt her attack rhythm. After activating this technique, she could transform from a rear-line medical ninja into a front-line tank. "You want more chakra?" Tsunade growled. "I'll give it to you." With a roar that shook the walls of the cave, she pulled the green mucus threads that made up the bio-armor to their breaking point. In an instant, they snapped under her monstrous strength, the sound like 1,000 rubber bands giving way at once. "Finally. Let's see how tough you are without your shell." With the armor broken, the leg holding the electric gun offered little resistance as she angrily tore it off, spraying green fluid into the air. The sensation of ripping the limb from the alien body sent a shudder through Tsunade. Buzz. The Migo, when not mimicking human voices, could only emit a buzzing sound. This time, the frequency of the buzz was much higher than before, suggesting an emotional reaction to having part of its body ripped away. Tsunade tossed the severed leg holding the electric gun aside, and the electric current coursing through her body came to an abrupt stop. Without the electricity, she no longer needed to expend chakra to regenerate her body and could now focus all her energy on defeating the Migo itself. She leaped onto its back, spreading her legs wide to stand firmly. Then, she hammered like a pile driver, pounding relentlessly on its back. The Migo had no choice but to shake its body wildly, attempting to throw her off. Chaos erupted in the cave as it thrashed around like a lobster, overturning surgical tables and workbenches. Despite the wild movements, Tsunade clung tightly to Migo's back, unaffected thanks to her chakra's adhesive ability. All she needed to do was break through the bio-armor. Meanwhile, Shizune quietly observed from a corner, watching another Migo that had been hiding in the shadows. After Tsunade had torn off the Migo's leg, this second Migo was slowly making its way toward the tunnel, seemingly trying to escape. She noticed that this Migo was carrying two metallic cylinders with its midsection limbs. Between the cylinders, she could faintly make out an elliptical shape. Those must be. Oh no, we can't let it get away. Having heard the general situation from Tsunade earlier, she could guess what was inside, Ji's and Anko's brains, perhaps? She was ready to shout a warning, but held back for a moment. Come on, Tsunade-sama. Finish it quickly. Back with Tsunade, she had already lost track of how many punches she had thrown. The Migo's bio-armor was thinning under her attacks. The successive strikes created a large dent on its back, with the green mucus threads now as thin as spider silk. Seeing that it was almost over, she clasped her fists together, combining her strength, and delivered one final blow. This ends now. She roared as her fists descended. The punch didn't just break the bio-armor, it blasted a massive hole through the Migo's body, and the terrifying force of the punch even cracked the ground beneath. The impact reverberated through the cave, small rocks falling from the ceiling. Without its bio-armor, the Migo was extremely fragile, unable to withstand even a single finger from Tsunade. With a large wound on its body, it struggled a few more times before collapsing, its body shaking as it hit the ground. Just as Tsunade was about to relax, her shoulders slumping slightly as the tension began to leave her body, Shizune's voice rang out from behind. Tsunade-sama, there's another one trying to escape. Ji's and Anko's brains are with it. What? Damn it, we can't let it get away. She spun around, quickly spotting the fleeing Migo. Without a moment's rest, she charged after it. The Migo's full-speed escape was not slow, and even with Tsunade at her fastest, she couldn't catch up instantly. And the narrow, dark tunnel made the chase even more challenging. However, the distance between them was gradually closing. Just as she was about to grab the Migo's tail, it suddenly turned around, one of its limbs holding a bundle of metal tubes, aiming them at her. A burst of blue mist shot out from the tubes, and in the narrow tunnel, Tsunade had no time to dodge. The mist hit her directly. Damn! She screamed as she felt the effects taking hold. A chilling sensation spread across her skin, and in less than a second, her skin lost all feeling. This was the kind of numbness only extreme cold could cause, temporarily paralyzing the surface tissues of her body. It seemed that the metal tubes had sprayed some sort of freezing mist. But this didn't pose much of a threat to her. With 100 healings still active, the effects of the freezing mist would wear off in just a few seconds, allowing her to resume the chase. However, in those few seconds, the Migo had gained significant distance and was almost at the tunnel's exit. Upon reaching the outside, Migo let out a loud buzz toward the sky and unfurled its large, fleshy wings that had been curled up on its back. With a few flaps, its pink body lifted off the ground, rising to about waist height. But after a few more flaps, instead of gaining altitude, it began to descend. Just as it was about to get away, Tsunade had grabbed its leg. Going somewhere without me? With a shout, she yanked Migo down with brute strength, spinning it around like a top. As she released her grip, Migo's body flew like a kunai, crashing into a distant tree. This Migo also had biological armor, providing it with considerable resistance to physical attacks. And this made Tsunade cautious, as she quickly jumped toward a tree to check on the Migo's condition. The Migo, which Tsunade had thrown, was curled up like an injured caterpillar, its body limp. Green fluid oozed from the tentacles on its ellipsoid upper body. Although the biological armor hadn't been damaged by the violent collision with the tree, it had no shock-absorbing capacity, leaving it seriously injured. It was like putting a person in a metal box and then throwing it from a great height. In theory, the person wouldn't die from the fall due to the protection of the metal box, but they could still be killed by the impact inside. The Migo was in a similar situation. While its exterior appeared mostly intact, its internal organs had been severely shaken. Although it wouldn't die, it was incapacitated for the time being. Despite possessing various advanced technologies, Migo bodies were inherently fragile, similar to the strength of ordinary biological creatures. Attached to its feet were two metal cylinders, hooked to structures resembling crab claws. She retrieved the cylinders and examined their contents. Her hands trembled slightly as she handled the containers, acutely aware of their precious cargo. Despite the bumpy ride, the brains inside hadn't been damaged due to the protective liquid surrounding them. Though these bodies were lost, the brains retained their consciousness, meaning that, in a sense, they were still human. Perhaps. Looking at the weakened Migo and then at the two cylinders containing brains, Tsunade knew she had to begin cleaning up the situation. She dragged the Migo back into the cave, and Shizune quickly approached, asking, "Tsunade-sama, is everything resolved?" "Yes," Tsunade nodded, but then added, "Maybe." Her response was ambiguous because, while she had dealt with 2 Migos, she didn't know how many more were out there. As Shizune stared in shock at the Migo lying on the ground, emitting a faint buzzing sound, Tsunade suddenly ordered, "Shizune, go to the Abe family and bring me Aishitaro's brain and the other 3 devices from the small cabinet." "Oh, yes." Shizune quickly turned and left the cave. While she was gone, Tsunade used the time to deactivate her reverse seal technique. Before long, her skin visibly aged, turning from youthful to wrinkled in just a few seconds, a side effect of the technique. Using this ability made her body appear extremely old, but after resting for a short while, she could return to her normal appearance. Tsunade, after all, was still a woman and didn't want Shizune to see her in such a state. Moreover, she truly needed the devices that connected the brains in the cylinders. By the time Shizune returned, Tsunade had recovered, and Shizune brought along Aishitaro's brain as well as 3 other devices. "I've brought everything, Tsunade-sama," she reported, setting the items down carefully. "Good work, Shizune." Tsunade didn't feel the need to say much about Aishitaro's brain, which had already lost all rationality. However, she believed it was still worthwhile to try speaking with the brains of Anko and Chi. The Migo had brainwashed them using a process similar to inducing dreams through hypnotic influence on their brains in the cylinders. This was a lengthy process that required time. However, the brains of Chi and Anko had only been removed that night, so the Migo likely hadn't had enough time to complete the brainwashing. She connected one of the devices to a metal cylinder. A projection of Chi's face appeared, expressionless as usual, and he immediately asked, "Tsunade-sama, what are you doing here?" "No, where am I? Where have you taken me?" Before he could ask more questions, Tsunade unplugged the device. She felt there was no need to speak with him further. His brain was still in the state it had been before falling asleep, untouched by brainwashing. It's better this way. As for why she didn't explain the situation to Chi, it was because she believed it would do him no good to understand what had happened. It was like a nightmare, there was no need for someone to remind you of the details of the dream. Some nightmares are better left forgotten. Her hand hovered over the next cylinder. If Chi hadn't been brainwashed, then Anko should be. Her trembling hand reconnected the device, and Anko's face appeared in the projection. "Tsunade-sama? Is that you, Tsunade-sama?" Tsunade deliberately kept her face hidden in the darkness to observe Anko's reaction. She also felt too ashamed to face Anko. After all, Anko was in this state because she had taken her out of the village and failed to protect her. What did it mean for an ninja to be left with only a brain, no body? No, what did it mean for a human? This was worse than death. It was unbearably cruel for a young girl. She just couldn't stand thinking about it anymore. The more she dwelled on it, the more guilty she felt. Meanwhile, Anko seemed unaware of Tsunade's distress and spoke instead. "I had a long, and terrifying dream. In the dream, I was learning and doing missions with Orochimaru-sama. That time was so joyful. And then I was abandoned by Orochimaru-sama." Anko's voice from the cylinder didn't hide her reverence for Orochimaru, as the device conveyed her brain's true thoughts, similar to telepathy, which couldn't lie. This meant that Anko truly recalled memories she should have forgotten, indicating that the Migo had access to her memories. "Then, I dreamed of a huge pink fly. I was so scared. I wanted to run away. But for some reason, I couldn't move. My clothes were violently torn off, and I lay quietly on an operating table. That fly monster looked at my body and then used its tentacles to cut open my scalp." Anko described the surgery in detail. Tsunade remained silent, while Shizune quietly covered her face with her hands. In the end, Anko recounted everything from the dream and then asked, "Tsunade-sama, was my dream real?" Tsunade struggled to answer, choking on her words. Whether she revealed the truth or not, it would be too cruel for Anko. How do I tell her? How can I possibly explain this? She desperately searched for the right words. After a long silence, Tsunade finally whispered, "It's all my fault. It's my fault for taking you out of the village and causing you to have such a terrible nightmare." Anko, however, gave a mechanical smile and said, "It's not Tsunade-sama's fault. You only fulfilled my wish. I wanted to follow you and learn about the past of Orochimaru-sama by staying close to you. My wish has now been fulfilled. So none of this is your fault, Tsunade-sama." Anko seemed to understand her situation, yet she showed no shock. Instead, she comforted Tsunade, making her feel even more ashamed. How can she? I failed her completely. Suddenly, Tsunade stood up and said, "Anko. No matter what it takes, I'll make sure this is all just a bad dream. I swear on the name of the Senju clan." Chapter 107, The Slug's Adventure, Tsunade removed the pin, and Anko's face suddenly disappeared. I'm sorry, Anko. I'll find a way to fix this, I swear. What she said earlier wasn't meant to comfort Anko, it was because she genuinely wanted to restore Anko to her original state. In fact, Anko's body was still in the Migo's tank, and her brain remained active and conscious. All Tsunade had to do was reattach her brain to her body. But this was where the tricky part began. The brain is connected to a complex system of nerves. While severing these nerves is simple, reattaching and reactivating them is extremely difficult. Even if the nerves were successfully reconnected, it would be hard for Anko to return to her original state. Depending on the success of the surgery, the worst-case scenario would be Anko gaining her body but being completely paralyzed, with only the nerves in her head functioning. This is because the nerves there are the shortest and have the highest chance of success. In the best-case scenario, Anko could regain the ability to live independently and carry on a normal life. However, the reconnected nerves would be too weak to support the flow of chakra, meaning her career as a shinobi would be over. Of course, these are all outcomes in cases where the surgery is successful. Even if Anko ends up fully paralyzed, it would still be considered a surgical success. As for failure, it would mean permanent brain death due to mishandling the operation. The brain is incredibly fragile. If it's exposed to the environment for too long or if there's a minor mistake during the procedure, irreversible brain death could occur immediately. The possibility of it is high, considering she had never performed such a surgery before. If it was that easy, humanity would have already achieved immortality. Finally, there was another critical issue, her hemophobia. Unless she overcomes her fear of blood, performing this surgery would be nothing but a dream. Memories of past trauma flashed through her mind. Damn it! Tsunade angrily slammed her fist on the wooden table. The impact echoed through the cave, matching the frustration in her voice. Some medical ninja I am. All this skill, and I'm useless when it really matters. Looking over at the corner, where a weakened Miko lay, she walked over and asked, you have a way to put the brain back into the body, right? The curled-up Miko slightly twisted its body, and emitted a buzzing sound. Speak in a way I can understand. I know you can. From prior experience, she knew that Amigo was an extremely intelligent species capable of communicating with humans. This was precisely why she had spared this Migo's life. Additionally, the nutrient fluid used in the brain jar was made from the green liquid produced by its body. Tsunade had to keep it alive to continue supplying the nutrient fluid to the brain jar. Sugar. Give me sugar. Shizun, I need you to go down the mountain. Get sugar powder and anything else we might need to keep this thing alive. Though Tsunade felt disgusted, she ordered instructed. Shizun hesitated for a moment. But Tsunade-sama, is it safe to we don't have a choice? From what she learned from Ishitaro, Migos had the ability to travel across vast distances of space. To prevent it from escaping, Tsunade was prepared to stay here for an extended period. Ironically, the long, narrow tunnels that the Migo had dug to hide itself actually hindered its escape. Aside from its highly defensive biological armor and various weapons, its strength and speed were not particularly impressive. Soon, Shizun returned with the necessary supplies from the aid household, including the sugar powder the Migo craved. I've brought everything I could find, Tsunade-sama, she reported, setting down the items. Good work. Now, let's see if it is ready to talk, Tsunade said. Tsunade picked up a bag of sugar and walked over to Migo. Sensing the scent of sugar, it began speaking in human language again. Sprinkle. Sprinkle the sugar. It didn't specify where it wanted the sugar sprinkled, but Tsunade poured it all over its oval-shaped head. Immediately, the tendrils on its head began to frantically wriggle, like fish fighting for food. The pink tendrils absorbed all the sugar powder they could touch, like a grotesque sugar vacuum. These tendrils absorbed the sugar powder and converted it into energy. It appeared that as long as it had a steady supply of sugar, it could gradually heal itself. Tsunade didn't sprinkle the entire bag of sugar, only half of it. The Migo quickly absorbed the half bag through its tendrils and continued to beg Tsunade for more sugar. Tsunade shook the remaining sugar in her hand and asked, where do you come from? A faraway place. The planet Yuggoth. The Migo responded after a brief silence. Yuggoth. Although Ishitaro's maddened brain had mentioned this place before, Tsunade had no recollection of it, likely because it wasn't part of this world. Why did you come here? For the sacred. The sacred symbol guides us. BZZZ. It uttered a string of words that were difficult to understand, but the gist of it was that its species revered a certain symbol as divine. Wherever this symbol appeared, even in the far reaches of the universe, it could sense it and would fly to the location to protect it. The symbol on the metal cylinder perhaps? Tsunade immediately rushed to the wooden table and picked up the metal cylinder. Sure enough, on the bottom of the cylinder was a strange design she couldn't decipher. It was a collection of twisted symbols that formed an oddly aesthetic pattern. According to the Migo, They could sense the existence of it from anywhere in the universe and fly to it. This astonished Tsunade once again. The idea that a symbol could reveal this world's location was beyond her comprehension. Or rather, there were many things in this universe that defied imagination. Since the Migo could detect its presence, she couldn't allow the symbol to remain intact, as it would attract more of its kind. So, she used her chakra scalpel to destroy the pattern on the bottom of the metal cylinder, rendering it undetectable to the Migos. However, this act infuriated the weakened Migo, which buzzed angrily at Tsunade in a high-pitched tone. Buzz. Buzz. The alien was distressed, but she felt no sympathy. Is it possible to put a human brain back into a body? No. Never done. Never needed. When it gave this answer, it spoke in a completely emotionless tone, devoid of any regret or apology. Although its species was inherently emotionless despite their high intelligence, this still enraged Tsunade. As a result, she didn't keep her promise and took the remaining half bag of sugar away. Even if it had offered to help restore Hueco, she would not have relied on its power. Creatures like Migos were beyond simply being foreign. They weren't even from this world. Therefore, Tsunade had to find another way. Tsunade-sama, what's our next move? Shizune asked. We stay. We research. We find a way. Over the next few days, Tsunade stayed in the cave, contemplating how to restore Hueco's body, while also studying the Migo. She began organizing the cave, setting up a makeshift research area. If I'm to solve this, I need to understand everything about these creatures. She arranged her notes and equipment. The research on Migo was primarily conducted through conversations. She used sugar powder as bait, and it easily revealed many of its secrets. Tell me about your technology. How does it work? Tsunade demanded, holding a bag of sugar just out of its reach. Sugar. First sugar, the alien creature responded, its tentacles twitching eagerly. Tsunade sighed in frustration. Always with the sugar. Fine, but this better be worth it. She sprinkled a small amount of sugar for the Migo. Migo was a race passionate about science, having developed a variety of advanced technologies. Besides the brain containment device and electric gun, which she was already familiar with, there were other technologies she didn't fully understand. For instance, its bio-armor. This bio-armor clung to its body and could not be forcibly removed. It had incredibly high defense. She already knew that this bio-armor could even withstand punches from her in her reverse seal mode. However, the use of this bio-armor came with strict requirements. The Migo had to regularly expend green fluid from its own body to maintain the armor. It was somewhat like charging the bio-armor. Without regular charging, it would gradually deteriorate. Humans could also wear this bio-armor, but removing it would tear off some skin and muscle tissue. Moreover, humans couldn't recharge the armor, making it a single-use item for them. Aside from the bio-armor, there was also the sprayer that the Migo had used to attack Tsunade in the tunnel. This was a weapon that sprayed freezing mist, and if she hadn't been in her reverse seal state, an ordinary person would have been frozen and immobilized instantly. Like the electric gun, the sprayer used the Migo's green fluid as energy, without which it wouldn't work. There was also the huge cube in the middle of the cave. What's the purpose of this machine? Tsunade asked, pointing at the massive cube. Bring up deep earth. Find La metal, Migo replied in its monotone voice. Once activated, this machine could bring up sections of land thousands of meters below the surface, making it easier for Migo to access the metal ores they wanted. The metal the Migos sought was called La, which didn't exist in their original world. They traveled across the universe primarily to obtain this metal. So that's why they're here. Not invasion, but mining. Her understanding of the alien creatures shifted slightly. The metal ores capable of producing La had already been discovered by the Migo in this world. The large black stone that appeared on Mount Bika after the flood was something it had excavated with a seismic mining machine. For humans, using the seismic mining machine was virtually impossible, as the irregular glass blocks on its surface were actually a type of shifting password. Only the Migos could sense this constantly changing password, meaning only they could operate the machine. Unless some human got incredibly lucky and happened to guess the correct combination out of billions of possibilities. In addition to these technological devices, the male and female servants in the Abe family were actually bio-puppets made from human skin by the Migos. They had no thoughts and were only controlled by it, needing to be regularly soaked in diluted nutrient fluid for energy. Tsunade was not only shocked by their advanced technology, but she also picked up on some subtle information in its words. Most of the technology in the cave wasn't brought by them, it had already been there. They had just followed the guidance of the sacred symbols of their race and came to this world. This suggested that the Migo might not be visiting this world for the first time. They could have arrived in ancient times, leaving behind these advanced technologies. This ancient era was far older than the time of the Sage of Six Paths, or else there would be some human historical records about creatures like Migos. Moreover, The Migo's attitude in revealing these high-tech secrets was somewhat suspicious. Sometimes, Tsunade merely wanted to know the function of a technology, but it would explain how to use it. It would always emphasize that humans couldn't use these technologies. Only Migos could. This might indeed be true, since a race with such advanced technology would surely create devices only usable by themselves. But there was no need for it to share this information with Tsunade. These technologies either required the Migo's green fluid as energy, or could only be operated by it. And it had also told her that if it died, its body would disappear within hours. It's trying to make itself indispensable. Tsunade saw through the alien's strategy. What Migo didn't know was that she wouldn't kill it, even without these technologies, because she still needed its green fluid to sustain the brains in the jars. Despite its high intelligence, it couldn't comprehend this sentiment. In its worldview, the brain wasn't something worth negotiating over. It didn't matter if it was lost. It couldn't understand human emotions or the concept of companions, so it believed that these vital technologies, which only it could operate, were the key to ensuring its survival. In short, it valued technology, while Tsunade valued her comrades. As for the Migo not wanting to be killed, it was likely driven by the biological instinct to survive, but it was also possible that it wanted to stay alive to inform its companions. To prevent this, she had Shizune order a set of iron chains from the blacksmith in Hueco. Shizune looked puzzled. Chains? But Tsunade-sama, is that necessary? This creature can't be allowed to escape or contact others, Tsunade said firmly. These chains would completely trap it in the cave, and it wouldn't be able to break free with its strength. As Tsunade secured the chains around the alien creature, the Migo buzzed, chains. Unnecessary. I cooperate. This isn't about cooperation. It's about certainty, she responded sternly, tightening the final link. During this time, she also sent Shizune to deliver a letter. Deliver this to the third Hokage. Be discreet, but emphasize the urgency, Tsunade instructed Shizune as she handed over the carefully worded letter. Understood. But Tsunade-sama, what will you do while I'm gone? Continue my research. We're running out of time, Tsunade replied. After all, since the Minister of the Land of Fire's daimyo, Ji, had been turned into a brain in a jar, this was something that couldn't be concealed. The letter explained the events that had transpired, including the capture of Amigo and the fate of Anko and Ji. Tsunade asked Hiruzen to explain the situation to the daimyo and to select a trustworthy ninja from the village to help her. After several days of thought and research, she concluded that it was impossible to reattach a brain to its original body and reconnect the nerves. Damn it! Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her fist on the table in frustration. There has to be a way. Given the circumstances, she had to consider an alternative definition of restoration, finding a controllable body for the brains of Anko and Ji. And the only person who could make this possible was that individual. Chapter 108, The Slug's Adventure, Connecting Dots. Is it Migo this time? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen placed Tsunade's letter on the table, sinking into thought. Ever since the Great Toad Sage prophesied that the powers of the Old Ones would soon return, the entire ninja world has been witnessing a series of strange events. The prophecy. It's unfolding faster than we anticipated. His mind flashed back to recent incidents. There have been occurrences such as an illusion statue that could trigger mutations in the human body, ancient entities and their creations in the far north of the Land of Snow, and the incidents Jiraiya reported from the Land of Spice. This time, Tsunade's report mentioned the Migo, an otherworldly race not only possessing high intelligence and the ability to speak human language but also possessing formidable technological prowess. Most concerning was that several ninjas from the village, as well as ministers from the daimyo's palace, had been turned into brains in jars by Migos. Despite being separated from their bodies, their minds still functioned. Minds functioning without bodies. Kind of strange state is this? He muttered. Based on the few words in the letter, he found it hard to guess. This made him quite troubled about the upcoming report he had to give to the daimyo. How do I explain this without causing panic? As the Hokage, he not only managed the village's internal affairs but also had to report to the daimyo. While the daimyo didn't have direct control over the ninja village, they were the financial backers, and therefore held authority over the Hokage, including appointments. Thus, the Hokage's duties were divided between serving the village and reporting to the daimyo. Given that ministers from the daimyo's palace had been affected by Migos, Hiruzen knew he would have to personally report this situation. But before that, he had another task Tsunade had entrusted to him, sending a trustworthy ninja to assist her. Kakashi. Yes. A shadow dropped down from the ceiling, kneeling before him. Kakashi's sudden appearance barely faced the Hokage, who had grown accustomed to the Jonin's dramatic entrances. Kakashi, Tsunade has captured a creature on Mount Hueco and needs assistance. Given your exceptional skills, judgment, and past experience with similar encounters, I plan to send you to support her. Similar encounters? Kakashi wasn't sure what exactly Hiruzen was referring to, but due to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Hiruzen had already started linking these seemingly unrelated incidents as stemming from the same source. He had participated in the incidents involving the illusion statue and the mission to the Land of Snow, making him the ideal candidate to deal with these situations. Thus, he accepted the mission and set off immediately for Mount Biko. I understand, Hokage-sama. I'll leave immediately, he said. Alright, mission complete. Good job, everyone. Yuki clapped his hands, gathering Yuja, Itachi, and Kagami from the fields where they had been working. The team's tired but satisfied expressions reflected the day's simple but honest work. Although Yuki had recovered from the injuries sustained during the gold transport mission, he hadn't yet regained full combat ability. Overexertion could still reopen his wounds. As a result, his team had been assigned simpler village tasks for the time being. Let's head back. Good work today, especially you, Kagami, Yuki said, giving a nod of approval to the youngest member of the team. As they walked back to the village, Yuja stretched her arms above her head. It feels like we're fresh Gainins again, doesn't it? She said with a light chuckle. Sometimes, the simplest tasks can teach us the most. Itachi added. Kagami nodded in agreement. This busy routine also meant he had little time to use his spider vision to observe Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village or other places. He had left Spidey in Orochimaru's secret lab outside the village, ensuring it wouldn't cause chaos within the village. All he needed to do was feed it lessons periodically, keeping it content weaving webs in the lab. The downside, however, was that without Spidey's power, Kagami's ability to use his spider vision to observe the world was diminished, leading to missed information. For instance, he only learned about the Migo incident through the spider he had placed in the Hokage's office. Every time his team reported to the third Hokage or received new tasks, Kagami would leave one of his stealth spiders in the office. While normal spiders would easily be cleared out by the daily cleaning, his stealth spiders, which could survive 2 months without food or water, had no such problem. The cause of the Migo incident. After gathering more information through his loyal spiders, it turned out to be related to a symbol in the lab which other Migos had planted long ago. Despite the time that had passed, the lab was eventually discovered. The first to find it were the Migos themselves. Their obsession with technology led them to the lab, where they began various activities, attracting attention from others. The Migos are a race of fanatical technophiles. Wherever their technology is stored, they will carefully protect it and hunt down any foolish humans who try to steal it. So, even if humans discovered the lab first, the Migos would still arrive, pursuing those who took their technology. This situation also gave Kagami some new insight. If they can come here on their own, what does that mean for the barriers between worlds? The Migos' bodies vibrate at a unique frequency that makes them invisible to human cameras, leading to speculation that they might be extra-dimensional beings, not originating from any fixed universe. But if the Migo can come to this world, what about the mighty old ones? Hope Cthulhu won't come. I'll be damned otherwise. This was something Kagami still didn't think of. The mere thought of creatures like Cthulhu appearing in their world filled him with dread. If this world is just one universe among the multiverse, then Yog-Sothoth must also exist here. In that case, Orochimaru's former pursuit of the immortal using the silver key might not be mere fantasy after all. Why is it you, kid? Yo, kid. Aren't you only 2 years older than me? In the cave, Kakashi and Shizune were greeting each other. Of all the ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village, they sent him? She had heard from Tsunade that a ninja was coming from Hidden Leaf Village to assist them. She thought it would be some famous ninja, especially since the Migo incident was no small matter. If measured by Ninja Village task rankings, this Migo mission could easily be rated as S rank. But in the end, they sent Kakashi, who was even younger than her by 2 years. Her impression of Kakashi was that of a conceited boy who constantly talked about missions, which slightly annoyed her. However, she did acknowledge his skills. Even though he was younger, he had become a Genin a year earlier than she did and was the fastest rising ninja of their generation. Shizune, while we're away, Kakashi will take care of things here. Tsunade turned to her and said. Tell Kakashi how to feed the Migo and what other precautions are necessary. Leaving? Where are you going, Tsunade-sama? Shizune's face showed shock, as she had just learned of Tsunade's plan. You'll find out soon. Now go. Yes. Shizune couldn't delay her order and quickly led Kakashi to a dark corner of the cave. I hope he can handle this. She glanced back at Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor. In the deepest, darkest corner of the cave lay a massive pink body. The light from the other side of the cave barely illuminated the chains on the ground. As for what kind of monster was bound by the chains, it wasn't entirely clear. Shizune lit a torch in her hand, revealing the creature known as Migo to Kakashi. It was a pink, crustacean-like creature with several pairs of crab-like claws. The most striking feature was the oval-shaped organ at its head with tendrils that twitched slightly. The appearance of this bizarre creature was unlike anything seen in their world, yet for some reason, Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the Migo. As he pondered what kind of being this Migo was, Shizune had already begun explaining how to take care of it. Feed it sugar twice a day, half a bag each time, just sprinkle it on its oval head. The sugar is stored over there. And it absolutely hates light. If exposed to light, it will buzz constantly. And whatever you do, don't undo the chains. If the chains are undone, it might fly away, and it'll be nearly impossible to catch again. Oh, and... Shizune was still talking, but when she turned to look at him, she saw that he was completely absorbed in staring at the Migo, not listening to her at all. If it were anyone else, she would have been patient, knowing that anyone seeing such an alien creature would need some time to move from shock to calm. But for Kakashi, who had always left an impression of arrogance on her, she didn't hesitate to snap, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" At that moment, Kakashi suddenly seemed to have figured something out and said, "Right. I know where I've seen this thing before." "In that mural?" "Yes, on the mural." Tsunade, hearing the commotion, asked in an irritated tone, "Hey. Why is it so noisy here?" Since these events had begun, she had been feeling extremely anxious. Normally, she stayed in this cramped cave, studying the Migo and trying to find a way to restore Anko. Being cooped up with the Migo in the same space had left her on edge. She was even afraid to feed it herself, fearing she might accidentally kill it in a fit of rage. So, the noise from Kakashi and Shizune instantly triggered a strong reaction from her. Kakashi quickly ran over to explain, "Tsunade-sama, I've seen this creature called Migo before." Oh? She had never seen a Migo, despite her vast knowledge, and Kakashi claimed he had. Where? It was during a rescue mission in the Land of Snow. He then recounted his experiences during the mission in the Land of Snow. As he described the events, Tsunade was shocked. The things he encountered during that mission were just as astonishing, if not more so, than the current Migo incident. Deep in the frozen north, we found some ancient ruins. There was this massive mural, showing a story unlike anything I've ever seen. His hands moved as he spoke, trying to convey the scale of what he had witnessed. "What kind of story?" Shizune asked, her earlier irritation replaced by genuine curiosity. "The history of beings called the Ancients. And that's where I saw the Migo." His gaze flickered to the chained creature in the corner. "The mural showed their arrival in our world, their rise to power, and then their wars." "Wars? Against whom?" Tsunade asked worriedly. "The first war was against something called Cthulhu and its minions," Kakashi said, noticing Shizune's confused expression at the strange name. "Cthulhu? What kind of name is that?" "Trust me, the name was the least weird thing about it. With the disappearance of Cthulhu, the ancients regained their strength again," Kakashi said with a humorless chuckle. "Then they fought against their own creations, the Shoggoths. Imagine shapeless masses of flesh and eyes, that's a Shoggoth," Kakashi continued, noticing Tsunade's raised eyebrow. "Their own creations turned against them?" Kakashi nodded. "The last war, that's where I saw the Migo. So these creatures have been here before." Tsunade mused. "And from what I saw, they gave even the ancients trouble. The ancients didn't even record much about this foreign species, only depicting it in a single mural. The mural showed a creature with an oval head, a crustacean-like body, crab-like claws, and a pair of large wings. The creature in the mural looked almost identical to the Migo they were now facing. Given Migo's unique appearance, he had every reason to believe that the enemy who fought the ancients in the Third War was this very creature." Shizune, still trying to process the information, spoke up. "I don't understand. If these ancients were so powerful, where are they now? That's the thing. The mural showed their decline. They just disappeared. So the Migo we have here, it's part of an ancient alien race that once waged war on this planet with the ancients?" "It seems so. And they're back," Kakashi confirmed. "But why? What do they want now?" "That's what we need to find out," Shizune, Tsunade said. "Cthulhu. The ancients and Shoggoths. Migo. What astonishing events had taken place in that ancient time. The revelations were just as shocking as the first time they had encountered Migo." Chapter 109, The Slug's Adventure, the auction. After handing over all the responsibilities within the cave to Kakashi, Tsunade and Shizune began their journey heading northeast. Tsunade brought along the 3 brains in jars, as well as the devices that were paired with the metal cylinders. Shizune couldn't help but shudder as she carefully packed the containers. "Even after all this time, I can't get used to the sight." Tsunade had extracted a large amount of green liquid from the Migo's body, enough to sustain the 3 brains for 2 months. In other words, it would take at least 2 months before they could return. As they traveled, the landscape changed around them. Dense forests gave way to craggy mountains, which eventually softened into coastal plains. Shizune's curiosity grew with each passing day. She then couldn't contain her questions any longer. "Tsunade-sama, where exactly are we headed?" Tsunade's pace didn't slow as she answered. "An island, Shizune. One that doesn't appear on any maps." "A hidden island?" "It's a true lawless land, a paradise for the rich," Tsunade explained. "Imagine a place where money is the only law, where the worst of human nature is on full display." As they continued their journey, she elaborated on the island's nature. Its most famous feature was the ninja fighting arena, where wealthy individuals from different nations had their personally raised ninjas battle each other. The victor could claim the opponent's ninja. On this island, even ninjas with highly coveted bloodline limits are mere commodities. Beyond that, the island offered a variety of extreme luxuries, such as exclusive entertainment venues, a black market, and underground auctions of illicit goods. Listening to Tsunade's description, Shizune found it all hard to believe and asked, if it's such an evil place, why hasn't any nation taken action against it? Tsunade smiled slightly and explained, "You're still too young, Shizune. You think too simply. The people there are either wealthy or powerful, controlling vast amounts of wealth and ninja resources. If one nation were to crack down on the island, those wealthy individuals would flee with their money and ninjas to other nations, which would be a massive loss for the country trying to enforce the crackdown." Shizune began to understand. The relationship between the 5 great nations was like two sides of a balance, and the wealthy individuals were like weights shifting between the two sides. No nation wanted to push those weights to the opposing side, so they turned a blind eye to the island's existence. Shinobi politics is far more complex than I thought, Shizune realized. "But what does this have to do with the person we're looking for?" Shizune asked, still puzzled by their true purpose. "Because that person is a regular visitor to that place. If we offer the right bait, maybe the fish will bite." "I've already set the bait, let's hope he takes it," Tsunade said calmly. Meanwhile, in a cool cave laboratory, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds was conducting an experiment. He placed a small piece of pink flesh into a container, then used a dropper to drip a few drops of thick green liquid onto it, observing the reaction through a microscope. The green liquid immediately adhered to the pink flesh and gradually began to transform into the same pink color. This new pink substance slowly devoured the original pink flesh, eventually replacing it and then reverting to its original green color. "Wonderful!" he shouted in excitement. "Fascinating! The Shoggoth cells adapt so quickly, so perfectly." Under the microscope, the Shoggoth cells easily consumed human flesh and actively mimicked human cells. If it can mimic human cells so flawlessly, then perhaps a perfect, shape-shifting body? Unfortunately, this was only a theoretical idea for now, as the cells were difficult to control. While Genjutsu could influence the Shoggoth, it would often go berserk and uncontrollably devour organic matter once the Genjutsu ended. Ever since he received samples of the ancients and Shoggoth from Pain, he had conducted numerous experiments. After careful study, he found himself far more fascinated by the Shoggoth than the ancients. As creations of the ancients, the Shoggoth's biological adaptability had already surpassed that of its creators. It was no surprise that the Shoggoth had rebelled against the ancients. After all, no species would willingly submit to a weaker existence. However, the amount of Shoggoth Pain had given him was quite limited, insufficient for extensive experiments. Fortunately, the Shoggoth's adaptability was incredibly high, being composed of protoplasm, the substance that could give rise to an entire cell. Because of this, the Shoggoth had the ability to morph and adapt to its environment. As long as it had enough energy, it could continue to differentiate and generate different cells. So he spent a great deal of time cultivating a significant number of Shoggoth cells. Now, in front of him, 3 liquid tanks were almost entirely filled with Shoggoth cells, Shoggoth forms. These shiny black masses continuously twisted into unimaginable shapes in the tanks. Each transformation would have been considered a miracle for other living beings, but for the Shoggoth, it was as natural as eating or drinking. He gazed at the writhing masses, mesmerized. Such beauty in chaos. Such potential. Though he found the Shoggoth incredibly fascinating, he was also interested in the ancients. If their unique body structures could be applied to ninjas, it would dramatically increase a ninja's combat capabilities. Creating his own amphibious ninjas capable of operating on land, in the air, and underwater would be no problem. But he couldn't conduct those experiments just yet. He was still within the Akatsuki organization, and he couldn't reveal his ambitions too soon. Though Akatsuki had given him great freedom in his experiments, even reducing his and Seisaori's missions to allow more time for research, it was all in exchange for his future cooperation in modifying white Zetsu after capturing pure-blooded deep ones. It was a transaction, an investment. However, if Akatsuki discovered his ulterior motives before that, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. "Let them think they control me. In the end, I'll surpass them all. So for now, he had to tread carefully, though he still dared to make small moves that weren't too out of line. In the cave, a reticulated python slithered toward him, hissing softly. He extended his hand and allowed the snake to coil around his arm. From the snake's open mouth, he retrieved a small scroll of paper. Unfolding the note, he read it with interest. After a moment, he smiled playfully, a soft chuckle echoing in the cave. A talking brain, is it? He mused. After staying in a port city in the Land of Lightning for several days, Tsunade and Shizune were finally ready to head to the isolated island that couldn't be found on any map. According to Tsunade, she had already contacted the island earlier using a special method, informing them that she intended to auction off an item at the underground auction house there. As they prepared to depart, Tsunade double-checked their special cargo. I've sent word about our special item. With any luck, our target will take the bait. As for the auction item itself, it was none other than the brain in a jar that Tsunade carried with her. Even though it had been removed from the body, the brain remained active and capable of thought, and with the right equipment, it could even be provided with vision, speech, and hearing abilities. This was undoubtedly a rare item, one that would surely be alluring enough to draw that individual to the auction. And today was the day of the auction. Tsunade and Shizune made their way to the harbor, boarding an unremarkable boat docked in a quiet corner. The boatman, without a word, rowed them towards the unknown seas. After over 4 hours of sailing, they could finally make out the silhouette of an island through the fog ahead. The island resembled a volcanic crater, with hardly any flat ground. The central feature was a bare, conical mountain, giving the appearance of an uninhabited, desolate island. It's not what I expected, Shizune murmured. Appearances can be deceiving, Shizune. Remember that. The boat slowly sailed through a gap in the mountain's cone, and Shizune then realized that the interior of the mountain was a completely different world. The inside was a vast hollowed-out space, no less lively than Tensaku Town. The place was filled with grand buildings, pavilions, and towers, all luxuriously decorated with beautiful carvings. Colorful lanterns hung everywhere, making it all look impressively breathtaking. It's like stepping into another world. Keep your expression moderate, Shizune. This place may look glamorous, but it's more dangerous than you think. Shizune nodded. The people on the streets were well dressed in lavish clothes or evening gowns with expensive jewelry. Her simple short kimono made her stand out like a country bumpkin. At least Tsunade was wearing a necklace with a blue-green crystal around her neck, but Shizune had no jewelry whatsoever. Their modest attire attracted attention in this extravagant setting, with women dressed as wealthy ladies often covering their mouths with fans, whispering among themselves about Shizune's appearance. They must have assumed Shizune was Tsunade's maid. Everyone's staring at us, Shizune whispered. Let them stare. We're not here to impress anyone. Walking past the outer streets, Tsunade and Shizune arrived at a plaza. At the center of the plaza was a circular building, above which a noticeable purple dome-shaped barrier could be seen. Tsunade pointed to the circular building and said, "That's the Colosseum, where the wealthy watch ninja battles for entertainment." Then she gestured towards a nearby square building and added, "Next to it is the underground black market and auction house, where we're headed. They treat ninja battles as entertainment? What do you think the Chunin exams are?" As they passed by the fighting arena, Shizune could hear the frenzied cheers coming from inside. Being a Chunin, Shizune knew that battles between ninjas were no trivial matter. Most fights ended in death or serious injury. It sickened her that these rich people treated ninja battles to the death as a form of amusement. The Chunin exams weren't that brutal, right? Setting her personal feelings aside, Shizune followed Tsunade to the underground auction house. Tsunade went to the backstage to deliver the auction item, while Shizune leaned against a corridor wall, quietly waiting. While she waited, a young girl with long white hair, purple eyes, and wearing a pink dress hurriedly ran past in the corridor. Why is a child here? The people who frequented this place were either filthy rich merchants or overweight aristocratic ladies. This pure-looking girl immediately caught her attention. She watched as the girl disappeared around the stairway corner, heading up to a VIP box on the second floor. At that moment, Tsunade came out and said to her, "Everything's arranged. Let's take our seats." They sat in the main hall on the first floor, in the general seating. It wasn't that Tsunade didn't have the status to be in a VIP box, but the regular seats made it easier to observe which VIP box was bidding on her item. Given the special identity of their target, it was unlikely they would reveal their face, meaning they would probably be in one of the VIP boxes. "Keep your eyes on the VIP boxes," Tsunade whispered. "Our target won't show their face openly." "Understood. I'll watch for any unusual movements." Finally, the auction began. A wide variety of items were up for bidding, from luxurious goods to human trafficking and even treasures from certain villages. Most of the items were obtained through illegal means and couldn't be sold at regular auctions, so they were offloaded here. The attendees, Unconcerned that most of the goods were stolen, eagerly bid whatever price they had in mind. Shizune felt her disgust growing. Is there no limit to human greed? She watched as priceless artifacts and even people were sold to the highest bidder. Third box from the left, Shizune whispered, leaning close to Tsunade. The curtain keeps twitching. Good eye. Keep watching. After a long series of auctions, the final item of the day was brought out. The auctioneer motioned for the guards to place the item on the table, then spoke in a mysterious tone. This is a truly magical item. Though its outward appearance may not seem like much, it possesses unparalleled wonder and uniqueness in this world. That's why we've chosen to make it the grand finale of today's auction. Allow me to present to you. The auctioneer dramatically pulled away the silk cloth covering the item and, in an excited voice, announced its name, the talking brain. On the table sat the brain in a jar, along with 3 accompanying devices. Seeing the realistic human brain inside the metal cylinder, most of the audience let out screams, with some even turning away to vomit. Wow! Ugh! What on earth is this? It's hideous. Many in the crowd expressed their displeasure, disturbed by the grotesque sight that clashed with their refined tastes. The auctioneer quickly raised his microphone and said, "Please don't judge this item solely by its unusual appearance. For what you're about to witness is a rare but real miracle of the world." The auctioneer approached the metal cylinder containing the brain and inserted the 3 devices into slots beneath it. As the final device clicked into place, something miraculous happened. A projected human face appeared above a device with a camera. Though the face was expressionless, it was so lifelike that even the wrinkles were clear. The face blinked its eyes. However, the face wasn't particularly attractive. It was old, with a scruffy beard, giving it a messy appearance. But this did nothing to diminish the shock that went through the crowd. Impossible. Someone gasped. It can't be real. Another one cried out. Chapter 110, The Slug's Adventure. Oyashiro. Ladies and gentlemen, this talking brain can not only display the face of its original owner, but it can also communicate with all of you, just like a living person. Come on, say hello to everyone. The auctioneer placed the microphone next to a small box. A monotone voice, devoid of much emotion or variation, emerged from the box. Where's this? The projected elderly face displayed subtle changes in expression. Due to the limited visual angle of the projection, the face kept trying to turn left and right but could not move too far, only glancing sideways at the auctioneer. I'm about to embark on a great interstellar journey. Let me go. It demanded, the projected face contorting in confusion. This comical action amused most of the audience. Many had forgotten their initial fear upon seeing the human brain, now watching the projection like they were watching an entertaining clown show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no phonograph or radio trick. This is a real, living person. He swept his arm in a grand gesture. Allow me to invite a member of the audience to come up and interact with this talking brain live, to prove my point. Any volunteers? Alright, how about you, sir? Please come forward. A man in a silver mask and white tailcoat stood up, and went towards the stage. The auctioneer handed a microphone to the volunteer. You may ask him any question, and he will answer. However, a word of caution, this brain's owner has gone through some extraordinary events, so his words might not always be rational. The man nodded, then turned to face the projected face. Tell me your name? Ibishitaro. The brain spoke its name without hesitation, causing Tsunade to frown slightly and sparking some murmurs among the guests. Ibishitaro? That name sounds familiar, someone whispered. Isn't he from the Abe family in the Land of Fire? Another voice added. However, the man didn't seem too concerned about the brain's identity. My name is Randolph Carter. Can you say my name? Randolph Carter, the brain repeated. Say it again? Randolph Carter. Ishitaro's tone didn't change, but his speed increased slightly. And again? Randolph pressed. The brain's projected face contorted in annoyance. Why should I say your name so many times? Even though the name had been said twice, the brain, which rarely showed emotional changes after being separated from its body, exhibited a somewhat resistant response. This was apparently exactly what Randolph wanted. He nodded to the auctioneer, returned the microphone, and elegantly walked back to his seat. Tsunade's gaze followed the man until he returned to his seat, then she turned back to the stage. The auctioneer raised the microphone again and said, I believe everyone now fully understands the uniqueness of this final auction item. He raised his voice. So, the starting bid is 100 gold coins. Feel free to place your bids. 100. 110. 115. People kept shouting out offers, and the price shot up from 100 gold coins to 150 in no time, with no sign of stopping. It's like watching sharks in a feeding frenzy, Shizune observed the bidders. In black markets and underground auction houses, the bidders were wealthy individuals from around the world, So national currencies didn't work, only gold coins were accepted as the hard currency. The wealthy attendees could exchange their native currency for standard gold coins and then spend them here. Although 200 gold coins might not sound like much, it was equivalent to around 16 million ryo, enough to pay a ninja for completing over a dozen S-rank missions. But as the price reached 200 gold coins, the rate of increase slowed. After all, this extraordinary item didn't have as clear value as traditional auction items. Most of the bidders were driven by curiosity. Paying 200 gold coins for a novelty item was already a steep price. As the auction progressed, fewer people participated, until only Randolph and one other bidder were left. 237. Randolph called out. 240. Came the response from another corner of the room. 245. The person competing with Randolph gave up. 245 gold coins, first call. Sensing this, the auctioneer eagerly prepared to make the final call, as he had already made enough money from this strange item. Meanwhile, Randolph smiled beneath his mask. During his earlier conversation with the brain, he had intentionally asked the same question 3 times. The first 2 times, the response had been almost identical, but on the third question, he received a different answer. This seemingly insignificant exchange allowed him to draw a conclusion. The talking brain before him wasn't just a trick designed to answer preset questions. There was real human thought inside. Only a real human brain would react emotionally after being asked the same question 3 times in a row. But this was only the initial test, more should be done. 245 gold coins, second call. The auctioneer shouted. 245 gold coins, third, 300 gold coins. The new voice sparked a second wave of excitement in the auction hall. 300 gold coins from a VIP in the private room. The auctioneer shouted. Any more bids? Anyone else? Randolph, who had been competing earlier, gave up, and no one else offered a higher bid. All right. Congratulations to the VIP in the second floor private room for winning this extraordinary item. The auctioneer slammed down his hammer, calling out the winner of the last item. That was it, auction over. Randolph looked up at the second floor private room, then left. It's time. Get ready to move, Tsunoda whispered. They quietly made their way backstage, and watched as the auction staff delivered the item to the second floor private room. Should we intercept them now? Shizu whispered. Tsunoda shook her head slightly. Once the staff left, Tsunoda and Shizu immediately rushed to the private room door and kicked it open. Inside, a thin figure sat calmly on a sofa, with his back to the door. Orochimaru. The next second, 3 kunai shot out from behind the sofa, flying towards Tsunoda's head. Shizu immediately stepped forward, deflecting the 3 kunai with her own, then stood protectively in front of Tsunoda. A small figure came from beside the sofa. Shizu instantly fixed her gaze on this silhouette, wary, as it must have been the one who threw the kunai. But just as the 2 sides entered a standoff, the person on the sofa slowly stood up and clapped twice. Immediately, the lights in the private room came on. As the room brightened, both parties could see each other's faces clearly. The small figure that had come out from behind the sofa was a little girl with white hair and purple eyes. She was the cute little girl Shizune had seen in the hallway before the auction began. Now, this little girl was holding a kunai, eyeing Shizune and Tsunoda cautiously. Despite her young age, the girl was a ninja like Shizune. The other one was a man wearing diamond-shaped sunglasses. He had a red ribbon tied around his forehead and wore a loose linen-colored shirt, giving him a somewhat laid-back appearance. Tsunoda's eyes widened in surprise at first, then relaxed in disappointment. Not Orochimaru. Why is it you? Tsunoda asked with irritation. Why can't it be me, Princess Tsunoda? Did you miss me that much? The man smiled as he walked towards her, extending his hand for a handshake, but Tsunoda ignored him, walking past him into the room. Despite the awkward situation, the man whose gesture was rebuffed didn't seem to mind. He scratched the back of his head, then placed his hand on the little girl's arm that was holding the kunai, lowering it. It's all right, Chino. They're not enemies. Not exactly. The girl hesitated for a moment. But, he patted her head gently. Sometimes, Chino, the line between friend and foe is blurrier than a sandstorm in a hidden sand village. Seeing the little girl obediently lower her hand, Shizune also dropped her guard and walked to Tsunoda, who had already seated herself on the sofa, and asked, Tsunoda-sama, do you know this man? I suppose I do. Tsunoda's voice was flat, betraying little emotion. Oyashiro, a man who belongs to no faction. A shady weapon seller who'll do business with anyone if the price is right. And he's also known as the Merchant of Death. Moreover, like me, he's also a medical ninja with exceptional skills. Tsunoda introduced Oyashiro nonchalantly, while the man in question sat down on the sofa opposite her with a grin, saying, haha, It's quite an honor for a mere merchant like myself to be known so well by Princess Tsunade. However, my medical skills are nothing compared to Princess Tsunade's. I hardly deserve the word exceptional. His face was full of smiles, making it impossible for Shizune to guess his true thoughts. Although his words were full of compliments for Tsunade, she could see that this man had enough confidence to face Tsunade. Tsunade didn't waste any more words with Oyashiro and asked directly, "You must have contact with Orochimaru, right?" Her question wasn't baseless. Since Orochimaru had become a wanted man, he could only purchase weapons and supplies through hidden underground channels. And since Oyashiro was a merchant who didn't care about who he traded with, and was also a medical ninja, it was highly likely that he had contact with Orochimaru. Oyashiro pondered for a few seconds, then nodded with a smile, admitting it. Yes. Not only that, but this auction item was also something Orochimaru asked me to purchase for him. Oyashiro pointed at the complete set of equipment on the coffee table, which was the star lot from the auction earlier, the talking brain. Seeing Oyashiro frankly admit his connection to Orochimaru, and even reveal that he was instructed by Orochimaru to buy this auction item, Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. But don't misunderstand, I'm not one of Orochimaru's people. Oyashiro leaned back, his posture relaxed despite the weight of his words. It's just that Orochimaru is in a bit of an inconvenient position to meet people right now, so I'm relaying some information on his behalf to those who want to find him for business. Of course, my personal goal is just to make some profit on the side. You know, being a merchant and all, haha. Oyashiro spoke without reservation. Although each sentence was delivered with a smile, it put considerable pressure on Tsunade's mind. Does Orochimaru already know I'm coming to find him for business? Damn it, how did he find out? Although Tsunade had many questions in her mind, she said, "Go on." Oyashiro nodded and continued with a smile, "If you want to find him for business, you'll need to do something for him as well. Recently, Jiraiya has obtained something that Orochimaru is very interested in. It might be a scroll or something like that, but he didn't tell me exactly what it was. However, he said that given your position, you would surely be able to figure out what it is, and easily obtain it. Once you get that item, everything else can be discussed further." Item? What item? She hadn't been in contact with Jiraiya for a long time. What could Jiraiya have recently obtained that even Orochimaru was interested in? While she was still pondering, Oyashiro had already stood up. The sudden movement broke her train of thought. "Princess Tsunade, although it's a rare honor to have you visit, I have other matters to attend to today." As he spoke, Oyashiro placed his hand on the shoulder of Chino. "This child is making her debut in the arena today, and I don't want to miss it. So I won't be able to entertain you any further. If you obtain the item Orochimaru wants, just contact me using the method for contacting this place, and I'll relay the message to him. Don't worry, as the intermediary between you two, I'll certainly fulfill my responsibilities." "Well then." He smiled as he politely asked her to leave. Tsunade didn't take offense and directly picked up the brain in a jar and the 3 accompanying devices from the table. "Ah, this." Oyashiro wanted to reach out to stop her, but she gave a more decisive answer. "Sorry, this is not for sale. I'll return the auction money to you." With that, Tsunade left with Shizune. As Shizune was leaving, she observed Chino one last time. Oyashiro shook his head helplessly. Although Tsunade said she would return the auction money, the auction house's handling fee certainly wouldn't be refunded, so he ended up losing some money in the process. But there was nothing he could do. He could only lower his head and say to Chino, "You go to the arena and prepare first. I'll be there on time to watch your match." "Yes." Chino left the private room, leaving Oyashiro alone. At this moment, a crack slowly opened in the wall of the private room, and a low, hoarse voice came from within. Still as domineering as ever, "Tsunade." Oyashiro didn't turn to look, but smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Ah, Orochimaru, I've lost money helping you this time. I'll pay you back." Oyashiro smiled and shook his head, not really caring about his promise. Instead, he asked, "Why did you choose the name Randolph Carter? It's so hard to pronounce." "No reason. Just paying tribute to a great predecessor." Chapter 111, The Sanins. Tsunade came out from the isolated island, deep in thought. The salty breeze tousled her hair, but she barely noticed. 2 main points occupied her mind. First, how did Orochimaru know she might need something from him? Could Orochimaru already be aware of everything that happened on Mount Biku? No, that's impossible. Even that snake can't be everywhere at once. After all, the Migo incident took place deep in the remote mountains of Biku, and unless someone had prior preparations, it would be impossible to obtain information from such an isolated location. After the incident, she had only reported it to the 3rd Hokage, and had not shared it publicly. Very few people knew about it, including Kakashi and the Land of Fire's daimyo. The most important question wasn't whether Orochimaru knew about the entire event, but that he specifically knew she had something to ask of him. And what Tsunade needed from him was nothing other than restoring the bodies of Anko and Chi. Anko. Anko. The curse mark. How could I have been so blind? She had speculated that the curse mark was an incomplete one, serving no specific purpose. But perhaps the curse mark wasn't just a decoration. What if Orochimaru could sense what was happening to Anko through it? Although she didn't know the extent of what could be sensed, it seemed like the only possibility that he knew through the curse mark. Damn, I've been tricked. Tsunade slammed her fist angrily against a nearby rock formation. Even though she controlled her strength, a spider web of cracks still spread across its surface. The impact sent a flock of seabirds screeching into the air. Some Sanin I am, missing something so obvious. Tsunade shook her head. Oyashiro mentioned it might be a scroll or something similar. Could it be Jiraiya's contract scroll? The most important scroll he had was undoubtedly the large one he always carried on his back, containing the blood contract with the toads of Mount Myabaku. Could Orochimaru want to summon the toads of Mount Myabaku? This thought crossed her mind but was quickly dismissed. Even if someone wrote their name on a contract, summoning a toad from Mount Myabaku didn't guarantee the toad would obey. Especially for Orochimaru, who had already signed a contract with the Snakes of Richi Cave, it was even more unlikely. The Snakes of Richi Cave and the toads of Mount Myabaku were ancient enemies, something Orochimaru was certainly aware of. So, that scroll would be of no use to him. Could it be that thing? During the Ninetales incident in Hidden Leaf Village, Minato sacrificed himself to seal it inside a child, bringing peace. The key? Could he be after that? This seemed reasonable since Oyashiro's description suggested Orochimaru wasn't even sure if what he wanted was a scroll. Tsunade didn't know how Jiraiya preserved the key to the Nine-Tails seal, and Orochimaru would know even less. However, on further thought, she still felt something was off. According to Oyashiro, it was something Jiraiya had recently obtained, and once she figured out what it was, it would be easy to acquire. Though she knew Jiraiya had feelings for her, she didn't believe he would give her something so important. What are you after, Orochimaru? In the end, she could only find out what it was by meeting Jiraiya in person. But finding Jiraiya would take some effort. Knowing that pervert, he's probably researching at some hot spring. In a dark cave, Kakashi sat bored and frustrated. His usually spiky hair hung limp, and dark circles had formed under his visible eye. Being in constant darkness with the Migo, he felt his sanity slipping. Especially over the last 2 days, he had been feeling unusually sleepy. This was understandable, given how monotonous his surroundings were. Although Kakashi left the cave every 2 or 3 days to buy food and supplies, he never stayed out long, and always sealed the cave with a boulder upon leaving. These were necessary precautions to prevent the Migo from escaping. Since he had taken over the task of guarding it, the Migo hadn't spoken, staying still in the dark corner. Only a single pinkish appendage stretched out from the darkness, proving to Kakashi that it hadn't escaped. He had no idea how talented the Migo was at maintaining silence, but today he decided to talk to it. Great, reduced to chatting with an alien fungus. Nulo, Kakashi. He steeled himself, clearing his throat. Yo, are you sleeping? He moved his chair in front of the Migo and spoke. Seconds ticked by, feeling like hours as he waited for a response. After a long pause, it made some sounds in response. Buzz. No. Buzz. No need. Buzz. Sleep. Not having spoken human language for a long time, the Migo seemed to have become rusty, very rusty. Do you know Cthulhu? Information gathering. That's all of this is. He justified to himself, feigning nonchalance. After a while, the Migo seemed to organize its language and answered, I know. Buzz. Can you tell me about Cthulhu? As soon as Cthulhu was mentioned, the Migo seemed to open up. Great Cthulhu, the eternal Lord of Relia, we worship him, we believe in him. Not just him, we worship many of the great old ones. Cthulhu's child, Gidono Toa, we brought it from one world to another, building huge fortresses to serve it eternally. And the Supreme Mother Goddess, Shub-Niggurath. Yes. Shub-Niggurath. The goat with 1,000 young. From the abyss of the stars to the source of darkness, it is all eternal praise to great Cthulhu. And praise to Tsithagwa. And praise to him who is not to be named. Yog-Sothoth, the youngest child, drifts and spins in the dark ether at the edge of the universe, waiting for those seeking truth to pass through the ultimate gate. And the great messenger, Nyarlathotep, who will don human appearance and walk among mankind. And the one with the waxen mask and robe that hides, who is slowly approaching. The Migo's voice grew louder. Although still emotionless, this could be understood as an expression of its fervor. During this chant, the Migo even stopped buzzing, showing its familiarity with these hymns. However, as it continued chanting, Kakashi felt his consciousness growing sluggish. A powerful drowsiness overwhelmed him until his head slumped to one side. No. Can't. Sleep. Kakashi fought against the unnatural fatigue, but his vision blurred. At that moment, the Migo's chant ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie stillness in the cave. It cautiously extended its foot, razor-sharp, toward the sleeping face. The alien appendage inched closer. Just before it touched Kakashi, the chains restrained its movement with a sudden jerk. The Migo had no choice but to retract its foot into the darkness. Moments later, the sound of shackles hitting the ground echoed in the cave. The quiet clinking seemed to reverberate in the stillness. But it didn't wake the sleeping Kakashi, who remained unnaturally still. The Migo had freed one of its feet, and it crawled toward the stone wall, its movements stealthy and calculated. With alien dexterity, it began carving a strange symbol into the surface with its foot. Ah, finally here. Hot Spring Resort. Jiraiya, the toad sage from Mount Myabaku, has arrived. Standing on a small path in the forest, he gazed into the distance. He could already see hidden hot water village. Time for some serious research and maybe a little relaxation. He chuckled to himself, already imagining the sights that awaited him. Yu was located in the land of hot water in the northeast of the land of fire, and was once a well-known shinobi village, earning the reputation of a fighting ninja village. However, after the third great ninja war ended, the daimyo began cutting funding to the village. Combined with the region's abundant natural resources and the peaceful beliefs of the local residents, the village underwent a transformation. What was once a fighting ninja village had now become a village that had forgotten war. Today, it is famous for its hot springs, having transformed into a renowned hot spring resort destination. Anyone could enter easily, just like walking into an ordinary village. And as expected, no ninjas could be seen in the village anymore. The streets were filled with ordinary people in everyday clothing, and there were plenty of girls, too. And they were all wearing yukatas. The girls walked down the street with paper fans. They gathered in groups, and giggled as they entered the women's bath. Just standing there and watching made Jiraiya drool uncontrollably. Oh, the sights I'm seeing. All in the name of literature, of course. Look at that guy, his eyes are so weird. You, that drooling old man? He's disgusting. Is he a pervert? Let's get away from him. The girls quickened their pace, walking away from Jiraiya with looks of disgust. One woman whispered to her friend, "Ugh, look at that creep. Is he having a stroke or something? Nah, just a terminal case of pervitis. Let's get out of here before it's contagious." Jiraiya, oblivious to their comments, quickly composed himself, nodding as he mentally congratulated himself on his decision. Ah, Jiraiya, you genius. This place is a goldmine for my novel. Yes, he hadn't come just for a vacation but also to gather inspiration for his new novel. Ever since his last book, Tales of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja, was published, he hadn't written anything for a long time. But recently, he had decided to start writing again and planned a new book. The theme of this new book would be a story of love and romance, drawing from his many years of research into the topic. He even had a title in mind. It would be called Kuka. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, really not bad. He strolled leisurely through the streets as he hummed a cheerful tune. And he was about to absorb all the inspiration from the streets and the entrances of the women's baths. A child's voice suddenly interrupted him. Wrong. They're all wrong. Jiraiya immediately stopped, looking around but not seeing anyone talking to him. The people in this village are all wrong. He heard the voice again, and he finally realized where it was coming from. It was a small boy, barely reaching Jiraiya's waist. The boy had gray slicked back hair, light purple eyes, and was dressed in simple shorts and a shirt, yet he looked at Jiraiya with an unusual expression. There was a hint of anger or dissatisfaction in his eyes, or perhaps other emotions, but they were all negative. Jiraiya had no idea how he had offended this child, so he bent down and asked, "What do you mean by wrong? Lose your parents in all this hot springs steam? They're all wrong. The people in the village are all wrong," the boy said. "Can't you see it?" "See what, exactly?" Jiraiya asked as he sensed something off about the kid. The boy glanced at the passers-by, and in his gaze, Jiraiya sensed a faint hint of killing intent. Though it wasn't strong, it was definitely there. The complacency. The weakness. They've forgotten what it means to be a shinobi. Just as Jiraiya was about to ask further, a voice called out from the dark alleyway nearby. "We're leaving." "Okay." The boy immediately ran toward the alley. Jiraiya straightened up and looked down the alley. In the shadows, he saw two figures standing there. While their faces weren't visible, he noticed their headbands. It had the symbol of 3 diagonal lines, the emblem of hidden hot water village. Are they you ninjas? That evening, Jiraiya sat drinking in a small bar. The middle-aged but still youthful proprietress personally poured his drink. "Madam, are there still ninjas in you?" he asked as he finished his cup in one go. The woman hesitated for a moment as she was about to pour more sake. "Yes, sir, there are still ninjas here." "Oh?" Jiraiya downed his drink again. "Where are they now? Why haven't I seen them active in the streets today?" The village has turned from a shinobi village into a resort, so the ninjas lost their status. Some of them, unhappy with the changes, moved to nearby areas. "Not happy, how exactly?" "I've heard of a group, formed by those who couldn't let go of the old ways. Dangerous folk, if the rumors are true." After the woman finished speaking, Jiraiya sipped his drink, deep in thought. He began connecting the dots between the boy's words and the proprietress's information. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of girlish laughter. "Let's go to the hot springs." "Yes, soaking at night feels the best. Let's go together." Judging by their light and playful voices, he could tell these girls were young and beautiful. Suddenly excited, Jiraiya hurriedly put some money on the table, left his drink behind, and quickly followed the girls to the hot spring. In his haste, he nearly knocked over his drink, earning a knowing sigh from the proprietress. "Another one off to appreciate the local culture, I see," she muttered, shaking her head. "This is crucial research. The world needs Hyuga." Jiraiya's earlier concerns evaporated as quickly as the steam from the hot springs. The girls giggled as they went to the women's bath. After changing into a bathrobe and entering the hot spring, he found that there was no one else in the men's bath at this hour, making it the perfect time to act. "The gods of literature smile upon me tonight." Jiraiya went toward the bamboo fence separating the men's and women's baths, and pressed his ear against it to listen closely. But there was only silence. "Oh. Playing hard to get, are we?" Imagining the beautiful scene on the other side, he wasted no time. Using his chakra, he quickly climbed the bamboo fence. On top, he scouted with a lecherous gaze, trying to spot the girls through the mist. "Found you." Through the mist, he could make out several figures sitting by the pool, playing in the water. But the mist made it hard to see clearly. "How big are they?" "Let me see." Jiraiya blew out a gust of wind, clearing the mist above the women's pool. "Now, beauties, prepare to inspire the greatest novel ever written." The figures in the mist were revealed without a doubt. Oh, the curves. The grace. The fur coats. The beauties suddenly turned their faces toward him, their monkey-like faces sneered at him mockingly. Chapter 112, The Sanins, the Slug's Plan Monkey. Startled, Jiraiya lost his grip and fell backwards from the high bamboo fence, his head smacking directly onto the cobblestone ground. The world spun around him. Either I've hit my head harder than I thought, or those hot springs are serving some potent sake. After a few seconds, he recovered. He slowly sat up, rubbing the back of his head, the bump already forming beneath his fingers. Jiraiya. As he wondered how the beautiful woman had suddenly turned into a monkey, he heard a voice behind him. His heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he saw a pretty, voluptuous twin-tailed girl, exactly his type. But when Jiraiya recognized who she was, it was like seeing a demon. "Tsunade. Why is it you? Of all the hot springs in all the world, she had to walk into mine." Jiraiya quickly backed up to the bamboo fence. His back pressed against the wooden slats, trying if he could somehow phase through them and escape. His fear of her had a reason. When he was younger, he had once been caught peeking into the women's bathhouse by Tsunade, who then broke 6 of his ribs, both his wrists, and left him with multiple internal injuries. If Jiraiya hadn't been naturally tough, there wouldn't be any Toad Sage today. "Tsunade, wait. I can explain. I was just testing the structural integrity of the fence. You know, for safety." "Oh? And how many ribs are you willing to sacrifice for this noble cause?" "I didn't see anything, I swear. Please don't hit me." As Tsunade approached, Jiraiya hurriedly begged for mercy. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impact that never came. She simply patted him on the shoulder. "Get dressed. Let's go out for a drink." He watched in surprise as she walked away, her hips swaying slightly with each step. Is this a trap? Or have I actually died and gone to some bizarre afterlife? Jiraiya pinched himself, wincing slightly at the very real pain. Either she's planning something devious, or I've stumbled into an alternate dimension where Tsunade doesn't pulverize peeping toms. Did I gain some new ability after defeating the dimensional shamblers? After leaving the bathhouse, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya found a small shop to chat. "By the way, how did you find me?" Jiraiya asked after downing a cup of sake. "It was easy. I asked the people at the publishing house. They said you were in you gathering material for a new book. But I didn't expect this kind of material. Any book you gather material for like this is bound to be terrible. I bet it's going to flop hard." Tsunade swallowed another cup of sake, looking at Jiraiya with mocking eyes. You can't create art without thorough research. My readers deserve nothing but the most authentic experiences. Tsunade rolled her eyes. And I'm sure your thorough research has nothing to do with your personal interests, right? Tsunade, were you the one who ruined my fun earlier? No, Tsunade said, shaking her now flushed face slightly, but then she pulled Shizune close. But I did tell her to warn the girls that there was a white-haired pervert nearby, so they should switch places. And she is? Jiraiya looked Shizune up and down. She wasn't bad-looking, but not his type. Jiraiya-sama, I'm Shizune, also a ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. Currently, she hurriedly stood up and bowed to him, but when she tried to explain her status, she hesitated. Tsunade had mentioned earlier that she would be evaluating her and Anko for a month, but with Anko's current situation, Shizune didn't know if that evaluation still counted. Right now, Shizune is my apprentice. That's it. Shizune looked at Tsunade in shock, but she ignored her, instead quietly downing another cup of sake. Jiraiya noticed the complex emotions on their faces. He didn't inquire further. He simply raised his glass and drank with them. Tsunade, do you need something from me? Jiraiya finally asked. Ever since the three of them had gone their separate ways, they had hardly any contact between them. Tsunade suddenly coming to find him made Jiraiya assume she had a request. Her hand holding the sake cup paused for a moment before she smiled and patted Jiraiya's shoulder with her other hand. Can't I come find an old friend to catch up without any reason? Tell me about your travels over the years, won't you, Jiraiya-sama? The way her eyes seemed to glow with intoxication almost drew Jiraiya's soul out of his body. On top of that, she extended her finger, lightly tapping him on the lower lip. This highly seductive gesture instantly shattered Jiraiya's mental defenses, and with the woman he'd loved all his life making such moves, he couldn't hold back. Stay strong, Jiraiya. Remember the last time you fell for her charms? But maybe this time will be different. I am the Toad Sage after all. Let me tell you about the heroic deeds of Jiraiya-sama over the years. Shizune, watching Tsunade act so flirtatiously, couldn't help but shiver. She never imagined that Tsunade could act this way. She had gone out of her way to wear a sleeveless, low-cut vest today and had even reverted her appearance to her younger, 20-something self. After spending so much time with her, Shizune knew that she could alter her appearance at will, showing herself at different ages. It seemed that today, Tsunade had her sights set on Jiraiya. You go find an inn and rest. Jiraiya and I will be here for a while. She noticed how uncomfortable Shizune was. Shizune gave the two of them a last glance before leaving. When they were alone, Jiraiya began to recount what had happened after he left Hidden Leaf Village. It's unclear how long he talked or how many cups of sake they drank, but Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were initially sitting on opposite sides of the table, were now side by side. Tsunade clung tightly to Jiraiya's arm, demanding more stories like a child asking for bedtime tales from their parents. Tell another one. Tell another one. Make it more exciting. Jiraiya slowly lifted his sake cup but couldn't help sneaking a glance at her open neckline as he did so. What of you? You've still got it. Time to turn on the Jiraiya charm. Alright then. Let me tell you a truly shocking story. This happened not long ago, while I was looking for Orochimaru and passed through a small town called in the Land of Spice. A man-eating monster had appeared there. Jiraiya told in detail about his experiences in Lotus Hollow. Tsunade pretended to be drunk and uninterested, but the story deeply shocked her. Even though she was only listening, the tale of the dimensional shamblers was nearly as terrifying as her first encounter with the Migo. Even though there were thousands of them, who do you think I am? I summoned the toads from Mount Mayabaku and fought the dimensional shamblers, buying time to activate Sage Mode. When the Sage Mode kicked in, I wiped out those creatures instantly. Well, how was that story? Exciting enough? That'll impress her. Jiraiya the Galat, savior of dimensions. He puffed out his chest, waiting for Tsunade's praise. But she pursed her lips like a pouting child and said angrily, "You're lying. I don't believe it. It's true. I swear on my honor as a sage. I don't believe. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Unless you can prove it. Show me, and I'll believe it. Otherwise, I won't." Facing Tsunade's rare, playful expression, the slightly tipsy Jiraiya began to lower his guard. It should be fine, right? It's Tsunade, after all. You're really a handful. Alright, I'll let you see it. He pulled a scroll from inside his robe and unrolled it on the table. The parchment made a satisfying swoosh as it unfurled, drawing her gaze. He let out a hiccup, then clumsily formed a hand seal, summoning something from within the scroll. What came out of the scroll was another scroll. Jiraiya placed this second scroll in front of Tsunade. This scroll contains the mural the dimensional shamblers used to enter this world. I sealed it inside this scroll, then stored this scroll inside another scroll to make sure they couldn't escape. Do you believe me now? Tsunoda's eyes narrowed slightly, analyzing every detail of the object before her. Judging by how carefully Jiraiya preserved the scroll, it seemed to be real. Moreover, both the timing and the unique nature of the scroll matched. It must be the one Orochimaru wanted. But why would Orochimaru want this scroll? Is he trying to find the creature? No matter the reason, this scroll is the only hope to save Anko. Having confirmed the item, she quickly changed her expression and smiled. I believe you, Jiraiya-sama. You really are amazing. Ha ha ha. Flattered by her, he burst out laughing. Seeing this, she quickly took advantage of his lack of attention and skillfully poured a packet of powdered medicine into the sake bottle. Then, she served it to him. The medicine, colorless and tasteless, was so well made that even a skilled ninja like Jiraiya couldn't detect it. Without hesitation, he drank the drugged sake in one gulp. Tsunoda watched closely as his throat moved, making sure he swallowed it. I'm sorry. But some things are worth any price. After a while, Jiraiya fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Tsunoda drinking and glancing at him, who was now slumped over the table. Once she was sure the drug had taken effect, she quietly reached into his robe and easily retrieved the scroll he had shown her. Somehow, the weight of it in her hand felt heavier than it should. But she wasted no time and went straight for the door. Just as she was about to lift the curtain and step outside, she glanced back at the sleeping Jiraiya. I'm sorry. Under the moonlight on the empty streets, Tsunoda made her way through the night. However, in front of her, a figure blocked her path. She looked carefully and saw it was her apprentice. Still awake at this hour, Shizune? Shizune glanced at Tsunoda's hand. Seeing the scroll, she knew Tsunoda had succeeded. She hesitated for a moment. It might be too late to say this now, but Tsunoda-sama, are you sure this is the right thing to do? Making a deal with an S-rank criminal from the village and stealing Jiraiya-sama's scroll, Hidden Leaf Village will definitely hold you accountable. I'm sorry for Anko, but please don't rely on Orochimaru's power anymore. As long as we don't give up, we'll eventually find another way to save her. But Tsunoda didn't respond. Tsunoda-sama, please. This isn't you. The woman who taught me would never stoop to theft and betrayal. Although they had been traveling constantly, Tsunoda hadn't stopped researching a way to heal Anko on her own. If she had found even the slightest lead, she would have ended her dealings with Orochimaru. But, as the peak medical ninja, she had found no other solution. Other than using Orochimaru's power, she saw no other way to help Anko recover. Tsunoda-sama. Please answer me. Don't stay silent. Seeing her silence, Shizune yelled more desperately. As my mentor and as the woman my uncle once loved, I beg you not to go. Dan. His image appeared in Tsunoda's mind. But soon, a metallic cylinder containing a brain replaced it, with Anko's youthful, vibrant smile hovering above. Are you determined to stop me, Shizune? Tsunoda asked her with a chilling gaze. Shizune had never heard Tsunoda speak her name with such gravity. This was the power of one of the legendary Sannin. Just a few simple words carried an aura that could crush a mere Chunin. But before she could even lift her arm, Tsunoda had already used the body flicker jutsu to appear behind her. The movement was so fast it seemed as if she had teleported. Then, Tsunoda struck the back of her neck with her palm. Shizune immediately collapsed into her arms, unconscious. Holding her gently, Tsunoda brushed aside her disheveled bangs. I'm sorry, Shizune. Someday, I hope you'll understand. Shizune's eyelids twitched, and she woke from her deep sleep. The events of the night came rushing back. Let it be a bad dream. As she scanned the room, she realized she was alone. She quickly rushed to the window and looked out. I am still new. She then rushed out of the inn, aimlessly searching the streets for any trace of Tsunoda. But she was nowhere to be found. Although she knew Tsunoda had likely left with the scroll Orochimaru wanted, she still hoped to find some psychological comfort in her blind search. She looked around, scanning each face and praying she'd see her mentor somewhere in the crowd. Then, a commotion on the street caught her attention. Hey! What's wrong with this guy? Is he dead? He just collapsed when I touched him. This has nothing to do with me. Shizune hurried over and saw it was Jiraiya. He was flat on the ground, his white hair all messed up and his clothes a wreck. A bunch of people had stopped to stare. She checked his breathing and she sighed in relief when she found he was still alive. Jiraiya-sama? Can you hear me? Please wake up. She gently shook his shoulder. Jiraiya's eyes struggled to open. 5 more minutes, ma. The toads can wait. Jiraiya-sama, there are some beautiful girls in yukatas looking for you, she whispered as she leaned close to his ear. Where? Where are they? Sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Something happened last night. It's about Tsunoda-sama, Shizune said as she saw that he was awake. She then explained everything to him. Tsunade. How could she do this? The power sealed in that scroll isn't something ordinary. Giving it to someone like Orochimaru could have disastrous consequences. Shizune, you said Tsunade and Orochimaru were using Oyashiro as their middleman, right? Then there's still time to stop them. Chapter 113, The Sanins, Bodies in the Lush Green Forest. Tsunade was swiftly moving forward, stepping on the treetops. The leaves rustled beneath her feet, barely disturbed by her precise movements. After leaving you, she immediately contacted Oyashiro, who in turn informed her of the meeting place with Orochimaru. The meeting location was in a forest surrounded by mountains within the borders of the Land of Rivers. And she was heading to that spot. Soon, she arrived at a crossroads. There was a stone statue of a local deity standing at the edge of the path. She walked up to the statue and pressed it firmly. Then, the statue sank down with a soft grinding noise. After she released her hand, it returned to its original position. All Tsunade had to do now was wait for Orochimaru to come out and meet her. After some time, a figure came out of the forest. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Although the person's upper body was obscured by bushes, she could immediately recognize this person as Orochimaru from that unique raspy voice. He didn't come out of the shadow. Did you bring the scroll? Without answering, Tsunade took the scroll from her chest and held it by her side. Open it. Slightly displeased, she clicked her tongue but followed his instructions, unfolding the scroll in her hands and showing him its contents. Trust was never your strong suit, was it? Inside the scroll was a sealing formation. Follow me. Without further verification of the scroll's authenticity, he left. Tsunade quickly put away the scroll and followed him, her eyes never leaving his back as they made their way through the dense forest. After some time, Orochimaru finally led her to a cave halfway up a nearby mountain. At the entrance of the cave, he removed his hood and took off his black cloak, revealing a linen-colored kimono underneath and a purple rope belt tied around his waist. You know my current situation. It's not very convenient for me to move around outside, Orochimaru said, though his tone was somewhat playful. Oh, why did you leave the village in the first place then? Tsunade asked. Didn't you leave the village as well? That's because just as she was about to explain, Orochimaru cut her off. I don't have much time. Where are those brains? Bring them out. He didn't ask what help she wanted from him, as she had imagined he might. Instead, he directly asked for the brains. It seemed he already knew everything about the situation. Is it because of the curse mark on Anko? Tsunade asked while summoning the 2 metal cylinders from the scroll. That was only a half-finished product. Orochimaru didn't elaborate further, but in fact, he had seen Anko's situation through the curse mark. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru officially embarked on his pursuit of mastering all the ninjutsu in the world and achieving immortality. During his travels, while collecting ninjutsu, he discovered Jugo. His body was unique, allowing him to absorb natural energy and enter a pseudo-sage mode. Later, Orochimaru extracted Jugo's body fluids, hoping to impart this power to other ninjas through a curse mark. However, most of the experimental subjects couldn't withstand the violent energy and died. The failures had been numerous and gruesome, each one pushing him closer to his goal, regardless of the cost. And only Anko survived. Her curse mark was different from ordinary ones, as it carried a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. Due to this soul imprint, the two of them were connected on a spiritual level to some degree, though he had absolute control over this connection. Since receiving the mark, Anko often experienced pain in her sleep, the curse mark reacting with burning heat whenever she dreamed of him. This was the soul imprint responding to his presence. The benefit of this imprint for him was that if his main body faced death, his soul wouldn't dissipate and could be stored in Anko due to the soul imprint. Of course, if she faced danger, he could also sense the state of her soul imprint and thus know her condition. However, only Orochimaru himself knew of these abilities. Tsunade handed the 2 metal cylinders to him. As for the brain of Ishitaro, she still had it on her but hadn't given it to him yet. Even though the 2 metal cylinders had no names marked on them, Orochimaru immediately picked up one of the cylinders and inspected it closely, muttering to himself. Anko. Seeing that only a brain remained of his former apprentice, Orochimaru showed no sign of sadness, but instead smiled. Tsunade knew he wasn't mocking Anko's fate, as he didn't care about her at all. His smile was likely pure joy, joy that he could witness the human body's frailty manifesting in such a way. Yet, Tsunade still felt utterly disgusted. After staring at the brain in the metal cylinder for a while, Orochimaru picked up both cylinders and walked deeper into the cave. Are you sure you want to come inside? This is going to get bloody. His words made Tsunade stop in her tracks. Given her severe hemophobia, she knew she wouldn't be able to handle witnessing the surgery. The mere mention of blood made her palms sweat. Besides, Who knew what would happen after the procedure was done? She needed to keep her strength up. Thus, only Orochimaru went deeper into the cave with the 2 cylinders, leaving her to wait alone outside. She watched him disappear into the darkness, the cylinders cradled almost affectionately in his arms. From the shadows of the bushes, a pair of eyes behind a black mask stared at the cave. Inside the cave, Orochimaru had just gone deeper, leaving Tsunade alone pacing near the entrance. "Orochimaru, you wretched snake." A voice even more sinister than Orochimaru's came from beneath the mask. At the same time, a mechanically crafted scorpion tail slowly extended from behind to the front. Tsunade tried her best to suppress the physical reactions caused by her fear of the unknown, but she couldn't stop herself from pacing back and forth at the entrance of the cave. In the past, she had always been the one working inside the operating room. This time, she was the one standing outside, waiting. It was an unpleasant feeling, especially since she was fully aware of how difficult it would be to restore Anko to normal. What made things worse was that, in her rush due to Orochimaru's urging, she had forgotten to ask him how he planned to treat Anko. Or more specifically, what method he intended to use to reconstruct her body. Earlier, he had mentioned the possibility of blood. Was he going to transplant Anko and Chi's brains into other bodies? But doing that would result in the loss of 2 lives. Tsunade couldn't be as ruthless as Orochimaru, who saw ordinary lives as insignificant. Even if he succeeded in bringing Anko back this way, she doubted that Anko would be happy with it. Waking up every morning only to see herself inhabiting someone else's body. What right do I have to make this choice for her? Damn it. What am I even thinking? These thoughts of guilt kept swirling in Tsunade's mind, but she could only console herself with another idea, that brain transplantation wasn't much different from her initial plan, which was to revive the nerves that had once been in a state of death. It's not so different, is it? Just more extreme. From a medical standpoint, it was impossible. She couldn't achieve it, and he certainly couldn't either. Besides this, she couldn't think of any other method he might use. It's done. There was a sense of satisfaction in Orochimaru's voice, which inevitably made one think of the word success. It's done. But what exactly is it? Tsunade hurriedly ran into the cave and saw him standing before 2 liquid tanks, his arms spread wide in rapture. My greatest masterpiece. He kept praising the liquid tanks as if admiring an unparalleled piece of art. Tsunade quickly rushed over as well to see what was inside the tanks. What she saw made her reason almost vanish. Inside the 2 tanks were 2 black and shapeless masses, sprawled like sludgy lumps at the bottom. The sight was so alien, so wrong. These masses were constantly undergoing bizarre transformations, and within their shifting forms, Tsunade could make out 2 human brains trapped inside. Shocked, she turned to the metal cylinders on a nearby table, where the green liquid remained, but the human brains were gone. It was clear that Orochimaru had placed Anko and Chi's brains into these disgusting things. What have you done? Tsunade grabbed Orochimaru furiously, glaring at him. Unfazed by her anger, he smiled and glanced at the liquid tanks. As you wished, I've helped restore their bodies. You call that restoring their bodies? Tsunade didn't even want to look at the black masses again. Their ability to transform was something that shouldn't exist in this world. It felt like it belonged in the darkest depths of human nightmares. No. Even in the most terrifying nightmares, such things shouldn't exist. If you want to know what comes next, let me go. Tsunade then glanced at the liquid tanks, at the black masses that were slowly engulfing the human brains. She fought the urge to destroy the tanks, reminding herself of Anko's condition. Realizing that there was no turning back, she released her grip on Orochimaru. This black substance is called Shoggoth. As you can see, its most basic ability is to transform. But after my research, I discovered that its abilities go far beyond that. Their entire bodies are made of protoplasm with basic intelligence. They instinctively devour organic matter to maintain their biological functions. And they can evolve each of their cells according to their environment. These so-called transformations are actually their protoplasm evolving and reorganizing in an instant. When evolved, the Shoggoth can generate different tissues and organs based on environmental needs, no matter how complex. It can simulate human organs. As Orochimaru spoke, Tsunade found herself reluctantly fascinated. But they have one limitation: they cannot simulate a brain. Shoggoths have a certain level of intelligence, but it doesn't come from a thinking brain. It comes from prolonged cell division and their desire to please their creators. They gather experience and methods into wisdom, but their origin means they are a slave species. No matter how they evolve, they can only follow the command of higher intelligence. They can't become that intelligence themselves. They're essentially organic puppets waiting for a master, so I erased the wisdom the Shoggoths had accumulated using illusions, and I reconditioned them to allow human thought to dominate them. However, I'm not their creator. I can't establish a control relationship between a human and a Shoggoth from the outside. To control it, The only way is to make the human brain part of the Shoggoth, allowing the human consciousness to control it from within. And that's when you showed up with these two brains, Tsunade. At this point, his eyes fixed on the liquid tanks. Tsunade, too, set aside her chaotic thoughts and focused on the tanks. It's actually working. She found herself taking an involuntary step forward. Inside, the two Shoggoths were slowly forming into shape. Starting from their feet, the black shapeless masses began to pile up, transforming into human skin as the transformation process continued. First the feet, then the legs, then the waist. This process of shaping complex human tissues seemed easy for the Shoggoth, and it all happened quickly. Watch closely, Tsunade. This is the future of medical science. The human brains, representing wisdom, continued to rise as the Shoggoth structures grew taller, like jewels atop fountains, until they reached the head of the bodies. Once the brain was in place, the Shoggoths encased it, and then adorned the bodies with hair, nails, and other finishing touches. Finally, they even formed certain indescribable parts. A miracle, truly a miracle. Bear witness to the great miracle. The Shoggoths had now fully formed into human bodies, controlled by the implanted human brains, which dictated their every transformation. Anko. G. Is it really you? Chapter 114, The Sanins, Seal the Deal. Is this a Shoggoth? Tsunade murmured softly as she gazed at the unforgettable scene before her. Indeed, she was aware of the existence of Shoggoths. In Kakashi's story of his experiences in the Land of Snow, the enormous creature at the center of the ancient city was none other than a Shoggoth. Although he had described it as a shapeless black substance capable of changing forms at will, she hadn't expected these black Shoggoths to be capable of something like this. Rebuilding a body. Now, inside the two liquid tanks were no longer just piles of black, formless sludge, but two flawless human bodies. Although they retained their original appearances, the proportions of their bodies had been adjusted to achieve the golden ratio of human perfection. G, once showing signs of aging, now had a youthful, muscular body, replacing his former, deteriorating physique. His new body had been slightly restructured in terms of bone proportions, smoothing out wrinkles and refining his skin, though his facial features remained unchanged. Anko, who was only 16, hadn't fully grown in height. The Shoggoth respected the original limits of her subconscious desires, leaving her height untouched but refining her body's curves. This refinement aligned closely with her own wishes, not exaggerated to the point of being overly voluptuous, but fixing areas she had felt insecure about. For example, her slightly chubby waist, her not-so-full chest, her thighs, and her muscular calves. Those parts of her body that had bothered her were smoothed out. Now, she had a body that would surely catch the attention of most men. Tsunade frowned slightly. Is this what she truly wanted, or the Shoggoth's interpretation? Shoggoths are a slave species, instinctively driven to please their masters. When a Shoggoth recognizes a higher intellect as its master, it reads into some of their subconscious desires. Everyone has an ideal vision of their perfect body, and the Shoggoth had simply realized this vision for Inko and Ji. However, even though the two bodies were reshaped perfectly, neither of them had opened their eyes. Why haven't they opened their eyes? Tsunade asked. Orochimaru smirked coldly, walking to the tank where Anko was and opening it. Don't rush. Let me explain a few things. Patience, Tsunade. Some miracles take time, Orochimaru said, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Tsunade's anxiety. Tsunade gritted her teeth. This isn't a miracle, it's a manipulation of nature. He then began explaining some principles. Although he had formatted the Shoggoth using illusions, its inherent attributes couldn't be erased. Shoggoths are protoplasmic organisms with survival instincts, consuming any organic matter within them to sustain themselves, much like how a human stomach digests food without permission. And the human brain is also organic matter. This instinct to consume organic matter could trigger at any moment, meaning the Shoggoth could digest the human brain inside it. You mean it could devour their brains at any moment? This paradox exists because Shoggoths weren't creations of lower life forms like the Elder Things or humans. Their true master is the unbegotten source, and the demiurge, Sathla. Humans attempting to control lightning might end up being struck by it because lightning is a force of nature. Likewise, the Shoggoth's master might get consumed by the very being that serves them. However, Orochimaru had discovered through his experiments that pure energy forms like chakra could resist the Shoggoth's protoplasmic cells from consuming inorganic matter. For this reason, he created a semi-permeable membrane that could absorb chakra and cover the surface of inorganic matter. The rare material needed to develop the membrane should absorb chakra. His first thought was the skin of Saimada, one of the 7 ninja swords of Kiri. He initially thought it would be difficult to acquire, but Akatsuki managed to deliver enough fragments of the sword skin within 2 days. Using this material, he created the membrane. However, He hadn't revealed this to Tsunade to avoid exposing Akatsuki's involvement, as he wasn't ready to provoke them. By covering the inorganic matter with this membrane, the Shoggoth wouldn't be able to consume what was inside, though it could still sense its presence. To protect Ji and Anko's brains, Orochimaru had wrapped the membrane around them, which absorbed chakra from their brains to maintain the protection. If their brains' chakra supply were interrupted, the membrane would lose its effectiveness, and the Shoggoth would instinctively devour the brain within. Tsunade's task now was to use cardiac resuscitation techniques to reactivate the brain's consciousness while ensuring the production of chakra wasn't interrupted. This would be tricky because medical resuscitation techniques involve stimulating the brain or heart with chakra, which could interfere with the person's own chakra flow. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but Orochimaru's membrane relies on chakra to maintain protection. If Tsunade's chakra disrupts Anko's too much, even for just a few seconds, the membrane will lose its effect, and the Shoggoth will devour the brain. Thus, she needed to be extremely careful to avoid interfering with Anko's chakra flow. So, I leave it to you, Tsunade. With that, he stepped back, taking a spectator's stance. Now, it's in your hands. Can you save your precious student? Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, who had backed away, then carefully lifted Anko from the tank and placed her on a smooth surgical table. Despite Anko's beautiful new body, Tsunade draped her own green cloak over her. Even unconscious, you deserve dignity, Anko. Taking a deep breath, she focused, letting a small amount of green chakra gather on her fingertip. She touched Anko's forehead, closing her eyes to concentrate entirely, slowly injecting chakra into the consciousness region of Anko's brain. Steady. Precise. Don't disrupt the flow. Come on, Anko. She increased the flow slightly, as the tiny amount of chakra didn't have much effect. But at that moment, Anko's brain began to tremble. Yes, her brain was trembling. What's happening? Tsunade's eyes darted between Anko and Orochimaru. In the next moment, a wave of black Shoggoth matter rippled across Anko's forehead. Orochimaru. What's going on? This theory can be explained with a comparison to mecha. The human brain acts as the pilot, while the Shoggoth's body serves as the mecha. The human can control the mecha from inside, but there's a risk of the mecha consuming the pilot as fuel. The membrane functions as a cockpit, protecting the pilot from being absorbed, but requires a form of energy called chakra to maintain that protection. A layer of black waves pushed from the right side of Anko's forehead towards the left, almost forcing Tsunade's fingers away. This might have been the Shoggoth's reflex to protect its master, or perhaps her chakra had interfered with Anko's chakra, causing it to react with excitement at the prospect of devouring a human brain. In any case, it reminded her to be even more cautious from now on. Tsunade concentrated all her energy to control her chakra. Although her actions seemed as simple as placing her finger lightly on Anko's forehead, the precision involved was far more refined than any medical ninja's chakra control techniques in the world. If I can't do this, no one can. Come on, focus. With this thought in mind, Tsunade both reassured and encouraged herself to relax and do better. A bit more precise. A bit deeper. Please, wake up. Anko. Stimulating Anko's brain's consciousness area without disrupting her chakra flow was far more difficult than Tsunade had imagined. The brain's neural network was complex, tugging on one strand could cause a chain reaction throughout the body. Any minor stimulation could disrupt Anko's already weak chakra flow. If Anko had just fallen asleep or remained conscious, the technique would not be as challenging. However, she had been in a brain-in-a-jar state for over a month, and this prolonged slumber had weakened her brain's chakra flow. Even the slightest external interference could cut off the chakra supply. Respond to me. Anko. Wake up quickly. 10 minutes had passed. While the technique didn't consume much chakra, it was extremely taxing on her mental energy. In just 10 minutes, her forehead was drenched in sweat. Just a little more. Hang in there, Anko. Perhaps Anko heard her inner plea, for finally, Tsunade detected an unusual electrical signal in Anko's consciousness. This signal spread like wildfire, quickly activating her dormant consciousness. Then, Anko's eyelids twitched, and her eyes slowly opened. Tsunade had expected some delay between brain activity and waking up, but Anko's body was now operating under a different mechanism. Traditionally, the brain would send a command through the nervous system, which would then instruct the body part to act. The body was a passive receiver of the brain's signals. However, her current body worked the other way around. The Shoggoth, sensing her desire to observe her surroundings, directly opened her eyes. The new body had become an active partner in fulfilling the brain's commands. This not only made her muscle reactions faster than those of ordinary people or even ninjas, but when her brain's commands were unclear, the Shoggoth could actively make decisions on its own. Tsunade-sama? When Anko first uttered Tsunade, her voice was strange, with a slight stutter. But the Shoggoth quickly adjusted Anko's voice to align with her brain's intentions, and the latter part of Sama came out in her normal tone. Its goal was to read her subconscious and change itself to please her brain. This pleasure didn't even require her to issue commands. The Shoggoth would automatically optimize her bodily functions. Like earlier, when she was still unconscious, it had taken it upon itself to craft the perfect body for her. Seeing Anko wake up, Tsunade finally relaxed her tense heart. "Welcome back, Anko." At that moment, she almost couldn't hold back her tears, but just before they fell, she raised her head, preventing them from spilling. Clap. 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 Orochimaru approached, clapping, with an unreadable smile on his face. "How touching. As expected, you really managed to save her. Spare me the false praise. We both know you had your own agenda. You deserve some credit too, Orochimaru." "Humphrey." He snorted, uninterested in taking credit. "Now, hand over what you promised," he said calmly as he simply extended his hand. Finally, it had come to this. Tsunade hesitated. Although they had agreed earlier, if Anko could be saved, she would give him the scroll. Now that Anko was revived, she wanted to back out. Orochimaru was an extremely dangerous individual, not only an S-rank fugitive from Hidden Leaf Village, but also someone conducting inhumane experiments. For example, the Shoggoth experiment clearly wasn't something he had concluded through mere speculation. If Tsunade gave him the scroll on the creature, Orochimaru would undoubtedly conduct more experiments, leading to catastrophic consequences. "I can't let this power fall into his hands. There must be another way." She glanced at Anko, still recovering and oblivious to the situation, as well as the still sleeping Ji in the liquid tank. She wondered if they could escape together. Anko's still vulnerable, and I can't abandon either of them. She would have to try. While Tsunade calculated her escape, Orochimaru knew she wouldn't hand over the scroll so easily. He had long prepared a way to force her hand. "Tsunade, in your current state, you can't escape, especially while carrying two burdens. And I haven't told you about this one yet." At some point, the liquid tank containing Ji had been opened. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared beside him, placing his hand on the man's brain. "This person is just an ordinary human. His chakra is insufficient to maintain the membrane. So I reinforced his chakra with a bit of curse mark power to sustain it. But if I withdraw the mark, his brain will be devoured by the Shoggoth before your very eyes. So, hand over the scroll, Tsunade. Damn you, Orochimaru." She looked at his hand on Ji, then glanced at the immobile Anko. "Is the scroll worth more than a life? Than 2 lives?" Reluctantly, she took the scroll from her chest and handed it to him. Orochimaru eagerly received it. Chapter 115, The Sanins, all in one place. Orochimaru held the scroll and silently walked deeper into the cave, no longer paying attention to Tsunade and the others. "What are you up to now, you snake?" "Tsunade-sama, where are we? What happened?" Anko asked as she slowly stood up. "Orochimaru's laboratories," Tsunade said plainly. "Orochimaru? He's the one who rebuilt your body." "This body?" Anko murmured to herself, her hands gently caressing her skin in disbelief. The sensation from her fingertips felt strange. It wasn't that her skin had drastically changed, but the tactile perception from her fingertips had. For some reason, she now felt extremely sensitive to the fine ridges and textures of her skin. Human skin, although it appears smooth, is actually covered with unique patterns of ridges that form in the embryonic stage and never change. However, these patterns are so small that human touch usually can't detect them. Yet now, Anko could clearly feel every little texture. The sensation was incredibly odd. Ouch! Suddenly, she touched a small hair growing from her skin. While something like this wouldn't be felt by a human, to Anko, it was as painful as a needle prick. "Anko, what exactly did you feel just now?" Tsunade asked. She noticed something strange immediately. "Can you feel this?" she asked as she placed her hand on Anko's shoulder. "Feel what?" Anko hadn't noticed her hand on her shoulder, even though she should have sensed it. "Touch the back of my hand," she said. Anko did so, and a simple touch made her feel as though hundreds of needles were piercing her palm. She immediately cried out and pulled her hand back. "Ouch! Tsunade-sama. It's like touching 1,000 needles." "I see." Tsunade realized what was happening. Anko's body now lacked any human genetic traits, yet it exceeded human limits in every way. "Your body. It's operating on a whole new level of sensitivity." "What does that mean?" Anko asked, panic rising in her voice. "Am I going to feel pain forever?" "No," Tsunade reassured her. "We'll figure this out. Your body just needs recalibration. Take touch, for example. If touch sensitivity is rated on a scale from 1 to 10, most humans would fall between 4 and 6. This balance ensures that life forms can experience pain without being overwhelmed, while still perceiving the world around them. However, Anko's new body, created by the Shoggoth, had none of these inherited balances. It had selected the most sensitive touch, level 10. The Shoggoth had made this choice to please her brain, mistaking heightened sensation for a positive experience. Live forms typically prefer voluntary sensory input rather than passive, external stimuli. This is an evolutionary mechanism in the brain. Active contact equals perception, while passive contact equals harm. That's why touching the own sensitive areas like armpits or feet won't tickle much, but if someone else does, it feels overwhelming. The Shoggoth had picked up on these evolutionary traits in her brain and had adjusted her sensitivity. It enhanced her ability to perceive the world through touch but minimized any sensation from external stimuli, reducing passive touch sensitivity to almost zero. Think of it like a volume knob. Most people are at a comfortable middle setting. But your body is stuck on maximum volume for some things, and mute for others. So I can feel a hair like a knife, but not your hand on my shoulder? That's insane. Anko exclaimed. In theory, this adjustment would allow her to better explore the world through her own actions without suffering from external pain. But in practice, it created a chaotic sensory experience. Now, she could feel a single hair as if it were a needle, but she couldn't feel Tsunoda's hand on her shoulder. Tsunoda deduced that this wasn't the only issue with her body. The Shoggoth had reshaped it according to her ideal image, but the biological systems within her were completely out of balance. Anko's new body could be compared to a phone equipped with AI. Normally, phones come pre-programmed with settings suitable for human use, like screen brightness maxing out at 1000 nits in sunlight. But the Shoggoth, acting as AI, had no preset limits. It made decisions based on each situation, like cranking up the brightness to 10,000 nits because it detected that its master couldn't see well in the sunlight. Its logic was that if 1000 nits helps, then 10,000 nits must be even better. It didn't consider whether the master could handle such brightness. This type of overcompensation can be dangerous. If an elder thing ordered the Shoggoth to kill another elder thing, it would deduce that eliminating the target would please its master and proceed to act without hesitation. Fortunately, this state wasn't irreversible. Orochimaru had mentioned that the Shoggoth considered the human brain to be its master and would follow its commands. If Anko learned to control the Shoggoth and adjusted to her new body, she should be able to repair these chaotic systems. For now, however, she couldn't move without experiencing excruciating pain from even the slightest voluntary contact. Don't move. Let me help you get dressed. Tsunoda put Anko's clothes back on, though she didn't feel it. Her skin's numbness made it seem as though she was still naked, despite seeing the clothes on her body. I can see the clothes, but I can't feel them. Am I going crazy? As she processed this strange disconnect between her sense of touch and sight, Anko suddenly had an embarrassing realization. Was I just naked? And Orochimaru was here too? Ah. He saw everything. She lowered her head in shame, though her face didn't blush. In her memory, whenever she felt embarrassed, her face would flush red and she'd cover her face in shame. But the Shoggoth had interpreted blushing as a negative reaction, something harmful to its master. So instead of turning red, Anko's face was now tinged with a faint green glow. The Shoggoth thought, if red is a bad reaction, then green must be a good one. This will make my master happy. Yes, this must be right. Tsunoda didn't notice the subtle change in Anko's face because she was busy reviving Ji's brain. She then glanced around the cave. Since Orochimaru had gone deeper into the cave, he hadn't returned. We need to get out of here before Orochimaru returns. But how? She scanned the cave for possible exits. Could there be a secret escape route back there? Regardless, Tsunoda had to get Anko and Ji out of there first. Taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers on Ji's forehead. Meanwhile, deeper in the cave, Orochimaru stood before a wall. He had already donned a pair of gray, wrinkled gloves and reached into the mural on the wall. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a red-covered book. At last, the fruits of my patience. Inside the cave, Tsunoda was doing everything she could to revive Ji. Her brow furrowed in concentration, sweat beading on her forehead. The method was quite similar to how she had revived Anko, stimulating the consciousness center of the brain without disrupting the output of Ji's chakra. However, the chakra within his brain was far weaker than Anko's. Ordinary people do possess chakra, but it's extremely weak and unusable in its natural state. Although Orochimaru had said he had boosted Ji's chakra using the power of a curse mark, it didn't change the inherently weak nature of the chakra. The chakra produced by trained ninjas is vastly different from the innate chakra found in an ordinary human body. If Ji's chakra could be compared to water, then Tsunoda's chakra was more like thick glue. When the glue mixed with the water, it caused a ripple effect that spread through his system. Every time her chakra entered his brain, black waves rippled across his forehead. This was due to the instability of the chakra in the brain membrane, triggering a disturbance as the Shoggoth sensed organic matter for a brief moment. Although it recognized the human brain as its host, without the protection of the membrane, it would immediately act on its biological instinct to devour the brain as food. Tsunade had honed her chakra control to its peak, but even so, waves of disturbance still occasionally rippled through. Thanks to her effort, she finally detected an electric signal in Ji's brain that indicated a shift from a dormant state. However, just at that moment, a voice came from outside the cave. "Tsunade. No, not now." Tsunade's eyes widened in alarm. The voice caused Tsunade to momentarily lose focus. Her precise chakra control faltered slightly, which immediately caused a surge of chakra in Ji's brain. Instantly, the Shoggoth on his forehead became agitated, sensing the presence of organic matter due to the loosening of the brain membrane. From Ji's forehead, sharp black spikes began to emerge, resembling the way a dog might poke its head through the bars of a cage when it smells food. To make matters worse, black mouths began to appear on the surface of these spikes, lined with sharp white teeth. Inside these rows of teeth was a pitch-black abyss. Frightened by this sight, she quickly pulled her hand away. Damn, has it evolved this fast? The Shoggoth had the ability to transform, showing an extraordinary talent for evolving by learning from biological tissues. The Shoggoth inhabiting Ji's body had already mastered the various human organs and tissues in this time, even learning how to utilize them. The concept of mouth equals eating had already formed in its mind. Without Ji's brain to regulate it, the Shoggoth would instinctively use these mouths for their biological function, feeding. Its first target for consumption would be Ji's brain, which it had already encapsulated in its stomach. Fortunately, as Tsunade's chakra withdrew, Ji's chakra stabilized, and the black, spiked mouths retracted back into his forehead, restoring his skin to its human appearance. She breathed a sigh of relief and angrily turned toward the cave entrance. From around the corner of the entrance, two figures appeared, one tall and muscular, the other much more delicate. Jiraiya and Shizune. Jiraiya immediately saw the body of a man lying beside Tsunade and quickly understood what had transpired. "Damn, we were still too late," he said. However, he didn't blame Tsunade but instead began scanning the cave for Orochimaru. She's always been reckless when it comes to saving lives, but this. As he looked around, his eyes fell on a sight that would make any man's blood race, a beautiful body sitting on an operating table. The figure had a perfectly proportioned body, barely concealed by a loose green robe. "Focus, Jiraiya. You're here on a mission, not for research." He scolded himself internally, but it was too late. Ugh! Jiraiya's blood pressure instantly skyrocketed, causing both saliva and blood to shoot out from his mouth and nose. "Ah!" Anko, realizing she had been seen, screamed in embarrassment. The Shoggoth, sensing that every time Anko made this sound, it was incredibly loud, amplified her scream to an exaggerated level. The sharp, piercing sound caused the three people in the cave to immediately cover their ears. Her scream eventually died down, and Orochimaru emerged from the depths of the cave. "Humphrey, Jiraiya, you're as foolish as ever," he sneered, his voice pulling Jiraiya's attention away from Anko. Wiping the blood from under his nose, Jiraiya smiled, unfazed by Orochimaru's mockery of his weakness for women. "A guy like you will never understand the joy of being with a woman. No woman could ever like a gloomy guy like you. Your childish obsessions are beneath me, Jiraiya," Orochimaru said coldly. He ignored Jiraiya's childish taunts and instead tucked a scroll into his robe in full view of everyone. Jiraiya immediately recognized the scroll. It was the one he had used to seal the dimensional shamblers. "If I can just get that scroll." There were 6 people in the cave, Jiraiya and Shizune near the entrance, blocking Orochimaru's escape route, and Tsunade and Ji in a corner, with Anko caught in the middle of it all. Jiraiya hesitated to make a move, aware of the danger. He wasn't too worried about Tsunade. Even though she had stolen his scroll to save someone, she hadn't completely sided with Orochimaru. With her help, capturing Orochimaru and retrieving the scroll wouldn't be impossible. But the small size of the cave gave him an advantage and he had plenty of potential hostages. "After all these years, the first time the three of us would meet again would be like this," Jiraiya said, breaking the suffocating silence. He carefully chose his next words. "Let's talk this out, Orochimaru. No one needs to get hurt here." Orochimaru's lips curled into a dismissive sneer. "Always the diplomat, Jiraiya. Some things never change. Allow me to join in." Everyone turned toward the cave entrance. A hunched figure was slowly making its way inside, and behind them, a massive scorpion tail was extending from their back, clanking menacingly as it pointed toward the group in the cave. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at the newcomer. An unexpected player enters the game. Chapter 116, The Saiyans. The fight. The hunched posture and slow movements made the person look like an elderly figure nearing the end of life. However, The mechanical scorpion tail protruding from the back of this old man appeared deadly, making everyone in the cave, except for Orochimaru, feel on edge. "Who are you?" Jiraiya shifted his body slightly, ensuring he could keep an eye on both the newcomer at the entrance and Orochimaru inside the cave, while positioning Shizune behind him. "Me? You don't need to know my name. I just came to take that snake away," the old man said and let out a dismissive snort. Everyone turned to look at Orochimaru, as they all knew that snake symbolized him. He smiled slightly upon hearing this but remained silent. Looking at the masked old man whose origins were unclear, both Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned slightly, their minds sharing the same suspicion about his identity. Could he really be one of Orochimaru's companions? Since Orochimaru left the village, he had largely disappeared. Although he was an extremely powerful ninja with numerous secret hideouts, it wouldn't have been easy for him to remain hidden despite the searches by Hidden Leaf villages and Buu and Jiraiya. However, throughout all this time, Orochimaru never stopped his research activities. If he had been going out to search for experimental materials himself, he would have left some traces. Yet, since he hadn't been detected at all, it suggested that someone had been helping him acquire the materials needed for his experiments. And this mysterious old man who had appeared suddenly was evidence of that suspicion. Even if he had came to rescue Orochimaru, Jiraiya couldn't let it happen. This was the best chance in 2 years to capture Orochimaru and bring him back to the village, possibly the only chance. "Tsunade, let's team up." He glanced at Tsunade, who looked at both the old man and Orochimaru before decisively nodding. "All right." Orochimaru quickly used a body flicker jutsu to move to the old man's side. The two exchanged a glance, without any verbal communication, then immediately turned and dashed out of the cave. "Don't run, you coward." Jiraiya's frustrated shout echoed off the cave walls as he chased after them, with Tsunade hurrying after him. Just as Shizune was about to follow, Tsunade quickly turned and ordered, "You stay here and take care of Anko." Under her orders, Shizune had no choice but to stop, watching the backs of Jiraiya and Tsunade disappear into the light at the cave entrance. She understood that Tsunade's command was for her own good. After all, even setting aside the newly arrived old man, Orochimaru alone was not to be underestimated. Even with Jiraiya and Tsunade teaming up, they might not easily suppress him. With her current strength as a Chunin ninja, she wasn't qualified to intervene in such a battle, and might even get caught as a hostage. Though she lost the chance to witness the battle between the legendary Saiyans, she returned to the cave and looked at the unconscious Anko, lying on the operating table. "Be safe, Tsunade-sama." In the forest, Orochimaru and Sasori ran ahead, with Jiraiya and Tsunade close behind. "At this rate, we won't be able to shake them off," Orochimaru remarked, glancing at Jiraiya and Tsunade trailing them. All three, including Sasori, were about the same level, so outrunning each other was impossible. "Orochimaru, this is all your fault. Once this is over, you'll have to explain everything to the leader personally." Sasori's tone was cold, lacking any camaraderie between companions. Orochimaru wasn't bothered, though, as Sasori had never spoken to him kindly before. "Your temperament is as charming as ever. Let's deal with them up ahead." Orochimaru suddenly stopped, standing at the edge of a clearing in the forest. Sasori also halted beside him. Within seconds, two dark figures dropped from the treetops, standing on the opposite side of the clearing. "What's this? Decided not to run anymore?" Jiraiya teased with a slight smirk. "We've decided to finish you off here." Sasori stepped forward. Due to his parents being killed by a Hidden Leaf village ninja, he held a natural resentment toward Hidden Leaf village shinobis. This hatred wasn't just aimed at Jiraiya and Tsunade but also at his companion, Orochimaru. "We? How uncharacteristically humble of you," Sasori. Orochimaru, however, noticed an important detail. Sasori had used "we" instead of "I" when speaking. Normally, when on missions, Sasori would criticize him for being too slow and would handle things himself, always using "I." This shift to "we" indicated that despite his usual disdain for Orochimaru's title as one of the Sannin, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on two Sannins alone. Especially considering Sasori's strength lay in using poisons, while the other side had an expert in antidotes, which countered him to some extent. With no further exchange of words, Sasori made the first move, with the scorpion tail on his back clattering as it shot towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. The tail exceeded its apparent maximum length in an instant, extending even further and reaching Jiraiya and Tsunade in no time. The sudden attack startled both of them slightly. Neither had expected the scorpion tail to extend to such a length. However, this confirmed their earlier suspicion: the old man before them was a puppet master. Despite the surprise, they quickly dodged the attack. Tsunade was a bit slower, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade on the side of the scorpion tail. Seeing that his poisonous blade had almost hit her, Sasori clicked his tongue in regret behind his mask. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, sensing something off in her condition. Tsunade, you alright? I'm fine. Keep your eyes on the enemy. In truth, Tsunade had exerted herself earlier, not in terms of chakra, but mentally. The intense focus required during her chakra control earlier had left her somewhat drained and unfocused. Stay behind me and support from the rear, Jiraiya said. Tsunade didn't reply but leaped back, positioning herself in the rear. Her pride stung at the need for protection, but she understood the tactical advantage. Though much time had passed since then, Jiraiya still naturally shifted a bit to the left when standing in front of Tsunade. Just like old times. Almost. Seeing this familiar formation and the space that should have been his, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile wryly. In the clearing between the trees, Sasori's scorpion tail swept wildly, whipping up fallen leaves from the ground in a fierce gust. The target of these attacks was none other than Jiraiya, who stood in front of Tsunade. Sasori's puppet, Hueco, had many dangerous features, but the most distinctive and unpredictable was the scorpion tail, capable of extending and retracting freely. Combined with his exceptional puppet controlling skills, it was a weapon capable of easily killing most ninjas. However, defeating Jiraiya with just this would be impossible. Every scorpion tail attack was dodged by him. Is that all you've got? Jiraiya taunted. My granny moves faster than that. As the sharp blade on the scorpion tail slashed through fresh leaves on the ground, they were effortlessly cut apart, and the green color of the leaves rapidly faded into a dark, purplish hue. This sight immediately caught Jiraiya's attention, as he had been carefully monitoring his surroundings. He quickly realized that the blades were coated with poison and couldn't be touched. Even though he had a poison expert like Tsunade behind him, who could ensure his survival, in the heat of battle, she wouldn't be able to neutralize the poison instantly. If he were poisoned, she would have to stop and treat him, giving Orochimaru the perfect opportunity to escape. Thus, he couldn't afford to let his guard down and was fully focused on dodging the scorpion tail's attacks. After a few quick backsteps, Jiraiya managed to lure the scorpion tail far away, stretching its joints almost to their limits. Seizing the moment, right after dodging an attack, he spun in midair, using his momentum to throw 3 kunais at Sasori, who stood rooted in place. From their brief exchange, Jiraiya deduced that the key feature of Sasori's puppet was its tail, which seemed to serve both offensive and defensive purposes. He used his own body to lure the scorpion tail into its maximum extension, then threw kunais at the puppet's controller. His plan was that with the tail fully extended, it wouldn't be able to protect its master in time. But just as the kunai were about to hit Sasori's face, the base of the scorpion tail, which had seemed the most cumbersome, suddenly retracted swiftly, forming a protective ring in front of him, deflecting all 3 kunais. What? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. Logically, if the entire scorpion tail was being used as a puppet, most of the chakra strings controlling it should be focused on the tip for swift and precise attacks. Jiraiya had indeed felt the pressure from the tail's fast and aggressive movements. That's why he had assumed that the puppet master had concentrated most of his chakra on the tail's tip, leaving the base of the tail much heavier and less responsive. However, just as he threw the kunais, the base of the tail moved with remarkable agility and speed. This meant the puppet master was not only using his chakra strings for offense but was maintaining defense as well, still putting considerable pressure on Jiraiya. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade realized that this puppet master was no ordinary opponent. To maintain such precise control over the entire tail. Who is this guy? While Jiraiya and Sasori were deeply engrossed in battle, Orochimaru remained in the background, observing quietly. Though he wasn't typically one to provide support, much like Tsunade, he chose to stay back as part of the strategy. At that moment, he wasn't fully focused on the fight ahead. Instead, he watched Sasori's unprotected back with a sly smile. He knew that the old man before him was the puppet genius of the Sand Village, Sasori of the Red Sand. Based on his age, he should be a young man in his 20s. As for why he looked like an old man now, Orochimaru suspected that this body was merely a puppet he was wearing. Throughout their joint mission, he had been silently observing his comrade, trying to understand Sasori's combat methods. After all, Sasori and Orochimaru were not on good terms and were bound to face off one day. He needed to study him as he would an enemy. However, the tasks given by Akatsuki were always too easy for Sasori, and each time, he completed them using just his scorpion tail, never revealing what lay beneath his long cloak. Was it mechanical traps? Or was it his true body? Now, finally, the time had come. Even if Jiraiya was slow, he should be strong enough to force Sasori to show some of his true abilities. Wait. If I'm destined to fight Sasori, why not take this chance to kill him? If I kill him here, I could simply blame it on Jiraiya and Tsunade when reporting to Pain. Oh, the irony. To betray a fellow traitor. But just as his murderous intent reached its peak, Orochimaru managed to restrain himself. Even if he did kill Sasori, there was no guarantee he could escape from both Jiraiya and Tsunade working together. Even if he decided to attack, he didn't know where to aim. The head? Impossible. A skilled puppet master like Sasori would never align his real head with a puppet's head. The heart? Possible, but the puppet's body was short and stocky, making it difficult to pinpoint where the heart might be. He knew that if he wanted to kill a master like Sasori, he'd only have one chance. If he failed, it would be his downfall. There were still greater truths he wished to pursue. Now was not the time to fall into an irredeemable situation. Not today, Sasori. Your strings will remain uncut. For now. Weighing the pros and cons, he calmed his inner turmoil and lowered his hand. Once Orochimaru's killing intent faded, Sasori, who was in the midst of the battle, returned his tiny, bead-like eyes to the fight in front of him. Of course, he would never fully trust someone like Orochimaru, even while pressuring Jiraiya with his attacks. He had also been keeping an eye on his back. Good. That snake knows his place. Knowing that Orochimaru had given up, Sasori focused entirely on Jiraiya. Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. Jiraiya formed the serpent hand seal, and his white hair quickly grew, like steel cables, wrapping around Sasori's scorpion tail. Normally, the blades on the tail could easily slice through Jiraiya's hair. But as soon as he grabbed the tail, he skillfully twisted his hair into the joints of the tail. The hair became lodged in the joints, completely immobilizing the scorpion tail's movements. Got you now. He grinned triumphantly. Seeing this, Sasori remained calm, knowing that Jiraiya was now also unable to move. Jiraiya's grin slowly faded as he noticed Sasori's lack of panic. Suddenly, a stream of air burst from beneath Sasori's mask, and high-density poison needles shot out from a mechanism in his mouth, flying toward the defenseless Jiraiya. Watch out! Tsunade's warning shout rang out across the clearing. Chapter 117, The Saiyans, the Shoggoth within tens of poisonous needles shot out, flying toward the unsuspecting Jiraiya. He was still entangled with Sasori's scorpion tail. Shit! I can't dodge. However, just as the needles were about to hit him, Tsunade leaped forward from behind, swinging her arms left and right, knocking all the needles to the ground. Looking closely at her arms, blue chakra extended from the tip of her middle fingers, forming blade-like shapes that covered her entire arms. It was these chakra blades that protected her arms, allowing her to easily deflect the needles. Chakra scalpel. Orochimaru squinted slightly, recognizing the technique. As precise as ever, Tsunade. You haven't lost your touch. This was a knee-rank jutsu that most high-level medical ninjas could master, but ordinary medical ninjas couldn't cover their entire arms with chakra the way Tsunade could. The chakra scalpel was typically used by medical ninjas for surgery. Even though she had suffered from hemophobia for years and hadn't performed surgery in a long time, her skills in this area had not deteriorated. Without her intervention, Sasori's surprise needle attack would have definitely worked. Damn it. Facing two of the Sannin at once, he realized he couldn't defeat them using only his Hyuga puppet. This puppet won't cut it. He didn't want to reveal himself just yet, as Hidden Sand Village had never stopped searching for him and the third Kazekage. He didn't want to create more trouble for himself because of Orochimaru's mess. Damn it, do I really have to rely on this stupid snake's help? Orochimaru, are you not going to make a move? Sasori's tiny, bead-sized pupils glared viciously at him, who was standing behind, watching with a smile. Orochimaru simply returned the gaze with a smirk and then suddenly raised his arm, aiming at Tsunade. Striking shadow snakes. As the battle in the forest clearing intensified, a different scene was unfolding in a cave halfway up the mountain. Anko. Your skin is so smooth. In the cave, Shizune had stayed behind to take care of Anko instead of joining the others in pursuit. But the moment she laid eyes on the reborn Anko, she immediately noticed something was different. After all, they had spent over a week traveling together with Tsunade, and the two girls were somewhat familiar with each other's bodies. She had always thought her own skin was better than Anko's, but now she realized that her skin was nowhere near as flawless as Anko's. Her skin now was perhaps the best Shizune had ever seen on any girl. Wow, it even feels amazing. Without hesitation, she reached out and touched her, marveling at the sensation. Of course, if she knew what Anko's body was truly made of, she certainly wouldn't have been so eager to touch it. The fat on your legs, your waist, under your arms. It's all gone. And her hands roamed freely, and as she assessed Anko's body, she also gauged her figure. But when she reached Anko's chest, she was at a loss for words. What's going on? Why did all the fat go there? You were already quite endowed. Why couldn't you share a bit with me? She could have accepted most other changes, but her chest size had always been her sore spot. She had already noticed during their shared baths that Anko, 2 years younger than her, had developed better than she had. Now, after another month had passed, the gap between them had only grown wider. Damn it. Why can't you share some with me? Shizune, please. Don't. I can't stand it. I'm so upset. Stop it, it's embarrassing. The two girls continued with their playful teasing, something only girls their age could truly indulge in. Shizune wasn't really trying to make fun of her. She just wanted to distract her from the trauma she had endured. If they did nothing and just sat there waiting for Jiraiya and Tsunade to return, Anko would definitely start thinking about how she had been reduced to nothing but a brain inside a container. No matter if she had fully recovered or not, that experience was undoubtedly painful. So Shizune used their teasing to divert her attention and keep her from dwelling on it. Although she couldn't physically feel her touch, just the sight of Shizune's playful antics was enough to make her feel embarrassed. Sensing her awkwardness and slight resistance, the Shoggoth within her tried to please her by turning her face from red to green. The green color spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, becoming a deep, vibrant hue. Shizune, exhausted from their playful banter, looked up and saw Anko's completely green face, screaming in shock. Ah! Anko. Your face. What about my face? Shizune quickly pulled out a small mirror from her waist and held it up to Anko. In the mirror, she saw her face had turned the green of lettuce, and the color was only deepening the more she looked at it. The more embarrassed she became from seeing herself like this, the more intensely the green spread across her face. Her expression grew increasingly distressed, and Shizune, realizing it was best to stop, quickly took the mirror away. I feel like I'm not in control of this body, Anko said dejectedly as she lay on the operating table. Something else. Something unknown. Is controlling my body. What should I do? Shizune gently patted her head and reassured her, don't worry, Tsunade-sama will definitely help you recover. Really? Anko looked up. Of course. Tsunade-sama is the best medical ninja in the world, there's no illness she can't cure. In Shizune's pupils, the green on Anko's face had already faded quite a bit. Though she comforted Anko, she was already starting to suspect something deeper. Her green face likely wasn't due to any illness, but rather some sort of normal bodily reaction. But why was that the case? What exactly was Anko's body made of? Even Tsunade believed it was impossible to reattach Anko's brain to a human body. Orochimaru would be even less capable of doing so. So, what exactly did he use to create Anko's new body? What kind of jutsu could create an entirely new body? As she gently stroked Anko's hair, pondering the mystery, Ji, from a distance, witnessed a completely different and terrifying scene, a sight born from the deepest, maddest dreams of the abyss. Ah! Where is this place? In the deathly silence of the darkness, Ji couldn't feel the presence of his own body. Helplessly, he scanned the darkness before him, his senses training against the void. The absence of light was absolute, a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow even the concept of vision. Where is this? In the boundless darkness, there wasn't much to interrupt his thoughts. In a daze, he felt as though his thoughts weren't quite real, like an illusion. Though he constantly questioned his whereabouts, he could never follow through with any real thinking. Every time he was about to ponder the crucial question of where he was, his mind seemed to crash. It wasn't that he couldn't figure out where he was, it was as if his brain refused to answer the question. The very act of questioning seemed to slip away from him. This wasn't like amnesia because even in cases of memory loss, the brain can still provide the refusal of an answer. But now, Ji's questions felt like they sank into the abyss, leaving him to stare at the darkness like a statue. After countless unanswered questions, his consciousness began to drift into a stupor, until even the darkness before him seemed unclear. Ah! Two sounds, like a child babbling, echoed in the darkness, suddenly pulling his consciousness back. What's that sound? This time, his question received an answer, though not from his own brain, but from the meaningless murmurs in the darkness. Ah! Is someone there? Is anyone there? He couldn't pinpoint the direction of the sound, so he shouted his questions into the darkness and silence. His voice, or what he imagined to be his voice, seemed to be swallowed by the void. Ah! This time, the response was two murmurs of varying length. The change in length indicated some sort of intelligence, like a special code. There's something out there. Something that can hear me. Where am I? Ah! Who are you? Ah! He asked two different questions to the murmurs in the darkness, but received the same patterned answers, which left him feeling frustrated. As a minister in the daimyo's court, he had never been so disregarded. Where are you? I'll come to you. He shouted again into the darkness. Though he couldn't feel his body, strangely, he could still articulate the words in his heart, making sure the other voice in the darkness could hear him. Ah! This time, The response was a drawn-out sound, hoarse and unpleasant, but strangely, it allowed Ji to sense a direction. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, yet he felt a pull towards its source. Overjoyed, he prepared to move towards the source of the sound. But just as his thoughts were about to translate into bodily movement, he realized, I don't have a body. Aside from his consciousness, he couldn't sense any part of himself that he should be able to control but couldn't. Where is my body? Where is my body? Where did you take my body? Give it back. Ji screamed hysterically, but since he had no body, these weren't actual screams, only imagined sounds. Yet, the childlike voice in the darkness could hear these imagined sounds and responded. The knowledge that something could hear his cries only added to the surreal horror of his situation. You must let me see you. After some unknown amount of time, a now slightly calmer Ji made a strange demand of the voice. The firmness in his tone matched his status as a minister. What was more surprising was that the voice in the darkness responded in a tone of submission. He didn't know what it meant, but he took it as a sign that the voice had accepted his command. Good. Let me see you. Come on, let me have a good look at you. In the next moment, his world was abruptly illuminated. The dark world was overtaken by light, leaving no trace of shadow, not even a hint of resistance from the darkness. And in this light, he saw a grayish-white walnut with a faint pink hue. Even before he could demand more, his vision zoomed in on the walnut as if in response to his curiosity. The perspective shift was dizzying, like being pulled forward at impossible speed. At close range, the walnut grew enormous, and its form was no longer that of a mere walnut. Its surface was complex. It was a brain. The moment he saw the brain, the question that had stalled his thinking was suddenly answered. And that answer came flooding in like water through a broken dam, overwhelming his mind. This is my brain. I'm inside my own brain. I'm seeing my brain with my own eyes. This bizarre realization was immediately accepted by Ji, because it left no room for rejection. It was a thought forcefully injected into his mind, bypassing all logic and reason. As he marveled at the surreal experience of seeing his own brain, the childlike murmurs once again interrupted his spiraling thoughts. The sound seemed to come from all around him now, no longer distant but intimately close. His vision, now out of his control, shifted beside his brain. The movement was nauseating. After his view shifted, he saw what had been talking to him all along. It was a massive black fleshy wall, stretching out to form an elliptical hall. In the center of this dark hall was his brain. And the fleshy wall wasn't smooth, it had rows upon rows of pitch-black mouths. These mouths opened and closed irregularly, their teeth clamping together without a gap, but when they opened, Ji saw the abyssal darkness within. The darkness seemed to stretch forever, like a void within a void. Aside from the darkness inside the mouths, they had one other thing in common. As their lips and teeth collided, they produced the childlike murmurs. Ah, 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 ah. The deep, monotonous sound endlessly echoed in Ji's mind like a maddening chant. It was no longer just a sound, but a physical presence, invading every corner of his consciousness. This was literal, it was pouring into his brain, because the mouths were aimed directly at it. In an instant, a series of terrifying thoughts and unspeakable beings surged into Ji's mind. Images and concepts too vast and alien for human comprehension flooded his consciousness. Migo, Shoggoths, the Great Old Ones. These indescribable entities shattered the last of his sanity. Even as he watched the Shoggoth's mouth pass through the final gap between it and his brain, gnawing hungrily, Ji remained motionless. He was a spectator to his own destruction, unable to look away, unable to resist. In the end, he saw his brain swallowed by the blackness, and the world plunged into darkness once more. But this darkness was different, a void where not even thoughts existed. It was the end of Ji, the end of consciousness, the end of everything. In the real world, Shizune was still comforting Anko. Not far away, the white sheet covering Ji's body moved with irregular bumps and ripples. The motion was subtle at first, easily mistaken for the stirring of a restless sleeper. But as the movements grew more pronounced, their unnatural nature became undeniable. The Shoggoth had granted Ji's request by creating an eye in the fleshy wall surrounding his brain, allowing him to see everything. It was a twisted fulfillment of his demand. But after his mind was harvested by witnessing the Migo extracting his brain and the Shoggoth, his sanity collapsed, leaving the Shoggoth unchecked. The creature, no longer constrained by Ji's consciousness, began to reshape its form beneath the sheet. Chapter 118, The Sanins. Fire is the solution in the forest. Snakes burst from Orochimaru's sleeves, rushing furiously towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. Same old tricks, eh, Orochimaru? Let's see how sharp your fangs have grown. Jiraiya assessed the attack. This was a summoning jutsu, where powerful snakes shot out from his sleeves. These snakes, each possessing independent intelligence, could either launch synchronized attacks or target different opponents simultaneously. Because they were once comrades, Jiraiya and Tsunade were fully aware of how to counter this technique. No matter what, they couldn't allow the snakes to bind their bodies. They had to eliminate them while they were still in midair. Thus, Tsunade's chakra scalpel slashed continuously in front of her, and with every swing, the snakes were sliced off cleanly and disappeared. Although the attack didn't succeed, Orochimaru's face showed no disappointment. He kept smiling, watching Tsunade, who was fiercely swinging her arms. His smile hid his true intentions, a fact not lost on his ally. Damn it! What game are you playing at, snake? Sasori muttered under his breath, too low for the others to hear. He glanced at Orochimaru, noticing his expression. He could tell that Orochimaru didn't want to reveal too many of his cards in this battle, just like himself. Both were using relatively mild ninjutsus to attack their enemies. But at this rate, there was no way they could defeat them. The battle's intensity increased, with attacks flying from both sides, yet something felt off. They're holding back. But why? Jiraiya observed, his experienced eye catching the subtle restraint in their opponent's movements. Then, a sudden change occurred. Tsunade unexpectedly let her guard down, allowing one of Orochimaru's snake limbs to wrap around her body. Tsunade still used his hair to bind Sasori's puppet tail. He couldn't move. Yet, he had been keeping an eye on Tsunade's situation. The snake coiled tightly around her waist. Before the snake could attack her, she caught its jaws with one hand, preventing it from opening. At the same time, she grabbed its body with her other hand. Oh! With a roar, Tsunade pulled the snake like a rope, dragging Orochimaru toward her. The sudden reversal caught everyone off guard. His body stretched like a rubber band being pulled. Damn it! He realized it too late. When it came to pure physical strength, Orochimaru was considered the weakest, and Tsunade was the strongest. This fact was about to be painfully demonstrated. Before his body even collided with Tsunade's, her fist was ready to deliver a blow. Bang! Her powerful punch hit Orochimaru's face, leaving a fist-shaped imprint as his face deformed from the impact. Immediately after, his body was sent flying back to his original position. But in a matter of seconds, Orochimaru had been pulled forward by Tsunade again, only to be punched and sent back a second time. The speed of the exchange left even Jiraiya impressed. However, his landing spot was different this time. He crashed directly into Sasori, and the two collided heavily, being knocked back a short distance before stopping. Sasori's puppet tail, in turn, was freed from Jiraiya's technique. But he was not pleased. Instead, he cursed Orochimaru harshly. I really want to kill you right now. His words were full of genuine hatred, but Orochimaru paid no mind. He slowly stood up and looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade, his calculating gaze assessing the situation. He now understood that neither he nor Sasori wanted to reveal their true identities or strongest techniques in this battle against them. Moreover, the two of them didn't work well together. Although they had completed many missions as a duo, one of them would always do the work while the other watched from a distance. They had never actually fought in sync. Under these conditions, even though they were individually strong, together they were less than the sum of their parts. Against two Saiyans, they didn't stand a chance. Re-evaluating the situation, Orochimaru decided it wasn't worth continuing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand, he pulled out the scroll containing the sealed mural. You're after this, aren't you? He held up the scroll, his voice calm despite the beating he'd just received. You can have it. He threw the scroll with all his strength in another direction, then turned and ran deeper into the forest. Sasori glared at him, who had unhesitatingly chosen to flee, then shot an angry glance at Jiraiya before following Orochimaru. Seeing them retreat, Jiraiya was about to give chase. Recovering the scroll was important, but he was more intent on confronting Orochimaru and asking him why he had left the village. Just then, a loud noise from behind stopped him in his tracks. It was the sound of rocks collapsing, coming from the direction of Orochimaru's lab. Anko and Shizune. Tsunade quickly rushed towards the cave. Jiraiya hesitated, but he decided to let them go. He retrieved the scroll, then hurried after Tsunade to find out what had happened at the lab. What's going on with him? I don't know. Inside the lab, Ji's body was convulsing, as if something inside him was trying to break free from his skin. Ji-san? Shizune stepped forward cautiously. There was no response from under the sheet. Instead, his body convulsed more violently, and the sheet was flung off, revealing his new form. What lay underneath was no longer recognizable as a human body. His skin had turned a caramelized color, as though his entire body had been scorched by fire. Ji-san. Although his appearance was grotesque, his body still retained a vaguely human form. As a medical ninja, Shizune instinctively moved forward to see if there was any way to help. But just then, Ji's body underwent another terrifying transformation. The change was so sudden, and so alien. Spikes suddenly erupted from his skin, and along the surface of these spikes, large, gaping mouths formed. The metamorphosis was accompanied by a sickening sound of tearing flesh and cracking bones. Rows of sharp, bone-white teeth contrasted sharply with the darkness within the mouths, giving the spikes a sacrilegious appearance, as though they were totems of darkness and evil. Each mouth seemed to gnash and snap, hungry for something unseen. Are these things inside my body too? As Anko and Shizune stood in shock, Ji's body underwent its next transformation. From the mouths on the spiked cones, more spikes began to emerge, extending from the original mouths. What started as only a dozen spikes quickly multiplied into hundreds. These new spikes also had dark, gaping mouths, which, in turn, produced more spikes. In just a few breaths, a dense thicket of black spikes surrounded his body, and the thicket continued to expand. Run! Realizing the danger, Shizune grabbed Anko, and sprinted out of the cave. As they reached the mountainside, the thorny black spikes were already creeping toward the cave entrance. These spikes were so hard that they could easily pierce the solid mountain rock. Just moments after they escaped the cave, the entire structure collapsed under the growing pressure of the spikes, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. However, before the dust settled, yet another spike jutted out from the ruins. The crumbling rocks couldn't stop the expansion of the black spikes, which continued to emerge from every crack, growing outward with an insatiable hunger. As the spikes encountered small plants growing on the mountainside, the mouths devoured them instantly, causing the spikes to grow even faster. More and more black spikes emerged from the collapsing cave, and Shizune hurriedly carried Anko down the mountain at top speed. "We have to warn the others," she said as they ran. "This thing could devour the whole forest." Fortunately, the spikes grew slower than they could run, so even a normal person could easily outrun them, let alone a trained ninja like Shizune. However, these spikes seemed to have no growth limit. Every time they consumed a plant, their growth accelerated. Fortunately, the mountain was mostly barren, with few plants. But at the base of the mountain was a vast forest full of vegetation. "If it reaches those trees," Anko whispered. As Shizune and Anko helplessly observed the ever-growing black spikes, Tsunade and Jiraiya finally arrived. "What's going on?" Tsunade asked urgently. Shizune pointed to the mountain in a daze. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked up to see a large black thicket of spikes growing halfway up the previously barren mountain. The black spikes were cascading down like a waterfall, spreading toward the forest below. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade quickly asked, "Where's Ji?" Shizune's dazed expression gave no answer, but when Tsunade saw Anko behind her, she understood what had happened. She quickly pulled Jiraiya aside. "These things are called Shoggoths. Orochimaru captured them from the land of snow. They're amorphous creatures that have lost their restraint and are reverting to their natural state of growth and consumption. If they reach the forest, where organic matter is abundant, it will be disastrous." Jiraiya didn't fully understand what Shoggoths were, but he could tell that the situation was dire. "Do you have a plan?" he asked. "Try using fire style. It might work against them." "Got it. Fire style, great fireball jutsu." Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and his mouth swelled to an incredible size. In the next second, he spewed out a massive fireball toward the approaching black spikes. The fireball hit the thicket of spikes, creating a huge, burning gap in the black mass. However, new spikes quickly grew from the edges, filling in the gap. "Fire style works. But we need to destroy all of them at once, or they'll keep regenerating." "Leave it to me." "You two back off," Jiraiya said confidently. Fire style was his specialty, and he wasn't about to let this abomination spread any further. Burning such a vast area, including the collapsed cave, was beyond his abilities alone. He knew he needed something more powerful, something on a bigger scale. Summoning jutsu. He bit his thumb as he performed the summoning. A giant toad appeared, standing tall like a small mountain. Jiraiya leapt atop its head, his white hair whipping in the wind as he surveyed the scene below. "Game Obunka, let's team up and burn all the black spikes on this mountain," he called out. "Got it." As Jiraiya formed hand seals, the toad's belly swelled, producing oil that it spewed across the mountain's black thicket. Then, he unleashed a burst of flame. Fire style, Toad Flame Bomb. The technique worked by igniting the toad's oil with his fire, producing a powerful blaze. The toad covered the entire mountain in oil, and Jiraiya's flame set it all ablaze, engulfing the Shoggoths in a massive inferno. The mountain erupted into a sea of flames, the heat so intense that it drove animals fleeing from the nearby forest. The glow of the fire was visible for miles. Screams, almost human-like, echoed from the burning black spikes, thousands of mouths shrieking in unison, as if tens of thousands of living beings were being burned alive. The horrific sounds reverberated through the forest. The screams caught even Orochimaru's attention as he fled. Though he couldn't see what had happened, he could guess. He paused in his escape, turning back to look at the glow on the horizon. He had always known Ji's transformation would end in failure. The power of the curse mark was difficult even for a ninja to control, let alone a normal person. So, Orochimaru hadn't protected Ji's brain with a curse mark, he simply placed it inside a Shoggoth. Under his control, the Shoggoth's natural tendencies were suppressed, but once freed, they devoured Ji's brain, turning him into a mere puppet. In the end, Ji had always been destined to be a sacrifice. The massive fire on the mountain eventually died down, leaving behind a scorched, blackened landscape. Jiraiya's flames, fueled by the toad's oil, had burned every last Shoggoth, even their source deep within the collapsed cave. As he jumped down from the toad, he sighed in relief. It's finally over. No, Tsunade said. This might just be the beginning. Chapter 119, The Sanins. Information is power. In the center of Hidden Leaf Village's streets, a carriage was slowly pulling a massive rectangular object towards the Hokage mansion. The entire object was tightly wrapped in a black cloth, so opaque that no one could see inside. From the shape, onlookers could only guess that it might be a cage. Beside the carriage were several powerful ninja guards. Among them were Jiraiya and Tsunade, walking alongside the carriage, as well as an Anbu ninja wearing a mask. The white-haired Anbu scanned the crowd constantly. What's that? Among the onlookers, a pink-haired little girl was holding her father's hand. Maybe the village caught some large animal or something, the father replied. What kind of animal is it? I don't know, the father said. Tell me, tell me. The child's insistence was relentless, her voice rising with each plea. The father understood that if the object was covered so tightly, it was because the village didn't want people to see what was inside. Furthermore, the heavy security around the carriage indicated that whatever was inside was dangerous. Best not to speculate too much, he eyed the Anbu ninja warily. With this in mind, as an ordinary citizen, he decided not to overthink it. However, his eyes changed when he saw Tsunade walking beside the carriage. Tsunade-sama, still so beautiful after all these years, he mused aloud. Back when got injured, I was once treated by her. The warmth of Tsunade-sama's chakra. It was so comforting, he recalled with a blissful smile. However, he failed to notice the shift in the atmosphere next to him. Oh? How comforting exactly? His wife asked as she began to scold him. Watching her mother scold her father, the little girl wasn't concerned. In fact, she clapped her hands joyfully and laughed. Daddy's getting scolded by mommy again, haha. The father smiled bitterly at the girl. When Sakura grows up, she'll probably have a temper just like her mother. Will any man be able to handle her in the future? Hurry up and rent a carriage. Today's our long-awaited family trip. The mother said while the father was worrying about his daughter's future. Yes, dear. As they left, little Sakura cast one last curious glance at the covered carriage, her young mind full of questions about what secrets it might hold. In the underground lab of the Hokage mansion, under the soft green glow of lights, a massive pink-shelled creature was the center of attention. Surrounding it were several of Hidden Leaf Village's high-ranking officials. The creature's alien form was unlike anything they had ever seen, its body a grotesque fusion of crustacean and insect-like features. They observed the creature for a long time, but no one spoke first. They were too shocked by what they saw, their minds unable to articulate the typical formalities that came so easily to them. The silence was only broken by the occasional soft buzzing from the creature. Before this creature, they realized that all the knowledge and experience they had accumulated over the years was now worthless. Yet, they were reluctant to abandon that knowledge, even though they were tempted to deny the creature's existence altogether. But now that it was right in front of them, they had to face the truth. Ancient, unknown beings were real. The world as they knew it, shaped by the ninja era for 1,000 years since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, seemed far less enduring compared to the ancient eons that preceded it. What is this thing called? Migo? Someone asked. You mean such highly intelligent beings exist in this world? Another official stammered. What about their combat abilities? If they possess significant power, we must eradicate them quickly. Demanded Danzo as he studied the Migo, calculating potential threats. Tsunade spoke up, strictly speaking, they don't originate from our world. According to ancient murals discovered by Kakashi and the Land of Snow, the Migo arrived here from another dimension. Danzo raised his cane and poked the Migo's oval head harshly. It doesn't matter where they came from. We can't allow these disgusting creatures to threaten the safety of Hidden Leaf Village. His voice was cold, devoid of any empathy for the alien being before them. The Migo emitted a strange buzzing sound in response, but it didn't speak in human language. This irritated him even more, causing him to jab it harder. The cane's tip even penetrated the gaps in the creature's armored skin, stabbing into its pinkish flesh. Stop. You'll kill it like that, Tsunade intervened, halting his cruel actions. Oh? Danzo sneered. You're not sympathizing with this thing, are you? Have you forgotten that it ripped your apprentice's brain out? And now a minister of the Land of Fire has died because of it. It will be executed to give the daimyo an explanation. Tsunade fell silent, at a loss for words. Though she still harbored a deep hatred for the creature, seeing Danzo so callously torturing a living being disturbed her. It wasn't just about this alien being. Danzo showed the same cold disregard for the lives of his comrades.